Title: King Arthur's Knights. Author: Henry Gilbert. 1. How Arthur was made king and won his kingdom. In the hall of his Roman palace at London, King Uther.
书名：亚瑟王的骑士，作者：亨利·吉尔伯特。1. 亚瑟如何成为国王并赢得他的王国。在乌瑟尔国王位于伦敦的罗马宫殿的大厅里，
Pendragon of the island of Britain lay dying. He had been long sick with a wasting disease, and forced to lie in his bed, gnawing his beard with wrath at his weakness.
不列颠岛的彭德拉贡生命垂危，他长期患有消耗性疾病，被迫躺在床上，因身体虚弱而愤怒地咬着胡须。
While the pagan Saxons ravened up and down the fair broadlands, leaving in their tracks the smoking ruin of broken towns and desolated villages.
当异教徒撒克逊人在广阔的土地上掠夺时，留下了破碎城镇和荒凉村庄的冒烟废墟。
Where mothers lay dead beside their children on the hearths, fair churches stood pillaged and desecrated, and priests and nuns wandered in the wilds. At length, when the pagans.
母亲们死在孩子身边，躺在炉边，美丽的教堂遭到掠夺和亵渎，牧师和修女在荒野中徘徊。最后，当异教徒
bold and insolent, had ventured near London, the king had been able to bear his shame and anguish no longer. He had put himself in a litter at the head of his army and meeting the fierce.
国王胆大妄为，在伦敦附近冒险，再也无法忍受他的耻辱和痛苦。他把自己放在一排轿子里，带在军队的前面，迎接凶猛的敌人。
Brave pagans at Verulam, now called St. Albans, he had, in a battle day-long and stubborn, forced them at length to fly with heavy slaughter. That was 3 days ago.
他在维鲁兰现称为圣奥尔本斯与勇敢的异教徒进行了长达1天的顽强战斗，最终以惨重的屠杀迫使他们逃亡。那是3天前。
And since then he had lain in his bed as still as if he were dead, and beside him sat the wise wizard Merlin, white with great age, and in his eyes the calmness of deep learning.
从那时起，他就躺在床上一动不动，就像死了一样。他身旁坐着睿智的巫师梅林，他苍白，眼神里透着深邃博学的平静。
It was the 3rd night when the king suddenly awoke from his stupor and clutched the hand of Merlin. I have dreamed, he said in a low shaken voice.
第3天晚上，国王突然从昏迷中醒来，握住了梅林的手。我做了梦，他用颤抖的低声说道。
I have seen 2 dragons fighting one white, the other red. First the white dragon got the mastery and clawed with iron talons the red one's crest.
我见过2条龙在战斗，一条是白色的，另一条是红色的。白龙先占了上风，用铁爪抓住了红龙的羽冠。
And drove him hither and thither into holes and crannies of the rocks. And then the red one took heart, and with a fury that was marvelous to see.
并把它驱赶到岩石的洞穴和缝隙中。然后红色的人振作起来，带着一种令人惊叹的愤怒。
He drove and tore the white dragon full terribly, and anon the white one crawled away sore wounded. And the red dragon walked up and down in the place of his triumph, and grew proud.
他猛地驱车，把白龙撕碎了，白龙立刻就受伤了，爬走了。红龙在他凯旋的地方走来走去，变得骄傲起来。
And fought smaller red dragons and conquered. Thus for a long time he stayed, and was secure and boastful. Then I saw the white dragon return with a rage that was very terrible.
与较小的红龙战斗，并被征服。就这样，他待了很长一段时间，既安全又自夸。然后我就看到白龙带着非常可怕的愤怒回来了。
And the red dragon fought with him, but his pride had softened him, so he drew off. Then other red dragons came upon him in his wounds and beat him sore, which seeing,
红龙与他战斗，但他的骄傲让他软化了，所以他离开了。然后其他红龙来到他的伤口上，并殴打他，看到了。
The white dragon dashed upon them all, and I awoke. Merlin, tell me what this may mean, for my mind is sore distraught with the vision. Then Merlin looked at the trembling king.
白龙向他们所有人冲去，我醒了。梅林，告诉我这意味着什么？因为我的心因这个幻象而心烦意乱。然后梅林看着颤抖的国王。
Wasted with disease, and in his wise heart was great pity. It means, Lord, he said in slow grave tones, that thy people shall conquer, that a red dragon shall rise from thy kin.
疾病缠身，他明智的心中充满了怜悯。主啊，这意味着，他用缓慢而严肃的语气说道，您的人民将会征服，一条红龙将从您的亲属中崛起。
Who shall drive out the loathsome pagan, and shall conquer far and wide, and his fame shall go into all lands, and for all time. I thank thee, Merlin, for thy comfort, sighed the wearied king.
他将驱逐可憎的异教徒，征服四方，他的名声将传遍所有土地，永垂不朽。梅林，我感谢你的安慰。疲惫的国王叹了口气。
I have feared me these last years that the pagan will at the last drive my people into the western sea, and that the name of Christ shall die out of this fair land.
这些年来，我一直担心异教徒最终会把我的人民赶到西海，基督的名字将从这片美丽的土地上消失。
And the foul pagan possess it. But thy words give me great heart. Nay, sir, said Merlin, take comfort. Great power will come to this people in a near time.
邪恶的异教徒拥有它，但你的话给了我很大的安慰。不，先生，梅林说，放心吧。不久的将来，伟大的力量将会临到这个民族。
And they shall conquer all their enemies. Anon the king slept, and lay thus for 3 further days, neither speaking nor moving.
他们将征服所有的敌人。不久，国王就睡了，又这样躺了3天，既不说话，也不动弹。
Many great lords and barons came craving to speak with Merlin, asking if the king were not better. But looking into their crafty eyes,
许多大领主和男爵都渴望与梅林交谈，询问国王是否好一些。但是看着他们狡猾的眼睛
and seeing there the pride and ambitions of their hearts, Merlin knew that they wished the king were already dead.
看到他们内心的骄傲和野心，梅林知道他们希望国王已经死了。
For all thought that King Uther had no son to take the kingdom after him, and each great baron, strong in men, plotted to win the overlordship when the king should be gone.
因为所有人都认为乌瑟尔王没有儿子继承他的王位，而每一位实力雄厚的男爵都密谋在国王去世后夺取霸权。
If he dieth and saith not which he shall name to succeed him, some asked, Say, Merlin, what's to be done? I shall tell you, said Merlin. Come ye all into this chamber tomorrow's morn, and
如果他死后没有说出他将指定谁来继承他，有人问道：“你说，梅林该怎么办？”我会告诉你，梅林说：“明天早上你们都到这个房间来，然后
If God so wills, I will make the king speak. Next morn, therefore, came all the great barons and lords into the high hall of the palace.
如果上帝愿意，我会让国王说话。”因此，第二天早上，所有伟大的男爵和领主都来到了宫殿的高厅。
And many were the proud and haughty glances passing among them. There was King Lot of Orkney, small and slim, with his dark narrow face and crafty eyes under pent eyebrows.
他们中间闪过许多骄傲和傲慢的目光。奥克尼群岛的洛特国王身材矮小，身材苗条，脸色黝黑，窄窄的，眉毛下皱着，眼睛里有一双狡猾的眼睛。
King Uriens of Reged, tall and well-seeming, with grim eyes war-wise, fresh from the long harrying of the fleeing pagans, King Mark of Tintagel, burly of form, crafty and mean of look.
雷吉德的乌里安国王身材高大，相貌英俊，眼神冷酷，充满战争智慧，刚经历过对逃亡异教徒的长期骚扰。廷塔杰尔国王马克身材魁梧，狡猾而卑鄙。
King Nenters of Garlot, ruddy of face, blusterous of manner, who tried to hide cunning under a guise of honesty, and many others, as Duke Cambinet of Loides.
加洛特国王南特雷斯面色红润，举止粗鲁，试图在诚实的幌子下隐藏狡猾，和许多其他人，如洛伊迪斯的坎贝内公爵。
King Brandegoris of Strangor, King Morkant of Strathclyde, King Clariance of Northumberland, King Cater of Cornwall, and King Iders of Salura. Now,
斯特兰戈尔国王布兰德戈里斯，斯特拉斯克莱德国王莫尔坎特，诺森伯兰国王克拉里恩斯，康沃尔国王卡多尔和西卢拉国王伊德雷斯。现在
when all these were assembled about the bed of Uther, Merlin went to the side of the sleeping king, and looked long and earnestly upon his closed eyes.
当所有这些都聚集在乌瑟尔的床边时，梅林走到熟睡的国王身边，长久而认真地看着他闭上的眼睛。
Anon he passed his hands above the face of the king, and Uther instantly awoke, and looked about him as if startled. "Lord," said Merlin, "God's hand is drawing you to him."
很快，他把手放在了国王的脸上，乌瑟尔立刻就醒了。他环顾四周，似乎很吃惊。主啊，梅林说，上帝的手正在把你吸引到他身边。
And these your lords desire you to name your successor ere you pass from life. Is it not your desire that your son Arthur shall take the kingdom after you, with your blessing?
你们的主人们希望你们在去世之前指定您的继任者。您难道不希望您的儿子亚瑟在您的祝福下接替您继承王国吗？
Those who craned towards the bed started, and looked darkly at Merlin and then at each other, for none had heard of the son whom the wizard named Arthur.
那些伸长脖子走向床边的人吓了一跳，阴沉地看着 Merlin， 然后互相看了看，因为没有人听说过巫师给他起名叫亚瑟的儿子。
Then in the deep silence the dying king raised his hand in the sign of blessing, and in a hollow whisper said, "Such is my desire."
然后，在深深的寂静中，垂死的国王举起了手，做出了祝福的手势，并低声说道：“这就是我的愿望。”
With God's blessing, I wish my son Arthur to take this kingdom after me, and all that love me must follow him. His eyes closed.
在上帝的祝福下，我希望我的儿子亚瑟继承我的王国，所有爱我的人都必须追随他。他闭着眼睛。
A shiver passed down the tall frame as it lay beneath the clothes, and with a sigh the soul of Uther sped.
当他躺在衣服下面时，一阵颤抖传遍了高大的身躯，随着一声叹息，乌瑟尔的灵魂加速了。
In a few days the king was buried in all solemnity with the dead of his kindred in the Roman temple that had been made a church, where now stands St. Paul's.
几天后，国王被隆重地埋葬在罗马神庙里，与他的亲人的死者一起埋葬在罗马神庙中。这座神庙后来变成了教堂，现在是圣保罗教堂。
Thereafter men waited and wondered, for the land was without a king, and none knew who was rightfully heir to the throne. As the days went by,
此后，人们等待着，疑惑着，因为这片土地上没有国王，没有人知道谁是王位的合法继承人。随着日子一天天过去，
men gathered in groups in the marketplace of London, whispering the rumors that mysteriously began to fly from mouth to mouth.
人们成群结队地聚集在伦敦的市场上，低声议论着，开始神秘地从一个人的嘴里传到另一个人的嘴里。
How King Lot of Orkney and Lothian was gathering his knights and men-at-arms, and King Uriens and Duke Cambenet of Loides had got together a great host.
奥克尼和洛西安的洛特国王如何召集他的骑士和武装人员？尤里恩斯国王和洛伊迪斯公爵坎贝内特召集了一支伟大的东道主。
although the remnant of the pagans had fled the country. The faces of the citizens went gloomy as they thought of the griefs of civil war, of the terrors of the sack of cities.
尽管剩下的异教徒已经逃离了这个国家，想到内战的悲痛，城市被洗劫的恐怖，市民们的脸色变得阴沉。
The ruin of homes, the death of dear ones, and the loss of riches. Nevertheless, some were already wagering which of the great lords would conquer the others.
家园的毁坏，亲人的死亡，以及财富的损失。尽管如此，一些人已经开始打赌哪个大领主会征服其他领主。
And take to himself the crown of Britain and the title of Pendragon. As it neared the feast of Christmas, men heard that the Archbishop of London, who was then chief ruler of the church,
并获得了不列颠的王冠和彭德拉贡的称号。当圣诞节临近时，人们听说当时担任教会主要统治者的伦敦大主教
had sent his letters to each and all the great nobles, bidding them come to a great council to be holden at the church of St. Paul at Christmas.
他给每一位大贵族写了信，邀请他们参加圣诞节期间在圣保罗教堂举行的一次大会议。
When men heard that this was done by the advice of Merlin, faces lightened and looked more joyful. Now shall things go right, said they, for the old.
当男人们听说这是梅林建议的事情时，脸色一亮，看上去更加欣喜了。现在一切都会好起来的，他们说，对于老人来说。
Old Merlin hath the deepest wisdom of all the earth. On Christmas Eve the city throbbed with the clank of arms and the tramp of the great retinues of princes.
老梅林拥有世上最深奥的智慧。圣诞节前夕，这座城市充满了武器的铿锵声和王子们伟大随从的脚步声。
Kings and powerful lords who had come at the archbishop's summons, and by day and night the narrow ways were crowded with armed men. Long ere the dawn of Christmas Day,
国王和有权有势的领主应大主教的召唤而来，狭窄的道路上，白天和晚上都挤满了武装人员。早在圣诞节黎明之前，
the lords and the common people betook themselves along the wide road, which led across to the church, which then stood in a wide space amid fields, and all knelt therein to mass.
领主和平民沿着通向教堂的宽阔道路走去，教堂矗立在田野中的一块宽阔的空间里，所有人都跪在里面做弥撒。
While it was yet dark, a great strange cry rang out in the churchyard. Some ran forth, and there by the wall behind the high altar they saw a vast stone, foursquare.
天还没黑，教堂墓地里就响起了一阵奇怪的叫喊声。有些人跑了出去，在高坛后面的墙边，他们看到一块巨大的石头，四方形。
That had not been there before, and in the middle thereof was stuck a great wedge of steel, and sticking therefrom by the point was a rich sword. On the blade were written words in Latin.
那是以前不存在的，中间插着一个巨大的钢楔，从尖端上粘着一把华丽的剑，剑刃上写着拉丁文。
which a clerk read forth, which said, Whoso pulleth this sword out of this stone and wedge of steel is rightwise born king of all Britain.
一名职员宣读了这封信，上面写着：谁能从这块石头和钢屑中拔出这把剑，谁就理所当然地成为全英国的国王。
The clerk ran into the church and told the archbishop, and men were all amazed and would have gone instantly to see this marvel, but the archbishop bade them stay.
书记员跑进教堂，告诉了大主教，人们都很惊讶，想立即去看这个奇迹，但大主教让他们留下来。
Finish your prayers to God, he said, for no man may touch this strange thing till high mass be done. When mass was finished, all poured forth from the church and thronged about the stone.
完成对上帝的祈祷吧，他说，在弥撒结束之前，没有人可以碰这个奇怪的东西。弥撒结束后，所有人都从教堂涌出，聚集在石头周围。
And marveled at the words on the sword. First King Lot, with a light laugh, took hold of the handle and essayed to pull out the point of the sword, but he could not.
并对剑上的文字感到惊叹。罗德王一笑，握住剑柄，想要拔出剑尖，却拔不出。
And his face went hot and angry. Then King Nenters of Garlot took his place with a jest, but though he heaved at the sword with all his burly strength, till it seemed like to snap,
他的脸变得又热又愤怒。然后，加洛特国王南特雷斯开玩笑地接替了他的位置，但尽管他用尽了他所有的魁梧力量来拉动剑，直到它看起来像是折断了。
he could not move it, and so let go at last with an angry oath. All the others essayed in like manner, but by none was it moved a jot, and all stood about discomfited.
他无法移动它，所以最后愤怒地发誓放开了它。其他人也纷纷议论，但没有一个人有丝毫动摇，所有人都站在那里，局促不安。
Looking with black looks at one another and the stone. He that is rightwise born ruler of Britain is not here, said the archbishop at length, but doubt not he shall come in God's good time.
用黑色看着彼此，也看着石头。这位天生的不列颠统治者并不在这里，大主教最后说道，但毫无疑问，他会在上帝适当的时候到来。
Meanwhile, let a tent be raised over the stone, and do you lords appoint 10 of your number to watch over it, and we will assay this sword again after New Year's Day.
同时，在石头上搭起帐篷，诸位大人派10人看守，过完元旦再试剑。
So that the kings and lords should be kept together, the archbishop appointed a great tournament to be held on New Year's Day on the wasteland north of the city.
为了让国王和领主们保持在一起，大主教指定元旦在城北的荒地上举行一场盛大的比武大会。
Which men now call Smithfield. Now when the day was come, a certain lord, Sir Ector de Morven, who had great lands about the Isle of Thorney, rode towards the justs with his son, Sir Kay.
人们现在称之为史密斯菲尔德。当这一天到来时，一位领主 埃克托·德·莫文爵士在索尼岛附近拥有大片土地，与他的儿子凯爵士一起骑马参加比武。
And young Arthur, who was Sir Kay's foster brother. When they had got nearly to the place, suddenly Sir Kay bethought him that he had left his sword at home. Do you ride back, young Arthur?
还有年轻的亚瑟，他是凯爵士的养兄弟。当他们快到那个地方时，凯爵士突然想起他把剑落在家里了。你骑回去吗，年轻的亚瑟？
He said, and fetch me my sword, for if I do not have it I may not fight. Willingly Arthur turned his horse and rode back swiftly. But when he had arrived at the house,
他说，把我的剑拿来，因为如果我没有它，我就无法战斗。亚瑟心甘情愿地调转马头，迅速策马回去。但当他到了家里的时候，
he found it shut up and none was within, for all had gone to the justs. Then was he a little wroth, and rode back wondering how he should obtain a sword for his foster brother. Suddenly,
他发现门关着，里面没人，因为所有人都去参加比武了。然后他有点生气，骑马回去，想着如何为他的养兄取得一把剑。突然，
as he saw the tower of St. Paul's Church through the trees, he bethought him of the sword in the stone, about which many men had spoken in his hearing. I will ride thither, said he.
当他透过树林看到圣保罗教堂的塔楼时，他想起了许多人在他耳边谈论过的时钟剑。我会骑马去那里，他说。
And see if I may get that sword for my brother, for he shall not be without a sword this day. When he came to the churchyard, he tied his horse to the stile.
看看我是否可以为我的兄弟拿到那把剑，因为今天他不会没有剑。当他来到墓地时，他把马拴在栅栏上。
And went through the grave mounds to the tent wherein was the sword. He found the place unwatched, and the flashing sword was sticking by the point in the stone.
穿过坟墓，来到藏有剑的帐篷。他发现这个地方无人看管，闪光的剑就粘在石头上。
Lightly he grasped the handle of the sword with one hand, and it came forth straightway. Then, glad that his brother should not be without a sword, he swiftly gat upon his horse and rode on.
他单手轻轻一握剑柄，剑径直出。然后，他很高兴他的兄弟没有剑，他迅速跨上马，继续前行。
And delivered the sword to Sir Kay, and thought no more of aught but the splendid knights and richly garbed lords that were at the justs. But Sir Kay looked at the sword and the writing.
他把剑交给了凯爵士，脑子里只想着参加比武的英俊骑士和衣着华丽的贵族。但凯爵士看着这把剑和上面的文字，
and knew it was the sword of the stone, and marveled how young Arthur had possessed himself thereof.
他知道那是石之剑，并惊叹年轻的亚瑟竟然拥有这把剑。
And being of a covetous and sour mind, he thought how he might make advantage for himself. He went to his father, Sir Ector, and said, Lo, father, This is the sword of the stone.
由于他心地贪婪，脾气暴躁，他想怎样才能为自己谋取利益。他去找他的父亲埃克托爵士，说道：“瞧，父亲，这是石头之剑。”
And surely am I rightful king. Sir Ector knew the sword and marveled, but his look was stern as he gazed into the crafty eyes of his son. Come ye with me, he said.
我当然是合法的国王。艾克特爵士认识这把剑，也感到惊叹不已，但当他凝视着儿子狡猾的眼睛时，他的神情却很严峻。跟我来吧，他说。
And all three rode to the church, and alit from their horses and went in. Sir Ector strode up the aisle to the altar, and turning to his son, said sternly, Now.
三人都骑马前往教堂，下马走了进去。埃克托爵士大步沿着过道走向祭坛，转向他的儿子，严厉地说：“现在。”
Swear on God's book and the holy relics how thou didst get the sword. Sir Kay's heart went weak, and he stammered out the truth. How got you the sword? Asked Sir Ector of Arthur. Sir.
对着上帝的书和圣物启示，你是如何得到这把剑的？凯爵士心软了，结结巴巴地说出了真相。你是怎么得到这把剑的？亚瑟王的埃克托爵士问道。先生。
I will tell you, said Arthur, and so told him all as it had happened. Sir Ector marveled what this should mean.
我会告诉你的，阿瑟说，然后把事情的经过都告诉了他。埃克托爵士很惊讶，这意味着什么？
For Arthur had been given to him to nourish and rear as a week-old child by Merlin, but the wizard had only told him that the babe was a son of a dead lady.
因为亚瑟在1个星期大的时候就被梅林交给了他抚养和抚养，但巫师只告诉他这个婴儿是一位死去女士的儿子。
Whose lord had been slain by the pagans. Then Sir Ector went to the stone and bade Arthur put back the sword into the wedge of steel, which the young man did easily.
其君主已被异教徒杀害。然后埃克托爵士走到石头旁，命令亚瑟把剑放回钢械中，年轻人轻松地做到了。
Thereupon Sir Ector strove with all his strength to draw the sword forth again, but though he pulled till he sweated, he could not stir the sword. Now you essay it, he said to his son.
于是埃克托爵士用尽全力再次拔剑，但尽管拉得满头大汗，却无法拨动剑。现在你来写吧，他对儿子说。
But not that Sir Kay could do availed. Now do you try, he bade Arthur. Arthur lightly grasped the handle with one hand, and the sword came out without hindrance.
但凯爵士所做的一切都无济于事。现在你试试吧，他吩咐亚瑟。亚瑟单手轻轻握住剑柄，剑毫无阻碍地拖出。
Therewith Sir Ector sank to his knees, and Sir Kay also, and they bared their heads. Alas, said Arthur, my own dear father and brother, why kneel ye so to me? Nay, nay, my lord Arthur, it is not so.
随后，埃克托爵士跪了下来，凯爵士也跪了下来。 他们都露出了头。哎，阿瑟说，我亲爱的父亲和兄弟，为什么要向我下跪呢？不，不，亚瑟大人，事实并非如此。
Said Sir Ector, for I was never your father. I wot well you are of higher blood than I weened. For Merlin delivered you to me while yet ye were a babe.
埃克托爵士说，因为我从来都不是你的父亲。我知道，你们的血统比我的血统更高，因为梅林在你还是个婴儿的时候就把你交给了我。
The tears came into Arthur's eyes when he knew that Sir Ector was not his father, for the young man had loved him as if he were of his own blood. Sir, said Ector unto Arthur.
当亚瑟知道埃克托爵士不是他的父亲时，他的眼里涌出了泪水，因为这个年轻人爱他，就好像他是自己的亲生骨肉一样。先生，埃克托对亚瑟说
Will you be my good and kind lord when ye are king? Ah, if this be true as ye say, cried Arthur, ye shall desire of me whatsoever ye may, and I shall give it you.
当你们成为国王后，你们愿意做我善良仁慈的主人吗？啊，如果你说的是真的，亚瑟喊道，无论你想要什么，我都会给你。
For both you and my good lady and dear mother your wife have kept and loved me as your own. Sir, said Sir Ector, I crave a boon of you, that while you live, your foster brother, Sir Kay.
为了你和我的好女士和亲爱的母亲，你的妻子一直把我当作你自己的孩子一样爱护着我。先生，埃克托爵士说，我渴望得到你的恩惠，只要你活着，你的养兄凯爵士
shall be high seneschal of all your lands. That shall be done, and never man shall have that office but him, while he and I live, replied Arthur.
将成为你们所有土地的最高总管。那就这样吧，只要他和我还活着，除了他之外，任何人都不能担任这个职务。阿瑟回答道。
Then hastily Sir Ector rode to the Archbishop, and told him how and by whom the sword had been achieved from the stone.
然后，埃克托爵士急忙骑马去找大主教，告诉他这把剑是如何以及由谁从石头中获得的。
Thereupon the Archbishop let call a great meeting on 12th day of all the kings and barons. So on the day appointed, all men gathered in the churchyard of St. Paul's.
于是，大主教在第12日召集了所有国王和男爵的一次盛大会议。所以在指定的日子，所有人都聚集在圣保罗教堂的墓地。
And the tent was removed from about the stone. From day dawn to the evening the kings and princes and lords strove each in his turn to draw the sword from the stone.
帐篷就从石头周围移开。从早到晚，国王、王子和领主都争先恐后地从石头上拔出剑。
But none of them availed to move it. While they stood about, dark of look, gnawing their lips with rage and disappointment.
但没有人愿意去移动它。当他们站在那里，表情阴沉、愤怒和失望地咬着嘴唇时，
The Archbishop turned privily to Sir Ector and bade him bring Arthur. The young man came, quietly clad in a tunic of brown samite of medium height.
大主教私下转向埃克托爵士，吩咐他带上亚瑟。年轻人来了，安静地穿着棕色锦缎长袍，中等身材。
With curly hair above a fair face of noble, though mild mien. As he came among the richly clad nobles, they looked haughtily at him, and wondered who he was and why he came.
一头卷发，白皙的脸上显得高贵而温和。当他来到衣着华丽的贵族之中时，他们都傲慢地看着他，想知道他是谁，为什么来。
For as yet none had been told that the sword had been drawn by him. The archbishop, tall, white-haired and reverend, called Arthur to him and said in grave tones, "My son."
因为到目前为止，还没有人知道这把剑是他拔出的。高大白发的大主教将亚瑟叫到身边，语气严肃地说：“我的孩子。”
I have heard a strange tale of thee, and whether it be true or false, God shall decide. Now, therefore, do you take hold upon the sword and essay to draw it from the stone. The proud barons.
我听说过一个关于你的奇怪故事，无论是真是假，上帝都会决定。因此，现在你们就拿起这把剑和这篇文章，把它从石头上拔出来吧，骄傲的贵族们。
Some with looks amazed and others with sneering laughter pressed about the young man as he stepped towards the stone. Arthur took the handle of the sword with his right hand.
一些人一脸惊讶，另一些人则带着冷笑，围住了年轻人，朝着那块石头走去。亚瑟右手握住剑柄。
And the sword seemed to fall into his grasp. Thereat arose great cries of rage, and angry looks flashed forth, and many a hand went to dagger haft. "Ho, Archbishop!" cried King Lot.
剑似乎落入了他的手中，顿时，愤怒的叫喊声响起，愤怒的目光闪过，许多人的手伸向了匕首。呵，大主教！洛特王喊道。
Fiercely striding towards the tall ecclesiastic, "What wizard's brat are you foisting upon us here to draw the sword by magic? 'Tis a trick," cried Nenters of Garlot.
猛地大步走向高大的教室，你把哪个巫师小子强加到我们这里来用魔法拔剑？这是一个诡计！加洛特的南特尔喊道。
His bluff manner falling from him, and all the savage anger gleaming from his eyes. A trick that shall not blind men such as we.
他那直率的态度消失了，所有的野蛮愤怒都从他的眼睛里闪烁出来。这个诡计不会让我们这样的人蒙蔽双眼。
Who is this beggar's boy that is put forth to shame us kings and nobles? Said King Mark.
这个乞丐的孩子是谁？被生来羞辱我们国王和贵族。马克国王说。
And his hand sought his dagger as he disappeared among the crowd and wormed his way towards where stood young Arthur. But Sir Ector and Sir Kay, seeing the threatening looks of all.
当他消失在人群中时，他的手寻找着他的匕首，并缓慢地向站着的年轻亚瑟走去。 但艾克特爵士和凯爵士看到所有人都露出威胁的表情。
had quickly ranged themselves beside young Arthur, and with them went Sir Bedivere, Sir Bodwin, and Sir Ulfius, 3 noble lords who had loved King Uther well. Peace, lords.
很快，他们就站到了年轻的亚瑟身边，同行的还有贝德维尔爵士、鲍德温爵士和乌尔菲乌斯爵士，这3位非常喜爱乌瑟尔国王的贵族领主。诸位，请平安。
said the old archbishop, calmly meeting the raging looks about him. You know what words are about the sword, and this youth hath drawn the sword. I know not of tricks or wizardry.
老大主教平静地看着周围愤怒的目光，说道：“你们知道剑是什么意思？这个年轻人拔出了剑。我对诡计或魔法一无所知。”
But I think high heaven hath chosen this way of showing who shall be lord of this land, and I think this young man is rightful king of us all.
但我认为上天选择了这种方式来表明谁将成为这片土地的主人，而且我认为这个年轻人是我们所有人的合法国王。
'Tis some base-born churl's son that the wizard Merlin would foist upon us, cried the barons. We will have none of him. A shame and dishonor it is, so to try to overrule us.
这是巫师梅林强加给我们的某个出身卑鄙的粗鲁的儿子。贵族们喊道：“我们不会拥有他。这是一种耻辱和耻辱，所以试图推翻我们。”
Kings and lords of high lineage, with an unknown youth, cried others. We will have the sword put back and set a watch over it, cried King Uriens, and we will meet here again at Candlemas.
有着高贵血统的国王和领主，却有着不知名的年轻人。其他人喊道：“我们将把剑放回去，并派人看守它。”乌里安国王喊道：“我们将在圣烛节再次相见。”
And essay the sword. And at that time, my lord archbishop, thou shalt do the proper rites to exorcise all evil powers, and then we will try this sword once more. So was it agreed by all.
并写剑。到那时，大主教大人，你应该举行适当的仪式来驱除所有邪恶的力量，然后我们将再次尝试剑。所以大家都同意了。
And 10 knights watched day and night about the stone and the sword. But it befell at Candlemas as it had befallen at 12th day, that for all their strength and might,
10名骑士日夜守护着石头和剑，但它发生在圣烛节，就像它发生在第12天一样，尽管他们有力量和力量。
None of the kings or barons could draw forth the sword, but into the hand of the unknown Arthur the weapon seemed to fall, whereat they were all sore aggrieved and rageful.
没有一个国王或贵族能够拔出剑，但武器似乎落到了不知名的亚瑟手中。对此，他们都感到非常委屈和愤怒。
And resolved that they would have yet another trial at Easter. It befell at the feast of Easter as it had befallen before.
并决定他们将在复活节再次接受审判。它发生在复活节盛宴上，就像以前发生过的那样。
And this time the kings and lords for angry spite would have fallen upon Arthur and slain him, but the archbishop threatened them with the most dreadful ban of Holy Church.
这一次，国王和领主们本想愤怒地攻击亚瑟并杀死他，但大主教却以最可怕的神圣教会禁令来威胁他们。
They forbore, therefore, and went aside, and declared that it was their will to essay the sword again at the high feast of Pentecost. By Merlin's advice, the young Arthur went never about.
因此，他们忍住了，走到一边，宣称他们愿意在五旬节的盛宴上再次实践。根据梅林的建议，年轻的亚瑟从来没有出去过。
Unless the 5 friends of Uther were with him, that is to say, Sir Ector and his son Sir Kay, Sir Bedivere, Sir Bodwin, and Sir Ulfius.
除非乌瑟尔的5个朋友和他在一起，即埃克托爵士和他的儿子凯爵士、贝德维尔爵士、鲍德温爵士和乌尔菲乌斯爵士。
And though at divers times men were found skulking or hiding in the horse stall, the dark wood by the hall, or the bend in the lane, in places where Arthur might pass.
尽管在不同的时间里，有人被发现在马厩里、大厅旁的黑树林里，或者小巷的拐弯处，在亚瑟可能经过的地方偷偷摸摸或藏身。
No harm came to him by reason of the loving watch of those noble knights. Again at the feast of Pentecost, men gathered in the churchyard of St. Paul's.
由于那些高贵骑士的爱护，他并没有受到任何伤害。在五旬节那天，人们再次聚集在圣保罗教堂的墓地里。
And the press of people was such that no man had ever seen the like. Once more the kings and princes and great barons, to the number of 49, came forward.
人们的压力如此之大，从来没有人见过这样的情况。国王、王子和大贵族们再次上前，共49人。
And each in turn pulled and drew at the sword and the stone until the sweat stood on their brows. Nevertheless, though the sword point was but the width of a palm in the stone,
每个人轮流用力地拉扯石中的剑，直到额头上冒出汗水。然而，虽然剑尖在石头中只有巴掌宽，
not the mightiest of them could move it by the breadth of a hair. King Mark of Tintagel was the last of them who had to stand back at length, baffled and raging inwardly.
即使是最强大的人，也无法将其移动到一根头发丝的宽度。廷塔杰尔国王马克是最后一个不得不退后一步的人，他内心感到困惑和愤怒。
Many were the evil looks that would have slain Arthur as he stood among his friends. Then a cry came from among the common people.
当亚瑟站在他的朋友们中间时，许多邪恶的目光足以杀死他。随后，百姓中传来一声呼喊。
And so strong was it that the nobles looked as if they hated to hear it. Let Arthur draw the sword, was the call from 1,000 throats.
声音如此强烈，以至于贵族们都一副讨厌听的样子。让亚瑟拔剑吧，这是来自1000个喉咙的呼唤。
The venerable archbishop came and took Arthur by the hand, and led him towards the sword. Again the young man held the rich pommel with his single hand.
德高望重的大主教走过来，拉着亚瑟的手，带他走向剑。年轻人再次单手握着华丽的鞍头。
And that which none of the 49 great men could do, he did as easily as if he but plucked a flower. A fierce cry leaped from among the thousands of the common people.
49位伟人都做不到的事情，他却做到了，就像摘一朵花一样轻松。数千百姓之中，爆发出一声激烈的叫喊。
Arthur shall be our king, they cried. Arthur is our king. We will no longer deny him. Many of the princes and barons cried out with the commons that this was their will also.
亚瑟将成为我们的国王。他们哭了。亚瑟是我们的国王，我们不会再否认他了。许多王子和男爵与平民一起呼喊，这也是他们的意愿。
But 11 of the most powerful and ambitious showed by their arrogant and angry gestures that they refused to own Arthur as their lord. For a long time the uproar raged.
但是11位最有权势、最野心勃勃的人，却以傲慢和愤怒的姿态表明，他们拒绝承认亚瑟为他们的领主。喧嚣持续了很长一段时间。
The cries of the common folk becoming fiercer and more menacing against the counter cries of the 11 kings and their adherents.
普通民众的呼声变得更加激烈和凶险，而11位国王及其追随者的反声呼喊也变得更加激烈。
At length from among the people there came the governor of London, who, in his rich robes of office, leaped upon the stone where, but lately the sword had been. My lords.
最后，伦敦总督从人群中走了出来，他穿着华丽的官袍，跳到了不久前还放着剑的石头上。各位大人，
I speak the will of the commons, he cried, and at his voice all were silent. We have taken counsel together, and we will have Arthur for our king. We will put him no more in delay.
我代表的是下议院的意志。他喊道，听到他的声音，所有人都安静了。我们共同商议，我们将任命亚瑟为我们的国王。我们不会再耽搁他了。
For we all see that it is God's will that he shall be our king, and who that holdeth against him we will slay. With that he got down from the stone, kneeled before Arthur.
因为我们都知道，上帝的旨意是让他成为我们的国王，谁反对他，我们就杀掉谁。说完，他从石头上下来，跪在亚瑟面前。
Put the keys of the city in his hands, and rendered homage unto him. The great multitude kneeled likewise, bowing their bare heads, and cried him mercy, because they had denied him so long.
将城的钥匙交在他手中，并向他致敬。一大群人也同样跪下来，低着头，向他呼求怜悯，因为他们已经否认他这么久了。
Because they feared the great multitude, the 11 kings kneeled with them, but in their hearts was rage and rebellion. Then Arthur took the sword between his hands and,
因为惧怕大军，11位王都与他们一同下跪，但他们心中却充满了愤怒和反抗。 然后亚瑟双手捧起剑。
Going into the church, he laid it on the high altar, and the archbishop blessed him. Then, since Arthur was as yet unknighted, King Cator of Cornwall, who was brother of King Uther,
他走进教堂，把它放在高坛上，大主教为他祝福。然后，由于亚瑟尚未封爵，康沃尔国王卡多尔，乌瑟尔国王的兄弟，
made him a knight. Standing up in the sight of all the people, lords and commons, Arthur laid his left hand upon the holy relics. Then, lifting up his right hand,
使他成为骑士。亚瑟在所有人民、领主和平民的面前站起来，将左手放在圣物上，然后举起右手。
he swore that he would be a true king, to stand forth as their ruler in justice and mercy, to keep them from oppression, to redress their wrongs.
他发誓，他将成为一个真正的国王，以正义和仁慈站出来，作为他们的统治者，使他们免受压迫，纠正他们的错误。
And to establish right throughout the length and breadth of his dominions. Men went forth from the church in great joy, for now they had a king they loved.
并在他的领土范围内建立正义。人们满怀喜悦地走出教堂，因为现在他们有了一位他们所爱的国王。
And they felt that the land was safe from civil strife and the griefs of war.
他们觉得这片土地免受内乱和战争的痛苦。
When Arthur in his palace at London had received the homage of all the lords and princes from the lands south of Humber, he appointed his officers. Sir Kay he made seneschal or steward.
当亚瑟在伦敦的宫殿里接受了亨伯以南地区所有领主和王子的效忠时，他任命了他的军官。凯爵士被任命为总管或管家。
And Sir Bodwin was made constable, and Sir Ulfius he named chamberlain of his court. By the counsel of Merlin he made Sir Bedivere warden of the northern marches.
鲍德温爵士被任命为警察，沃尔菲乌斯爵士被任命为宫廷内侍。根据梅林的建议，他任命贝德维尔爵士为北方边境的典狱长。
For the lands of the 11 kings lay mostly in the country north of Trent, and though those princes had yielded lip service to Arthur,
因为11位国王的土地大部分位于特伦特以北的地区，尽管这些王子口头上向亚瑟屈服了。
Merlin knew that in their hearts they nurtured the seeds of conspiracy. King Arthur made a progress through all his territories.
梅林知道，他们的心里已经埋下了阴谋的种子。亚瑟王在他所有的领土上都取得了进展。
Staying at the halls of those who did service for the lands they held of him, and he commanded all those who had suffered evil or wrong to come to him, and many came.
他住在那些为他所拥有的土地服务的人的大厅里，他命令所有遭受邪恶或错误的人来找他，很多人都来了。
The king's wrath when he heard a tale of women and orphans wronged or robbed or evilly treated by proud or powerful lords and knights was terrible to see.
当国王听到妇女和孤儿被骄傲或强大的领主和骑士冤枉、抢劫或邪恶对待的故事时，他的愤怒是可怕的。
Many were the pale captives he released from their deep dungeons. Many were the tears he wiped away.
许多是他从深牢中释放出来的苍白俘虏，许多是他擦去的泪水。
And hard and heavy was his punishment of evil lords who thought their power would forever shield them from penalty for their cruelties and oppression. When this was done,
他对邪恶领主的惩罚是严厉而沉重的。这些领主认为他们的力量将永远保护他们免受残酷和压迫的惩罚。当这一切完成后，
he caused a proclamation to be uttered that he would hold his coronation at the city of Kurlianaponusk at the feast of Hallowmas then following.
他下令宣布，他将在随后的神圣弥撒盛宴上，在乌斯克河畔卡利恩市举行加冕典礼。
And he commanded all his loyal subjects to attend. When the time came,
他命令所有忠诚的臣民参加。当时间到了，
all the countryside on the marches of Wales was filled with the trains of noblemen and their knights and servants gathering towards the city.
威尔士边境的所有乡村都挤满了贵族及其骑士和仆人，他们正向城市聚集。
As Arthur looked from the window of the palace which the Romans had builded, and which looked far and wide over the crowded roads,
当亚瑟从罗马人建造的宫殿的窗户往外看时，这座宫殿俯瞰着拥挤的道路。
word was brought to him that 6 of the kings who had resented his kingship had come to the city. At this Arthur was glad, for he was full gentle and kindly.
有人告诉他，6位对他的王权怀有怨恨的国王已经来到这座城市。亚瑟对此很高兴，因为他非常温柔和善。
And would liefer be friendly with a man than his enemy, thinking that these kings and knights had come for love of him and to do him worship at his feast.
与一个人相比，他更愿意与他的敌人保持友好关系，以为这些国王和骑士是为了爱他而来，并在他的盛宴上崇拜他。
King Arthur sent them many and rich presents, but his messengers returned, saying that the kings and knights had received them with insults.
亚瑟王送给他们许多丰富的礼物，但他的使者回来了，说国王和骑士以侮辱的方式接待了他们。
And had refused to take the gifts of a beardless boy who had come, they said, of low blood. Whereat the king's eyes flashed grimly, but at that time he said no word.
他拒绝接受一个没有胡子的男孩的礼物，他们说这个男孩出身卑微。国王眼中闪过一丝冷酷，但当时他没有说话。
In the joustings and knightly games that were part of the festival of the coronation, the 6 kings ever ranged themselves against King Arthur and his knights.
在加冕节的比武和骑士比赛中，6位国王曾与亚瑟王和他的骑士们对抗。
And did him all the despite they could achieve. At that time they deemed themselves not strong enough to hurt the king, and therefore did no open act of revolt. Now it happened.
尽管他们可以实现，但还是为他做了一切。当时他们认为自己的力量不足以伤害国王，因此没有公开反抗。现在事情发生了。
When the feasting was over and many of the kings and lords had departed home again, that Arthur stood in the door of his hall that looked into the street, and with his 3 best nobles.
当宴会结束，许多国王和领主再次离开家时，亚瑟站在他面向街道的大厅门口，和他的3位最优秀的贵族一起。
Sir Kay, Sir Bedivere, and Sir Bodwin, he watched the rich cavalcades of his lords pass out of the town. Suddenly, as he stood there, a little page boy,
凯爵士、贝德维尔爵士和鲍德温爵士，他看着他的领主们富裕的队伍驶出城镇。突然，当他像个小侍童一样站在那里时，
fair of face, but for the pitiful sorrow and gauntness upon it, dashed from the throng of a lord's retinue, which was passing, and threw himself along the ground.
他面容俊美，但脸上却带着可怜的悲伤和憔悴。他从路过的领主的随从人群中冲了出来，扑倒在地。
His hands clutching the feet of the king. "O King Arthur, save me," the lad cried, spent of breath, "or this evil lord will slay me as he hath slain my mother and my brothers."
他的双手紧紧抓住国王的脚。亚瑟王啊，救救我吧！小伙子气喘吁吁地喊道，不然这个邪恶的领主会杀了我，就像他杀了我的母亲和兄弟一样。
From the throng a tall black knight, leaping from his horse, strode towards the boy, and would have torn his hands from their hold upon the king's feet. "Back, Sir Knight," said the king.
人群中，一位高大的黑骑士从马上跳下，大步朝男孩走来，差点把他抓在国王脚上的双手扯开。回来吧，骑士先生。国王说。
"I will hear more of this. Who are you?" The knight laughed insolently. Oh, I am one that the last king knew well to his sorrow. I am Turquine, brother to Sir Caradoc of the Dolorous Tower."
我会听到更多这样的事情。你是谁？骑士傲慢地笑道。我是最后一位国王深知他的悲伤的人。我是图奎因，痛苦之塔卡拉多克爵士的兄弟。
"What is this boy to you?" "He is Owen, the caitiff son of a brave father, who gave him to my care to train in knightly ways. But 'tis a puling fool, more fitting for the bowers of ladies. Nay, king."
这个男孩对你来说是什么？他是欧文，一个勇敢父亲的流浪儿子。我把他交给我照顾，接受骑士训练。但这是一个迷人的傻瓜，更适合女士们的凉亭。不，国王。
"He lies," said the lad who kneeled before the king. "I am his nephew. His hand slew my dear father treacherously, and he hath starved my mother to her death."
他说谎，跪在国王面前的小伙子说道：“我是他的侄子，他的手奸诈地杀死了我亲爱的父亲， 他也饿死了我的母亲。
For our lands are rich while his are poor, and my father warned me of him ere he died. This man hath kept me prisoner, used me evilly, starving me and wheeling me with cruel blows daily.
因为我们的土地很富裕，而他的土地很贫穷。我父亲在他去世前就警告过我，这个人囚禁了我，邪恶地利用了我，每天让我挨饿，用残酷的打击折磨我。
I think he hath my death in his heart. I can speak of this thing, said a knight who came forth from the throng. I am Sir Miles of Bandon. I know this lad speaks truth.
我想他心里已经记着我的死了。我可以谈论这件事。从人群中走出来的一位骑士说道：“我是班登的迈尔斯爵士。我知道这小伙子说的是实话。”
For his father was mine own dear cousin. This Sir Turquine is a felon knight. The brow of the king went dark.
因为他的父亲是我亲爱的表弟。这位特奎因爵士是一名重罪犯骑士。国王的眉头一沉。
He looked from the cruel, insolent face of the Black Knight to the wan, beseeching face of the lad. Hark ye, said Arthur de Turquine, and his voice was terrible, for all that it was very quiet.
他的目光从黑骑士冷酷无礼的脸转向少年苍白哀求的脸。听着，亚瑟对特奎因说道，他的声音虽然很安静，但很可怕。
Ye shall answer to me and my justice for any evil you have done this young boy or his people. When I send for thee, come at once, or it will be worse for thee. The boy stays with me. Now be gone.
你们要为这个小男孩或他的人民所做的任何恶行向我和我的正义负责。当我派人去叫你时，你立刻来，否则你的处境会更糟。那男孩留在我身边。现在走吧。
The big knight looked with hatred and surprise in his eyes, and for a while said not. Then, with an insolent laugh, he turned and vaulted on his horse.
大骑士眼中充满仇恨和惊讶，一时没有说话。然后他傲慢地笑了一声，转身跳上了马。
I may come when thou dost not expect me, Sir King, he said, mocking, and shot an evil look at the young page. Thenceforward the young page Owen stayed in the court.
国王先生，我可能会在你意想不到的时候来。他嘲讽地说，并用邪恶的眼光看了年轻的侍从。从此，年轻的侍从欧文就留在了法庭。
Doing his services deftly and quietly, with an eye ever on the king to do his bidding. One night, when a storm raged and the town lay dark and quiet, King Arthur sat in his hall.
巧妙而安静的履行职责，始终注视着国王执行他的命令。一天晚上，暴风雨肆虐，小镇一片漆黑，一片寂静。亚瑟王坐在他的大厅里。
Sir Kay and Sir Bedivere told tales, or the king's bard sang songs to amuse him, while about them moved young Owen, noiseless of step, quick of eye, and as restless as an unquiet spirit.
凯爵士和贝德维尔爵士讲故事，或者国王的吟游诗人唱歌来逗他开心， 而他们周围是年轻的欧文，脚步悄无声息，目光敏捷，像一个不安的灵魂一样焦躁不安。
Anon the lad would pass through the arras, creep to the great outer door, and look at the porter in his room beside it.
很快，小伙子就会穿过门廊，爬到大门前，看看门旁边房间里的门房。
Then he would stand at the wicket and listen to the rare footsteps pass down the road, and when the rising wind keened and shrilled through the crannies,
然后他会站在检票口，聆听路上罕见的脚步声。当升起的风从缝隙中呼啸而过时，
he would glance about him with quick looks as if in fear of an enemy. Once he went a Falk, the king's porter, and said, "'Tis a stormy night, Sir Falk."
他会快速地环顾四周，仿佛害怕敌人。有一次，他去找国王的搬运工法尔克，说道：“法尔克爵士，这是一个风雨交加的夜晚。”
I doubt few are about the streets of Caerleon on such a night. Few indeed, said Falk. Yet methought but now I heard the rattle of a bridle in the distance, as if a steed stood in armor.
我怀疑在这样一个夜晚，很少有人关注卡利恩的街道。确实很少，福尔克说。然而我想，现在我听到远处缰绳的嘎嘎声，仿佛一匹骏马穿着盔甲。
I heard naught, said Falk. 'Twould be but the grinding of a chain beside a horse block. Young Owen went away.
我什么也没听到，福尔克说，只不过是马车旁链条的摩擦声。年轻的欧文走了。
And sat where the king and his knights listened to the marvelous tales of the wise Gildas, who told of most terrible witches and warlocks in the wizard woods of Brittany.
国王和他的骑士们坐在那儿，听明智的吉尔达斯讲述布列塔尼巫师森林中最可怕的女巫和术士的奇妙故事。
Again the lad approached the door and listened. Then going to the porter, he said, "This drenching storm will tear the last poor leaves from the forest trees, I ween, Sir Falk. Of a truth."
小伙子再次走到门边听着，然后他走到搬运工那里说：“我想，这场倾盆大雨会把森林里最后可怜的叶子撕下来。”福克爵士，说实话
said the porter, "'tis over late for leaves. They be stuck in the mire of the rides long ere this. They could not be blown so far in this gushing storm," said the page.
搬运工说，叶子来得太晚了。在此之前，他们早已陷入游乐设施的泥潭了。在这场汹涌的风暴中，他们不可能被吹这么远，侍者说。
And therefore I have deceived myself. But I thought I heard the rustle of leaves on the stones before the door but now. It could not be, said the porter.
因此我欺骗了自己。但我想我听到了门前石头上树叶的沙沙声，但现在不可能，门房说。
It was doubtless the gouts of water from the roof of the hall thou didst hear. Owen went away, but in a little while returned, and softly opened the wicket panel in the door a little way.
你听到的无疑是大厅屋顶上的流水声。欧文走了，但不一会儿又回来了， 轻轻地把门上的门板打开了一点。
And looked forth into the roaring darkness of rain and wind. Think you, Sir Falk, he said, going to the porter.
望向风雨呼啸的黑暗，想想吧，福克爵士，他一边说，一边走向门房。
That the witches from the woods of Den do send their baleful fires on such a night as this to lead poor houseless wretches into the marsh below the wall? The porter laughed.
丹恩森林里的女巫们确实会在这样的夜晚放出恶毒的火焰，把可怜的无家可归的人带进墙下的沼泽里吗？搬运工笑了。
Thou art he overfull of fancies tonight, young sir, he said. Have no fear of witches. We're all safe and sound here till the blessed daylight comes, and none need stir out till then.
你今晚的幻想太多了，年轻的先生，他说，不要害怕女巫。在神圣的黎明来临之前，我们都安然无恙地待在这里，在那之前，没有人需要惊动。
Methought I saw a flash in the dark, but now, said Owen, as if 'twas the gleam of a sword or a wandering marsh fire. Not a doubt 'twas but a lightning flash, returned the porter. Now go ye.
我以为我在黑暗中看到了一道闪光，但现在，欧文说，仿佛那是一把剑的光芒，或者是一团徘徊的沼泽之火。毫无疑问，那只是一道闪电，搬运工回答道。现在你们走吧。
For I hear the king moving towards bed. Sleep soundly, lad. No need to fear this night. In a little while the palace was sunk in darkness.
因为我听到国王走向床边。睡个好觉吧，小伙子，今晚无需恐惧。不一会儿，宫殿就陷入了黑暗之中。
And in silence save for the smothered cries of sleepers in their dreams. Outside, the rain still sobbed at the eaves, and the wind beat at the narrow casements. Time passed.
一片寂静，只有睡梦中的人窒息的哭声。外面，雨还在屋檐上抽泣，风吹着狭窄的窗扉。时间飞逝。
And for all his weariness, young Owen could not sleep. His spirit had been heavy all the day, and vague and dreadful fears had haunted him.
尽管年轻的欧文很疲倦，却无法入睡。一整天，他的心情都很沉重，隐隐约约的可怕的恐惧一直萦绕在他的心头。
Something told him that the life of the beloved king, who had taken him from the foul and cruel power of Sir Turquine, was threatened.
有件事告诉他，这位将他从图奎因爵士邪恶而残酷的权力下夺走的心爱国王的生命受到了威胁。
He rose in the dark from his pallet of straw in the hall where lay the other pages, and stole softly out. He would make his way to the king's door, and, wrapped in his cloak, would lie before it.
他在黑暗中从大厅里放着其他树叶的稻草托盘上站起来，轻轻地溜了出去。他会走到国王的门口，裹着斗篷，躺在门前。
He felt his way softly along the corridor in the deep darkness. Suddenly he stopped. Something alive was near him in the dark. Even as he turned, A hand seized him by the throat.
他在深深的黑暗中沿着走廊轻轻地摸索着，突然他停了下来。黑暗中有一个活物就在他附近。正当他转身的时候，一只手掐住了他的喉咙。
And a hateful voice which he knew growled in his ear, "Lead us to the king's room, or this shall sink in thy heart." He knew at once that all his fears of the day and the night had been true.
一个他熟悉的可恶的声音在他耳边咆哮，带我们去国王的房间，否则这会深深地印在你的心里。他立刻知道他白天和黑夜的所有恐惧都是真的。
He had indeed heard the stealthy footsteps before the door of the hall, and had seen the dull gleam of a sword in the hand of one of those who lay in wait to murder the king. Speak.
他确实听到了大厅门前隐秘的脚步声，也看到了那些埋伏谋杀国王的人手中的剑发出暗淡的光芒。说话。
Said the voice again, "Is the king's room backward or forward?" "I will not tell thee," he gasped, and heard a low mocking laugh. "'Tis thee, my caitiff boy," sneered Sir Turquine, for he it was.
那个声音又说道：“国王的房间是朝前还是朝后？我不会告诉你。”他喘着气，然后听到一声低沉的嘲讽笑声：“就是你，我的坏孩子。”图奎因爵士冷笑道：“确实如此。”
"Then this for thee." With the words he thrust his dagger into the body of the struggling boy, who swooned and dropped to the floor. In a few moments Owen stirred.
那就给你这个。说着，他将匕首刺入了挣扎中的男孩的身体，男孩晕倒在地。过了一会儿，欧文动了动。
For his struggles had caused his enemy's dagger to swerve, and though weak from loss of blood, the young page knew that he must act at once to save his hero from the murderous knives.
因为他的挣扎导致敌人的匕首转向，尽管年轻的侍从因失血过多而虚弱，但他知道他必须立即采取行动，从凶残的刀下拯救他的英雄。
He heard the stealthy footsteps of the murderers going backwards to the hall, and, filled with joy, he pressed forward. His head was dizzy. He felt as if every moment he must sink in a swoon.
他听到凶手们鬼鬼祟祟的脚步声向后退到大厅，他满心欢喜地向前推进。他的头很晕，他感觉自己每时每刻都要陷入昏厥之中。
But at length he reached the door, turned the handle, and fell in. "The king!" he cried. "Save the king! Turquine has broken in and seeks his life."
但最终他到达了门口，转动门把手，掉了进去。国王，他哭了，救救国王 ！Turquine 闯入并寻命。
At his shrill cry there was the rush of men and torches along the corridors and into the room. Sir Bedivere was at the head of them, and in a moment he...
随着他的尖叫声，人们拿着火把沿着走廊冲进房间。贝德维尔爵士走在他们的前面，不一会儿，他
with 20 half-dressed knights behind him, was scattering through the palace seeking the murderers, while the king ordered his leech or doctor to attend instantly to Owen's wound.
身后跟着20名衣衫褴褛的骑士，他们分散在宫殿里寻找凶手，而国王则命令他的水蛭或医生立即处理欧文的伤口。
This was soon found not to be severe, and the lad was laid at the foot of the king's bed, glad and proud to hear the king's words of praise. Then Sir Bedivere entered.
很快就发现情况并不严重，小伙子被放在国王的床脚边，听到国王的赞美之词，感到高兴和自豪。然后贝德维尔爵士走了进来，
saying that the murderers had fled as soon as they found they were discovered. But, my lord king, he said, this is no murderous attempt by one insolent lord. It means my king.
说凶手一被发现就逃跑了。但是，国王大人，他说道，这并不是一个无理的领主的谋杀企图。这意味着，我的国王，
that thou wilt have to fight for thy kingdom. It is civil war. What mean you, Sir Bedivere? Sir Turquine is but one of them, my king, replied Bedivere.
你必须为你的王国而战，这是内战。贝德维尔爵士，你这是什么意思？我的国王，图奎因爵士只是其中之一。贝德维尔回答道。
He is but the tool of the 6 kings who have put such great despite upon you. For with them also in this midnight murder raid I saw King Nenters of Garlot and Duke Cambinet. Suddenly,
他不过是6王的工具而已，他们对你如此不屑。因为在这场午夜谋杀袭击中，我也和他们一起看到了加洛特国王南特雷斯和坎贝内公爵。突然，
as he spoke, the tall grey form of Merlin took shape before them, for so great and marvelous was the power of this wizard, that he could come and go unseen.
当他说话的时候，梅林高大的灰色身影在他们面前成形，因为这个巫师的力量是如此伟大和奇妙，他可以在不被发现的情况下来去。
Except when he willed that men should see him. Sir, said Merlin, ye owe your life to this brave lad here, and he shall be a passing good man when he shall have attained his full strength.
除非他愿意让人看见他。先生，梅林说，你欠这个勇敢的小伙子你的命，当他获得全部力量时，他将成为一个过往的好人。
And he doth deserve your high and gracious favor. That shall he have, said the king, and smiled at young Owen.
他值得你的高度和仁慈的青睐，他会得到的，国王说道，并对年轻的欧文微笑。
And the smile made the lad forget all the burning of his wound for very pride and gladness. And now, said Merlin,
这个微笑让小伙子忘记了伤口的灼烧感，感到非常自豪和高兴。现在，梅林说
If you will gather your men, I will lead you to the hold of those murderous kings by a secret way, and ye should give them such a sudden blow as will discomfit them.
如果你们能聚集你们的人，我会带你们走一条秘密的路，到那些凶残的国王那里去。你们应该给他们突然的打击，使他们溃不成军。
In a little while all was ready, and then, silently, with muffled arms,
过了一会儿，一切都准备好了，然后默默地用被围住的手臂。
the men of Arthur were marching forth down the narrow dark lanes of the town to where the place was ruinous, with old houses left forsaken by their Roman masters when they had gone from Britain 50 years before.
亚瑟的部下正沿着镇上狭窄黑暗的小巷行进，那里已是一片废墟，到处都是罗马主人50年前离开英国时遗弃的老房子。
Merlin led them to a great squat tower which stood beside the wall, wherein a single light gleamed at a high window, causing some to surround this place.
梅林领着他们来到了一座位于墙边的巨大矮塔，塔内高高的窗户里闪烁着一丝灯光，导致一些人包围了这个地方。
Merlin led others to a broken door, and there they entered in. Then was there a sudden uproar and fierce fighting in the rooms and up the narrow stairs. In the darkness, King Lot,
梅林带着其他人来到一扇破门前，他们进去了。然后房间里和狭窄的楼梯上突然传来一阵骚动和激烈的打斗声。在黑暗中，罗德王
with 100 knights, burst out through a rear door and thought to escape, but King Arthur with his knights waylaid them and slew on the right and on the left.
带着100名骑士从后门冲了出去，想要逃跑，但亚瑟王和他的骑士伏击了他们，从左右杀戮。
Doing such deeds that all took pride in his bravery and might of arms. Fiercely did King Lot press forward, and to his aid came Sir Caradoc, who set upon King Arthur in the rear.
这些事迹让所有人都为他的勇敢和武力感到自豪。罗特王猛烈地向前推进，卡拉多克爵士前来援助，他从后方攻击亚瑟王。
Arthur drew from his side the sword he had so marvelously taken from the stone, and in the darkness it flashed as if it were 30 torches, and it dazzled his enemies' eyes.
亚瑟从身边拔出那把他从石头上奇妙地取出的剑，在黑暗中，它闪烁着，仿佛有30把火把，让他的敌人眼花缭乱。
So that they gave way. By this time the common people of Caerleon had heard the great outcry and the clang of swords on armor.
他们就让路了。这时，卡利恩的普通百姓已经听到了巨大的抗议声和剑与盔甲的碰撞声。
Learning of the jeopardy of their beloved king from midnight murderers, they ran to the tower, and with clubs and staves and bills they slew many of the men of the evil kings.
从午夜凶手那里得知他们心爱的国王面临危险后，他们跑到塔楼，用棍棒和钞票杀死了邪恶国王的许多人。
Putting the rest to flight. But the 6 kings were still unharmed, and with the remnant of their knights fled and departed in the darkness.
让其余的人逃跑，但6王依然毫发无伤，带着残余的骑士在黑暗中逃走。
A few days later, King Arthur journeyed back to London, and on an evening when, in the twilight, he stood upon the roof of the palace overlooking the broad Thames.
几天后，亚瑟王启程返回伦敦，在一个傍晚，在暮色中，他站在宫殿的屋顶上，俯瞰宽阔的泰晤士河。
He was aware of a shadow beside him where no shadow had been before. Before he could cross himself against the evil powers of wizardry and glamour,
他意识到自己身边有一个以前没有影子的影子，在他能够对抗巫术和魅力的邪恶力量之前。
the steel blue eyes of Merlin looked out from the cloud, and the magician's voice spoke to him as if from a great distance. I stand beneath the shaggy brows of the hill of Tenishane.
梅林刚蓝色的眼睛从云中向外望去，魔法师的声音仿佛从很远的地方传来。我站在塔尼沙恩山蓬乱的眉毛下。
Said the voice, and I looked down into the courtyard of the castle of King Lot. There I see the gathering of men, the flash of torches on their hauberks, the glitter of helms.
那个声音说道，我俯视着罗特王城堡的庭院，在那里我看到人们聚集在一起，他们的锁子甲上闪烁着火炬，头盔闪闪发光。
And the blue gleams of swords. I have passed through these northern lands, from the windswept ways of Alkaloid to the quaking marshes of the Humber. 11 castles have I seen.
还有剑的蓝色光芒。我走过这些北方土地，从阿尔克维德的狂风扫荡的道路到亨伯河颤抖的沼泽。我见过11座城堡。
And each is filled with the clang of beating iron, the glow of smiths' fires, and the hissing of new-tempered steel. Call thy counsel and abide my return.
每一个都充满了打铁的叮当声、铁匠火的光芒和新淬火缸的嘶嘶声。召集你的议会，等待我的归来。
For now you must fight for your kingdom, O king, and for your very life. The voice ceased, and the shadow and the vivid eyes it half concealed died away with it.
国王啊，现在你必须为你的王国而战，并为你的生命而战。声音停止了，半遮半掩的影子和生动的眼睛也随之消失。
Into the council chamber 3 days later, while men waited for they knew not what, Merlin entered. What news do you bring, Merlin? They cried. Of civil war, he said.
3天后，当人们在等待着他们不知道发生的事情时，梅林走进了议事厅。你带来了什么消息，梅林？他们哭了。内战。他说
I warn you all that the 6 kings he gave a check to at Curlian have taken to themselves 4 others and a mighty duke. They will to thrust Arthur, whom they call baseborn, out of his life.
我警告你们所有人，你们在卡利恩给的6位国王已经夺走了另外4位国王和1位强大的公爵。他们要把亚瑟这个被他们称为卑鄙出身的人赶出他的生活。
Mark you, they are passing strong and as good fighting men as any alive pity it is that great Uriens is with them, the wisest and noblest fighter of them all.
请注意，他们正在经过与活着的人一样强大和优秀的战士。可惜伟大的乌里恩斯和他们在一起，他是他们所有人中最聪明和最高尚的战士。
And unless Arthur have more men of arms and chivalry with him than he can get within this realm, he will be overcome. Oh, but we be big enough, cried some. That ye are not, said Merlin.
除非亚瑟拥有比他在这个领域所能到达的更多的武士和骑士，否则他将被征服。哦，但我们足够大了。有些人哭了。你们不是？梅林说。
Which of ye have single-handed beaten back the pagan hordes from your lands? Which of ye can match King Lot for subtlety and craft, or the great Urians of Reged for wisdom in war?
你们中谁曾单枪匹马地将异教徒部落从你们的土地上击退？你们中谁能在狡猾和技巧方面与洛特王相媲美？在战争智慧方面能与伟大的雷吉德乌里安相媲美？
What is to do then? Tell us your counsel, said they all. This is my advice, replied the wizard. You must send an embassy to King Ban of Brittany and King Bors of Gaul.
那该怎么办呢？告诉我们你的建议，他们都说。这是我的建议，巫师回答道。你们必须派使者去见布列塔尼国王班和高卢国王博尔斯。
Promising to aid them when King Claudas, their common enemy, shall fight them again, if they will come and aid our king in this his fight for life and kingdom. In a few weeks this was done.
承诺当他们共同的敌人克劳达斯国王再次与他们作战时，如果他们愿意来帮助我们的国王为生命和王国而战，他们就会援助他们。几周后，这件事就完成了。
King Ban of Brittany and his brother, King Bors, crossed into Britain with 5,000 good knights, sworn to aid Arthur in this great conflict. With King Ban came his son.
布列塔尼国王班和他的兄弟国王博尔斯率领5000名优秀骑士进入不列颠，发誓在这场伟大的冲突中帮助亚瑟。班王来了他的儿子。
Young Lancelot, who was later to make more fame and more dole than any knight of Arthur's court. On a day in early spring.
年轻的兰斯洛特，他后来比亚瑟宫廷中的任何骑士都享有更多的名声和更多的救济。早春的一天，
The hosts of Arthur and his 2 allies were encamped in Sherwood Forest, and the 4 riders or scouts, which Merlin had sent out.
亚瑟和他的2个盟友的大军在舍伍德森林扎营，而梅林派出的先头骑手或侦察兵
came hastening in to say that the host of the 11 kings was but a few miles to the north of Trent Water, by secret ways throughout that night.
急忙赶来，说11位国王的大军就在特伦特水以北几英里的地方，整个晚上通过秘密的方式。
Merlin led the army of Arthur until they came near where the enemy lay. Then did he order an ambush to be made by some part of their men, with King Ban and King Bors.
梅林率领亚瑟的军队，直到他们靠近敌人所在的地方，然后他命令他们的一些人与班国王和博尔斯国王一起伏击。
By hiding in a hollow filled with trees. In the morning, when either host saw the other, the northern host was well comforted, for they thought King Arthur's force was but small.
躲在一个长满树木的空洞里。早上，当双方的军队看到对方时，北方的军队感到很欣慰，因为他们认为亚瑟王的军队很小。
With the pealing of trumpets and the shouts of the knights, King Arthur ordered his men to advance.
随着号角的吹响和骑士们的呐喊，亚瑟王命令他的部下前进。
And in their midst was the great silken banner with the fierce red dragon ramping in its folds.
他们中间是一面巨大的丝绸旗帜，旗帜上有一条凶猛的红龙在其褶皱中猛冲。
This had been blessed by the Archbishop of London at a solemn service held before the host left London. All day the battle raged. Knight hurled and hurtled against knight.
伦敦大主教在主人离开伦敦之前举行的庄严仪式上对此表示祝福。战斗持续了一整天，骑士向骑士投掷和冲撞。
Bowmen shot their short Welsh arrows, and men-at-arms thrust and maimed and slashed with the great billhooks and spears. King Arthur, with his bodyguard of 4 Sir Kay, Sir Bodwin,
弓箭手射出威尔士短箭，武装人员用巨大的钩子和长矛刺伤、砍伤和砍伤。亚瑟王和他的4名保镖，凯爵士、鲍德温爵士。
Sir Ulfius and Sir Bedivere did feats of arms that it was marvel to see. Often the 11 kings did essay to give deadly strokes upon the king.
乌尔菲乌斯爵士和贝德维尔爵士创造了令人惊叹的战绩。11位国王经常写文章给国王致命一击。
But the press of fighting kept some of them from him, and others withdrew sore wounded from the attack upon him and his faithful four.
但战斗的紧迫性使他们中的一些人远离了他，而其他人则因对他和他忠实的4人的攻击而受了重伤。
Once the 5 held strong medley against 6 of the rebel kings, and these were King Lot, King Nenters, King Brandegoris, King Iders, King Uriens, and King Aguisance.
有一次，5人与6位叛乱国王进行了强对决，这6位国王分别是洛特国王、南特雷斯国王、布兰德戈里斯国王、伊德雷斯国王、乌里安国王和阿格维桑斯国王。
And so fiercely did they attack them that 3 drew off sore wounded, whilst King Lot, King Uriens, and King Nenters were unhorsed, and all but slain by the men-at-arms.
他们的攻击如此猛烈，以至于3人都受了重伤，而洛特王、乌里安王和南特雷斯国王则落马，几乎全部被武装人员杀死。
At length it appeared to Arthur that his host was yielding before the weight of numbers of the enemy, and then he bethought him of a strategy. He took counsel of his nobles.
最后，亚瑟发现他的军队在敌人数量的重压下屈服了，然后他想到了一个策略。他听取了贵族们的意见。
And they approved. He sent a trusty messenger to the king's Ban and Bourse, who still lay in ambush, and then, commanding his trumpets to sound, he ordered a retreat, as had been agreed on.
他们批准了， 他派了一位值得信赖的使者去见仍在埋伏的班国王和博尔斯国王，然后他吹响号角，下令撤退，正如双方商定的那样。
The knights on Arthur's side made their retreat in a confusion that seemed full of fear, and the enemy, joyfully shouting their cries of triumph, pursued them headlong. King Lot's host.
亚瑟一方的骑士们狼狈地撤退，似乎充满了恐惧。敌人高声欢呼，紧追不舍。罗特王的主人
led onward thus unthinking, were sure of victory. But their cries of triumph were short and quickly turned to woe, for when they had passed the place of ambush.
如此不假思索地向前推进，我们就确信胜利了。但他们的胜利呼声很短，很快就变成了悲痛，因为当他们经过埋伏的地方时，
They heard cries of terror in their rear, and turning, they found a great host pouring forth from the hollow combe, thick as angry bees from a hive. Then, indeed,
他们听到后方传来恐怖的叫喊声，转过身来，发现一支大军从空心蜂巢中涌出，浓密的就像蜂巢里愤怒的蜜蜂一样。那么，确实
taken in the rear and in the front, there was little hope of victory, and King Lot's men fought for dear life. Seeing King Bors, where he hewed terribly in the press of battle, King Lot,
无论是在后方还是在前线，胜利的希望都很渺茫。罗德王的部下都在拼命战斗。看到博尔斯国王，他在战斗的压力下表现得非常可怕。洛特国王
who knew him well, cried out, "Ah, Mary, now defend us from death and from horrible maims, for I see well we be in fear of quick death. Yonder is King Bors."
熟悉他的人喊道：“啊，玛丽，现在保护我们免受死亡和可怕的伤害，因为我清楚地看到我们害怕快速死亡。那边是鲍斯国王。”
One of the most worshipful and best knights in the world, and there is his twin brother, King Ban, as terrible as he. How came they and their host into Britain, and we not know it, alas?
世界上最受尊敬、最优秀的骑士之一，还有他的孪生兄弟班王，和他一样可怕。他们和他们的东道主是如何进入英国的，而我们却不知道。唉。
By the arts of that wizard Merlin, I doubt not, said King Uriens. And I doubt not we shall all be sped. Look you, Lot, he went on, whoever that Arthur may be.
以巫师梅林的记忆，我怀疑这一点，尤里恩斯国王说道。我毫不怀疑我们都会被加速。听着，洛特，他继续说道，无论那个亚瑟是谁。
I'll swear by my head he is not of low-born breeding, but a very man and a marvelous fighter. If you lose heart now, why, go and swear fealty to him, sneered King Lot. Keep your sneers.
我以我的脑袋发誓，他并非出身卑微，而是一个非常有男子气概的男人，一个了不起的战士。如果你现在灰心了，为什么去向他宣誓效忠？洛特王冷笑道：“保持你的冷笑。”
said Uriens sternly. I'll pay the price of rebellion to my last breath, as I have vowed. By now the great mass of King Lot's host was either slain or run away, and the evening drew on.
乌里安斯严厉地说：“正如我所发誓的那样，我将付出最后一口气的叛逆代价。”此时，罗德王的大军要么被杀，要么逃跑，夜幕降临了。
But the 11 kings, wounded, spent, and full of anguish at defeat, drew together with a few hundred of their knights and vowed to die fighting. When they looked to see where they stood,
但是11位国王受伤了，筋疲力尽，充满了失败的痛苦。他们与数百名骑士聚集在一起，发誓要战死。当他们看向自己所在的位置时，
they found that Arthur had penned them upon a little bluff of land that ended steeply over a deep river, and that no way was open for them to escape from the death of swords.
他们发现亚瑟把他们圈在一小块悬崖上，这片土地陡峭地延伸到一条深河上，他们没有办法逃脱刀剑的死亡。
Unless they chose to leap on the rocks below the cliff. See, said Uriens with a laugh, while we fought like wild boars and thought of nothing but the killing.
除非他们选择跳到悬崖下面的岩石上。看，乌里安斯笑着说，当我们像野猪一样战斗时，除了杀戮，什么也不想。
This base-born king kept his wits and moved us like pawns on a chessboard, we all unwitting. First, he drew us into ambush, and now he thrusts us into a chasm. We were wise fighters.
这位卑鄙出身的国王保持着他的智慧，像棋盘上的棋子一样移动我们，而我们却毫不知情。首先，他把我们引入伏击，现在他把我们推入深渊。我们富有战争智慧的战士。
Grown gray in battle, checkmated by a boy. Nevertheless, though wearied, full of dread and shame, and looking death in the eyes, the little band of men withdrew backwards.
在战斗中变得灰白，被一个男孩将死。然而，尽管疲惫不堪，充满了恐惧和羞愧，眼中充满了死亡，这小队人还是向后退了一步。
Waiting until Arthur should command his lines of glittering knights to dash upon the remnant of the rebel kings. The proud evil men, said Arthur in anger, looking upon them.
等待亚瑟指挥他闪闪发光的骑士队伍冲向叛乱国王的残余势力。骄傲的恶人，亚瑟看着他们，愤怒地说
Though they know death is upon them, they will not crave mercy of me, a base-born king, as they name me. Ah, Sir King, said King Ban, blame them not, for they do as brave men ought to do.
尽管他们知道死亡即将来临，但他们不会祈求我的怜悯，正如他们所称的那样，我是一个出身卑鄙的国王。啊，国王陛下，班国王说，不要责怪他们，因为他们做了勇敢的人应该做的事情。
And they are the best fighting men and the knights of most prowess that ever I saw. And if they were belonging unto you,
他们是我所见过的最优秀的战士和最英勇的骑士。如果他们属于你
There would be no king under heaven to compare with you for power and fame and majesty. I cannot love them, said Arthur sadly, for they would destroy me. Now, this is my counsel.
天下没有一个君王可以与你相比，你的权力、名誉和威严。我不能爱他们，亚瑟悲伤地说，因为他们会毁掉我。现在，这是我的建议。
Said King Lot to his 10 fellows, as he looked over the field strewn with the dead, that we stand together in a circle and swear to die together we and our few knights.
洛特王看着遍地死者的战场，对他的10个同伴说道：“我们和我们的少数骑士一起站成一圈，发誓要一起死去。”
We have aimed at a kingdom and a crown, and we have failed. But we will die like kings and warriors. When they press upon us at the last, let no one of us break away.
我们的目标是王国和王冠，但我们失败了。但我们会像国王和战士一样死去。当他们最后向我们逼近时，我们谁也不能逃脱。
If any see another dress him to flee or to yield, let him slay him. How say ye? It is good, said they all. Then, for all their aching wounds, they mended their broken harness hurriedly.
如果有人看到有人让他逃跑或投降，就让他杀了他。你们怎么说？这很好，他们都说。然后，尽管伤口疼痛，他们还是赶紧修补破损的马具。
And righted their shields, took new spears from the hands of their squires, and set them upright on their thighs, and thus, with the low red light of the westering sun behind them,
他们扶正了他们的盾牌，从侍从手中接过新的长矛，把它们直立在大腿上，这样，在他们身后西斜的夕阳的微弱红光下，
they stood still and grim, like a clump of tall leafless trees. Arthur gave the order to advance, and his knights leaped forward over the heap of the slain.
他们一动不动地站着，面无表情，就像一丛光秃秃的高大树。亚瑟下令前进，他的骑士们纵身越过死者堆。
But just then Sir Kay came to the king, bringing a knight from the north who had just been captured, bearing messages to the 11 kings, and Arthur asked him who he was and why he came.
但就在这时，凯爵士来到了国王面前，带来了一名刚被俘虏的北方骑士，给11位国王带来了消息。亚瑟问他是谁，为什么来。
Sir King, said the man, I am Sir Eliot of the March Tower, and I have ill tidings for my master, King Uriens, and his friends, but it seems my news is no worse than their fate.
国王陛下，那人说道，我是3月塔的艾略特爵士，我向我的主人乌里安国王和他的朋友们带来了坏消息，但看来我的消息并不比他们的命运更糟糕。
If my great lord is to die, I would lief die with him. Therefore, Lord, dispatch me now, or let me go stand beside my lord in the last rally. What is thy news? Asked King Arthur.
如果我的大主死了，我愿意和他一起死。所以，主啊，现在就派我去吧，不然就让我去参加最后一次集会，站在主上身边吧。你有什么消息吗？亚瑟王问道。
It is that the pagans, the savage Saxons, have landed in 3 places beyond Humber, and all the lands of my lord and his 10 fellows shall suffer fire and sword again.
异教徒、野蛮的撒克逊人已经在亨伯以外的3个地方登陆，我的主和他的10个同胞的所有土地将再次遭受火和剑的折磨。
But if I slay your master and his fellow rebels, whose lands are those the pagans overrun? Yours, Lord, of a truth, if you can dash the pagans from them.
但是，如果我杀了你的主人和他的叛徒同伴，异教徒蹂躏的土地又是谁的呢？您的，陛下。如果您能将异教徒从他们身上赶走，那是真的。
If I and my host have swept these rebel kings from before me, think you I cannot sweep the Saxons from the land? I trow you could, Sir King.
如果我和我的军队把这些叛乱的国王从我面前扫除了，你认为我不能把撒克逊人从这片土地上扫除掉吗？我相信你可以，国王先生。
For on my way hither I have heard of the marvelous deeds this day of yourself and your knights. But, Lord, I see the press of knights about my dear lord.
因为在来这里的路上，我听说了您和您的骑士们今天的非凡事迹。但是，大人，我看到骑士们对我亲爱的大人的追捧。
That I might strike a blow for him before I die. Thou shalt strike a many yet, said Arthur, and Sir Eliot marveled. Arthur commanded his trumpets to blow the retreat and the knights.
以便我能在死前为他出击。你还会打到很多人的，亚瑟说道。艾略特爵士惊叹不已。亚瑟命令他的号角吹响撤退的号角，骑士们。
Wondering and half unbelieving, withdrew them from about the 11 kings. Then, surrounded by his chief lords, Arthur rode to the group of wearied kings who,
感到惊讶和半信半疑，把他们从11个国王身边撤了出来。然后，亚瑟在他的主要领主的簇拥下，骑马来到一群疲惫的国王面前。他们
with dented and broken harness, from which the blood oozed in many places, still kept their seats with undaunted mien. At King Arthur's command, Sir Eliot told his news to King Uriens.
背带凹陷、破损，多处渗出鲜血的他们，仍然保持着无所畏惧的姿态。在亚瑟王的命令下，艾略特爵士将他的消息告诉了尤里安国王。
Now this I have to say to ye, said Arthur, lifting his visor and showing a stern countenance. Ye are in my hands, to slay or spare as I choose. But ye have fought like brave men, and I would that.
现在我必须对你们说这些，亚瑟说着，抬起了他的遮阳帽，脸上露出了严肃的表情。你们都在我的手中，我可以选择杀戮或饶恕，但你们像勇敢的人一样战斗，我希望。
For your prowess, you were my friends rather than mine enemies. Now this I have to offer ye. Swear here and now to be my lieges, as ye were to King Uther before me.
由于你们的英勇，你们是我的朋友，而不是我的敌人。现在我必须向你们提供这个。此时此地宣誓成为我的臣民， 就像你们在我之前宣誓效忠乌瑟王一样。
And I will aid thee to thrust the pagans from your land, and thenceforth we will aid and cherish each other as true subjects and true lords should do. But if you refuse,
我将帮助你将异教徒赶出你的土地，从那时起，我们将像真正的臣民和真正的领主那样互相帮助和珍惜。但如果你们拒绝的话，
then your folly be on your own heads, for then I take your lives and your lands both. With that King Uriens threw down his sword and put up his visor, and turning to the others,
那么你们的愚蠢就归咎于你们自己，因为那样我就会夺走你们的生命和你们的土地。说完，乌里安斯国王放下了剑，竖起了面罩，转向其他人
said, Fellow rebels, we should be mad to refuse gifts so kingly and kindly offered. We have tried a throw with this young king, and we have been worsted.
说，叛逆者同胞们，如果我们拒绝如此国王般仁慈的礼物，我们应该发疯。我们曾尝试与这位年轻的国王较量，但我们被击败了。
Better now to own ourselves lesser men than this wise lad here, and try to live in peace with him henceforth. The other kings agreed, but King Lot, mean and revengeful.
现在最好承认自己比这里这个聪明的小伙子更渺小，并从此以后尝试与他和平相处。其他国王都同意了，但罗德王却心狠手辣，复仇心重。
And the kings Nenters and Brandigoris, suspicious that, as had been too often with themselves, fair words had covered foul intent, held back a little.
南特雷斯国王和布兰德戈里斯国王怀疑，就像他们自己经常做的那样，善意的言辞掩盖了邪恶的意图，所以稍微克制了一点。
Until the others swore to leave them to the penalty of their folly, whereupon they all knelt down upon the stricken field, and each put his hands between the hands of King Arthur.
直到其他人发誓要让他们因自己的愚蠢而受到惩罚，于是他们全都跪在了受灾的田野上，每个人都把手放在亚瑟王的双手之间。
And swore upon the honor of their knighthood to be as true and faithful men while they lived. As they rose from rendering their homage, Merlin came riding on a great black horse.
并以他们的骑士身份的荣誉发誓，在他们活着的时候，他们将成为他真正忠实的人。当他们起身致敬时，梅林骑着一匹大黑马而来。
Ye have done wisely well, my king, he said. For by this kingly deed you shall rivet the hearts of the good men among these former rebels closer to your own than with rivets of steel.
我的国王，您做得非常明智，他说道。通过这一国王的行为，你将把这些前叛乱者中的好人的心，比用钢铆钉更接近你自己的心。
Thus well and wisely have ye won your kingdom and the fealty of these brave men. Now, he went on to the 11 kings, you doubted whether Arthur was of noble birth and rightful king.
就这样，你们明智而明智地赢得了自己的王国，并赢得了这些勇敢者的忠诚。现在，他继续对11位国王说道： 你们怀疑亚瑟是否出身高贵，是否是合法的国王。
Know ye that he is the son of the noble King Uther, who by my counsel hid him away on his birth? Ye will remember how Gorlois, Duke of Cornwall, hated Uther for taking a grain for wife.
你们知道他是高贵的乌瑟尔国王的儿子，根据我的建议，乌瑟尔国王在他出生时把他藏了起来。你们会记得康沃尔公爵哥洛伊斯如何憎恨乌瑟尔娶伊格莱因为妻。
Whom Gorlois had captured and sworn to wed for her beauty and her wealth, and how all the turbulent lords did cling to Gorlois.
哥洛瓦俘获了她，并因为她的美丽和财富而发誓要娶她为妻。那些暴躁的领主们是如何紧紧抓住戈尔洛瓦不放的。
And how for years King Uther had much ado to keep those rebels from dismembering the kingdom. Gorlois had vowed to slay by poison or treachery any son of Uther's.
多年来，乌瑟尔国王费尽心思阻止这些叛乱分子瓜分王国。哥洛瓦发誓要用毒药或背叛杀死乌瑟尔的任何儿子。
And so I took young Arthur into safekeeping. None knew of him until King Uther named him as his rightful heir upon his deathbed in the presence of you all. So, therefore,
所以我把年轻的亚瑟安全地保管起来，直到乌瑟尔王在临终前当着大家的面任命他为合法继承人之前，没有人知道他。所以，因此
ye do well to give your homage to this your king, for Arthur is the son right worshipful of the great Pendragon, and the lovely lady, Igraine of Lyonesse. All that stood by marveled.
你们最好向你们的国王致敬，因为亚瑟是伟大的彭德拉贡和可爱的里昂尼斯的伊格莱恩女士的儿子。旁边的人都惊叹不已。
And most of the 11 kings were glad that they had a king so noble in birth and doing as Arthur, the son of Uther Pendragon.
11位国王中的大多数人都很高兴，他们有一位像乌瑟尔、潘德拉贡的儿子亚瑟这样出生和行为如此高贵的国王。
To Sir Balin and the stroke dolorous it happened that on a day King Arthur, wandering from his court, had fought and vanquished a valiant knight, but he himself had been sore wounded.
二巴林爵士和悲伤的中风。有一天，亚瑟王从宫廷中流浪，与一位英勇的骑士作战，并击败了他，但他自己却受了重伤。
Merlin, coming to his aid, had taken him to a hermit's cave, and there with many marvelous salves had searched his wounds, so that in 3 days the king was whole again.
梅林赶来帮助他，把他带到了一个隐士的山洞，在那里用许多神奇的药膏检查了他的伤口。3天后，国王就恢复了健康。
Riding forth together, Merlin led the king deeper and deeper into a wild and desolate country where he had never been before, and where there were no pathways.
梅林一路策马前行，带着国王越来越深入地进入了一个他从未去过，也没有道路的荒凉国度。
Arthur looked to and fro over the waste, but saw no sign of man or beast, and no bird flitted or piped. great gaunt stones stood upright on the hillsides.
亚瑟在荒原上来回看了看，但没有看到人或兽的踪迹，也没有鸟飞过或鸣叫。巨大的干枯的石头直立在山坡上。
Solitary or in long lines as if they marched, or else they leaned together as if conspiring.
他们或独自一人，或排成长队，仿佛在行进，或者靠在一起，仿佛在密谋。
While great heaps or cairns of stone rose here and there from the lichen-covered and rocky soil, in which the grass grew weakly in small crevices.
覆盖着第一的岩石土壤中，到处都矗立着巨大的石堆或石堆，小草在小缝隙中生长得很弱。
The mists now rose and drifted before them as they rode. The light was low and sallow, and the wind began to whisper shrilly among the great stones and in the crannies of the cairns.
当他们骑马时，雾气在他们面前升腾而起，光线昏暗而蜡黄，风开始在巨石间和石标的缝隙中呼啸而过。
The king crossed himself and looked at the white, old, and wrinkled face of Merlin, but the wizard seemed sunk in thought. Then Arthur bethought him that,
国王在胸前画了十字，看着梅林那张苍白、苍老、布满皱纹的脸，但巫师似乎陷入了沉思。然后亚瑟想到他，
in case some fiend shape or wizard knight should assail him in that desolate waste, he could not defend himself.
如果在那片荒凉的荒原上有恶魔形状或巫师骑士袭击他，他将无法自卫。
Inasmuch as his sword, the sword he had drawn from the stone, had snapped when he fought the knight, and he had no other weapon with him. Merlin, he said,
因为他的剑，他从石头里拔出来的剑，在他与骑士战斗时折断了，而且他身上没有其他武器。梅林，他说，
This is a place of ancient death and terror, and if aught should assail us of evil, I have no sword. For that reason I bring thee here, replied Merlin, and would not utter another word. Then,
这是一个古老的死亡和恐怖之地，如果有什么邪恶的东西袭击我们，我没有剑。出于这个原因，我带你来这里。梅林回答道，并没有再说一句话。然后
through the mists, which writhed and twisted as if they were fell shapes that would tear down the passing riders, Arthur became aware that their way was leading downwards.
透过迷雾，这些迷雾翻滚扭曲，仿佛它们是会撕裂过往骑手的坠落形状。亚瑟意识到他们的道路正在向下延伸。
And soon the smell of water rose up to him. He heard the beat and suck of waves upon a shore, and in a little while the mists cleared as if at a word.
很快，水的气味就向他袭来。他听到海浪拍打岸边的拍打声和吸吮声，不一会儿，雾气就消散了，仿佛听到了一句话。
And there before him Arthur saw a lonely lake or sea, hedged round with salt-rimed reeds and sedges, and stretching out its waters, dull and leaden-hued.
在他面前，亚瑟看到了一片孤独的湖泊或大海，周围长满了盐渍芦苇和梭草。湖 湖水绵延不绝，颜色暗淡，呈铅灰色。
To so great a distance that his eye could see no end. What is this place? He asked of Merlin. It is the lake of the endless waters, said the wizard.
距离太远了，他的眼睛看不到尽头。这是什么地方？他问梅林。这是无尽水域之湖，巫师说道。
Why bring ye me to this desolate lake in the wilderness? You shall visit it once more ere you die, replied Merlin. But look you there in the midmost of the lake.
为什么带我到荒野中这个荒凉的湖边？在你死之前，你应该再次访问它。梅林回答道。但是看看你在湖中央的地方。
Looking to where the wizard pointed, Arthur saw a great hand, clothed in white samite, stretched above the lapsing waves, and in its grasp was a long two-handed sword in a rich scabbard.
亚瑟朝巫师所指的地方望去，看到一只巨大的手，穿着白色的锦缎，伸展在汹涌的波浪之上，手中握着一把长长的双手剑，剑鞘华丽。
With that they saw a barge riding over the water, and it came without oars or any sail, and in the prow sat a woman, tall and comely, with a face lovely but sad.
说着，他们就看见一艘驳船驶过水面，来时没有桨，也没有帆，船头坐着一个女人，身材高大，清秀，一张脸可爱却悲伤。
A frontlet of gold and pearls was bound about her rich red hair, and her robes of green samite fell about her as if they were reeds of the shore. What lady is that? Said the king.
她浓密的红发上缠着金色和珍珠制成的额头，绿色锦缎长袍披散在她身上，仿佛海岸上的芦苇。那是什么女士？国王说。
It is the lady of the lake, said Merlin, and she comes to you. Now, therefore, speak fair to her, and ask that she will give you that sword.
这是湖中女士，梅林说，她来找你了。现在，请对她说句公道话，请求她把那把剑给你。
Then the barge rasped among the reeds where Arthur sat on his horse, and the lady said, Greeting to you, O king. Greeting, fair damsel, replied Arthur.
然后驳船在亚瑟坐马上的芦苇丛中发出刺耳的声音。那位女士说：“国王啊，向您问好。”“你好，美丽的姑娘。”亚瑟回答道。
What sword is that which the arm holdeth above the water? I would it were mine, for I have none. Sir King, said the lady, that sword is mine, but if you will give me a gift when I ask it of you.
手臂举在水面之上的剑是什么？我希望它是我的，因为我没有。国王先生，女士说道，那把剑是我的，但如果我向你提出礼物时，你愿意给我一份礼物。
And will swear an oath to give me back the sword when ye shall be dying, then shall ye have it. By my faith, I will give you the gift when ye shall desire.
并发誓在你们临终时将剑还给我，然后你们就拥有了它。凭着我的信心，当你们想要的时候，我会给你们礼物。
And when I am dying, I will truly give back the sword. Then do you step into this barge and row yourself unto the hand and take from it the sword.
当我临终时，我将真正归还这把剑。然后你踏入这艘驳船，划到手边，从手中取出剑。
And know ye that the name of that sword is Excalibur, and while you keep the scabbard by your side, ye shall lose no blood, be ye never so sore wounded. So King Arthur and Merlin alighted.
你们要知道，那把剑的名字叫 Excalibur。当你们把剑鞘放在身边时，你们就不会流血，也不会受这么重的伤。于是亚瑟王和梅林下了车，
tied their horses to 2 stunted trees, and went into the barge. The king turned to look to where the tall green lady had stood but a moment before.
他们把马拴在2棵矮树上，然后走进驳船。国王转头看向那位高个子绿色女士刚才站的地方，
and marveled to see that she had vanished. When they came to the sword which the hand held, King Arthur saw that the water where the hand rose forth was all troubled.
惊讶地发现它已经消失了。当他们来到那只手所握的剑前时，亚瑟王看到那只手伸出的地方的水都被搅乱了。
And he could see not. He took the sword by the handle, and the great fingers of the hand opened and then sank. So they came afterwards to the land, and rode on their way to Camelot.
但他什么也看不见。他握住剑柄，粗大的手指张开，然后沉下去。于是他们后来来到了这片土地，骑马前往卡米洛特。
and reached it after many days. When King Arthur entered his hall, and had been welcomed by his knights, the seneschal brought forth a messenger.
并在许多天后达到了目标。当亚瑟王进入他的大厅，并受到他的骑士们的欢迎时，总管带来了一位使者。
who had come from King Rience of North Wales, and the man with insolent looks uttered this message, My lord, King Rience, hath but now discomfited and overwhelmed 7 kings.
来自北威尔士的里恩斯国王，这个面目傲慢的人说出了这样的信息：我的主，里恩斯国王，现在已经挫败并压倒了7位国王。
And each hath done him homage, and given him for a sign of their subjection their beard clean cut from their chins.
每个人都向他致敬，并把下巴上的胡须剪干净，送给他作为臣服的标志。
And my lord hath caused a rich mantle to be hemmed with these kings' beards, and there yet lacketh one place.
我的主已经用这些国王的胡须镶上了一件华丽的斗篷，但还缺少一处。
Wherefore my lord hath sent me to demand that ye give him homage, and send him thy beard also, or else he will enter thy lands, and burn and slay and lay waste.
因此，我的主派我来要求你们向他致敬，并将你的胡须也送给他，否则他会进入你的土地，焚烧、屠杀、蹂躏。
And will not cease until he hath thy head as well as thy beard. Now this is the most shameful message that any man sent to a king, said Arthur, and thy king shall rue his villainous words.
除非他得到你的头和胡须，否则他不会停止。 这是任何人向国王发出的最可耻的信息。亚瑟说，你的国王将会为他的恶毒言论感到后悔。
Then he laughed a little grimly. Thou sayest, fellow, that my beard is full young yet to make a hem. So take this message back to thy master. If he will have it, he must wait until I grow older.
然后他笑得有点阴森。你瞧，伙计，我的胡须还很年轻，还没有形成下摆。因此，请将此消息带回给你的主人。如果他想要的话，他必须等到我长大。
But yet he shall not wait long before he sees me, and then shall he lose his head, by the faith of my body, unless he do homage to me. So the messenger departed.
但他很快就会见到我，否则他就会因我身体的信仰而失去理智，除非他向我致敬。于是使者就走了。
And King Arthur set about the ordering of his army to invade the land of Rience. Later, on a day when the king sat in council with his barons and knights, there came a damsel into the hall.
亚瑟王开始命令他的军队入侵里恩斯土地。后来有一天，当国王与他的男爵和骑士们开会时，有一位少女走进大厅。
Richly beseen and of a fair countenance. She knelt at the feet of the king, and said humbly, O king, I crave a boon of ye, and by your promise ye shall grant it me. Who are ye, damsel? Asked the king.
仪表堂堂，面容俊美。她跪在国王脚下，谦卑地说：“国王啊，我渴望得到您的恩惠，根据您的承诺，您一定会答应我的。你是谁，小姐？”国王问道。
My lord, my lady mother hath sent me, and she is the lady of the lake. I remember me, said Arthur, and thou shalt have thy boon. Whereat the damsel rose and let her mantle fall.
大人，是我的母亲派我来的，她是湖中女士。我记得亚瑟说你会得到你的恩惠。少女起身，披风落下。
That was richly furred, and then they saw that she was girded about the waist with a great sword. Marveling, the king asked, Damsel, for what cause are ye girded with that sword? My lord.
她毛茸茸的，然后他们看到她腰间系着一把大剑。国王惊讶地问道：“姑娘，你为什么佩戴这把剑？”我的主
said the damsel, in distress and sadness, This sword that I am girded withal doth me great sorrow and remembrance. For it was the sword of him I loved most tenderly in all the world.
少女痛苦而悲伤地说：“我佩戴的这把剑，让我深感悲伤和怀念，因为这是我在全世界最温柔地爱着的他的剑。”
And he hath been slain by falsest treachery by a foul knight, Sir Garlon, and never more shall I be joyful. But I would that my dear love be avenged by his own good sword.
他被一个邪恶的骑士加隆爵士以最虚假的背叛杀死了，我再也不会高兴了。但我希望我亲爱的爱人能用他自己的好剑报仇。
Which my lady mother hath endowed with great enchantment. And the knight of thine that shall draw this sword shall be he who shall avenge my dead love. But he must be a clean knight.
我的母亲女士赋予了他巨大的魔力，而你的骑士，拔出这把剑的人，就是为我死去的爱人报仇的人，但他一定是一个干净的骑士。
A good man of his hands and of his deeds, and without guile or treachery. If I may find such a knight, he shall deliver me of the sword, out of the scabbard, and with it do vengeance for me.
他的双手和行为都是好人，没有诡计或背叛。如果我能找到这样的骑士，他就会把我从剑鞘中救出来，并用它为我报仇。
This is a great marvel, said King Arthur, and while I presume not to be such a knight as thou sayest, yet for ensample to my knights will I essay to draw the sword.
这是一个伟大的奇迹，亚瑟王说，虽然我认为自己不是你所说的那样的骑士，但为了向我的骑士们学习，我将尝试拔出这把剑。
Therewith the king took the scabbard and drew at the sword with all his strength, but in no wise could he make it come forth. Sir, said the damsel, you need not draw half so hard.
于是国王拿起剑鞘，用尽全力拔剑，却始终拔不出来。先生，少女说道，您不必画得那么用力。
For lightly shall it come into the hands of him who shall draw it. Then the king bade all his knights to attempt this feat, and all tried their best, but it was of no avail. Alas!
因为他会轻而易举地到达拉他的人的手中。然后国王命令他的所有骑士尝试这一壮举，所有人都尽了最大的努力，但没有成功。唉
said the damsel in great sadness. And shall my dear love go unavenged, because there is no knight here who shall achieve the sword?
少女非常悲伤地说，难道我亲爱的爱人就不会报仇吗？因为这里没有骑士能够获得这把剑吗？
She turned away through the crowd of knights who stood abashed about her, and went towards the door. It happened that there was a poor knight in the court of King Arthur.
她转身穿过一群羞愧地站在她身边的骑士，朝门口走去。恰巧亚瑟王的宫廷里有一位贫穷的骑士，
who had been a prisoner for a year and a day, by reason of his having slain a kinsman of the king's. His name was Sir Balin the Hardy, and he was a good man of his hands, though needy.
由于杀死了国王的亲戚，他被囚禁了1年01天。他的名字叫哈代巴林爵士，虽然很穷，但他是一个勤劳的好人。
He had been but lately released from durance, and was standing privily in the hall, and saw the adventure of the damsel with the sword, whereat his heart rose.
他刚刚从禁锢中解脱出来，正悄悄地站在大厅里，亲眼目睹了少女持剑的冒险经历，他的心随之升起。
Both to do the deed for the sorrowing maid, and because of her beauty and sadness. Yet, being poor and meanly arrayed, he pushed not forward in the press.
既是为了悲伤的少女，也是因为她的美丽和悲伤。然而，由于贫穷且衣着简陋，她并没有在媒体上取得进展。
But as the damsel went towards the door, she passed him, and he said, Damsel, I pray you of your courtesy to suffer me as well to essay as these knights, for though I be poorly clothed.
但当少女走向门口时，他从她身边经过。他说道：“少女，请您允许我像这些骑士一样尝试，因为尽管我衣衫褴褛。”
My heart seemeth fully assured that I may draw the sword, and thy sorrow moveth me. The damsel lifted her large sad eyes to him, and she saw he was goodly of form and noble of look.
我的心似乎完全确信我可以拔出剑，你的悲伤感动了我。少女抬起悲伤的大眼睛看着他，她看到他身材匀称，外表高贵。
And her heart was stirred. Though ye be poor, worthiness and manhood are not in a man's rich raiment, and therefore she said with a sorrowful smile, Do you essay the sword also, good knight?
他的心被搅动了。虽然你们很穷，但男人华美的衣裳里并没有尊严和男子气概，因此他悲伤地微笑着说：“你也试试剑吧，好骑士。”
And God speed you. Balin took the sword by the scabbard, and drew it out easily, and when he looked upon the sword it pleased him well. Then had the king and barons great marvel.
上帝保佑你。巴林拿起剑的剑鞘，轻而易举地把它拔了出来。当他看到这把剑时，他很高兴。国王和男爵们都惊叹不已。
But some of the knights had great spite against Balin. Truly, said the damsel, this is a passing good knight, and the best man of ye all, and many marvels shall he achieve. But now,
但有些骑士对巴林怀有极大的怨恨。确实，少女说道，这是一位优秀的骑士，也是你们所有人中最优秀的人，他将创造许多奇迹。但现在，
Gentle and courteous knight, she said, give me this sword again. Nay, this sword will I keep, said Balin. Ye are not wise, said the maiden sorrowfully.
温柔而有礼貌的骑士，他说：“再把剑给我吧。”不，这把剑我会保留。巴林说：“你们不聪明。”少女悲伤地说。
My lady mother sent the sword to find which was the knight the most worthy to rid the world of an evil knight that doeth his foul treacheries and murders by wizardry.
我的母亲夫人派出了这把剑来寻找最值得消灭世界上邪恶骑士的骑士。这个邪恶骑士利用巫术进行了邪恶的背叛和谋杀。
But if you keep the sword, it shall work great bane on you, and on one you love most in this world. I shall take the adventure God shall ordain for me, said Balin, be it good or ill.
但如果你保留这把剑，它将给你和你在这个世界上最爱的人带来巨大的祸害。我将接受上帝为我安排的冒险，巴林说，无论是好是坏。
The damsel looked sadly into his eyes and wept. I am passing heavy for your sake, she said. I repent that I have brought this to you, for I see you lying wounded unto death.
少女悲伤地看着他的眼睛，哭了起来。为了你，我的心情很沉重，她说。我后悔把这个带给你，因为我看到你受伤而死。
And I shall not be near to comfort you. With that the damsel departed in great sorrow. Anon Balin sent for his horse and armor, and took his leave of King Arthur.
我不会靠近安慰你。说完，少女伤心地离去。阿农，巴林派人取来他的马匹和盔甲，然后向亚瑟王告别。
Who was almost wroth that he should depart upon a quest that promised but misfortune. He would have him stay with him in his court, but Balin would not, and so departed. For many days,
他几乎要生气了，因为他要离开，去执行一个注定会带来不幸的任务。他想让他留在宫廷里，但巴林不肯，所以就离开了。连续多日来，
by lonely ways and through forest drives Sir Balin fared, seeking for the felon knight Sir Garlon, but nowhere could he get word of him. At length one night,
巴林爵士沿着孤独的道路，穿过森林，寻找重罪骑士加隆爵士，但无处可得他的消息。终于有一天晚上，
as he made his way to a hermitage by the edge of a thick wood, he saw the arms of his younger brother, Sir Balin, hung upon a thorn before the holy man's door.
当他走向茂密树林边缘的隐居处时，他看到弟弟巴兰爵士的手臂挂在圣人门前的一根荆棘上。
Just then Sir Balin came out and saw him, and when he looked on Balin's shield, which had 2 crossed swords, he recognized his brother's device and ran to him.
就在这时，巴兰爵士出来看到了他。当他看到巴林的盾牌上有2把交叉的剑时，他认出了他哥哥的装置，并向他跑去。
And they met and kissed each other, and that night they were happy together, for it had been long since that they had parted, and each told the other his adventures. It seemeth, then,
他们见面并亲吻了对方。那天晚上，他们在一起很幸福，因为他们已经分开很久了。他们互相讲述了自己的冒险经历。那么看来，
that this King Arthur is a right worshipful lord, said Balin, when his brother had told him the adventure of the damsel and the sword.
当他的兄弟告诉他少女和剑的冒险经历时，巴兰说道：“这位亚瑟王是一位值得崇拜的领主。”
But I doubt me he will not withstand King Rience and his host. Already that king hath come into this land, and is harrying and burning. That were great pity, said Balin.
但我怀疑他无法抵挡里恩斯国王和他的主人。那个国王已经来到这片土地，正在肆虐和焚烧。真是可惜，巴林说。
And I would that I could do some deed to stay the power of Rience, who is evil-minded and of an arrogant nature. I would put my life in any danger to win the love of the great Arthur.
我希望我能做一些事情来阻止里恩斯的力量。他心地邪恶，天性傲慢。为了赢得伟大的亚瑟王的爱，我愿意冒任何生命危险。
And to punish King Rience for his shameful message. Let us go then tomorrow, said Balin, and try our prowess. King Rience lieth at the siege of the castle Terrible.
并惩罚里恩斯国王的可耻信息。那么我们明天就去吧，巴兰说道，试试我们的实力。里恩斯国王正在围攻特拉比勒城堡。
within 10 leagues of this place. I will well, said Balin, and if we slay King Rience, his people will go astray, and King Arthur shall easily make them yield.
距此地10里以内。我会的，巴林说，如果我们杀死李恩斯国王，他的人民就会误入歧途，而亚瑟王将很容易让他们屈服。
Next morning early they rode away through the gay woods, drenched with dew, which sparkled where the sunlight lit upon it. Long and lonely was the way.
第二天一早，他们骑马穿过茂密的树林，身上沾满了露水，在阳光的照耀下闪闪发光。这条路漫长而孤独。
Until towards the evening they met with a poor old man on foot, ragged, lame, and dirty, and bearing a great burden. It was in a narrow ride of the forest.
直到傍晚时分，他们遇到了一位步行的可怜老人，他衣衫褴褛，跛脚，肮脏，背负着沉重的负担。那是在森林的一条狭窄道路上。
And there was but room for one person to pass, and though the brothers were making great speed, since they doubted they had lost their way, they would not ride down the Perman.
那里只有一个人可以通过的空间，虽然兄弟俩速度很快，但由于他们怀疑自己迷路了，所以他们不会祈祷这个可怜的人。
As many knights would do. But Balin, with a cheery call, said, Old man, give me thy pack, and do thou climb up and sit behind me.
正如许多骑士会做的那样，但巴林高兴地喊道：“老头子，把你的背包给我，你爬上来，坐在我后面吧。”
For it is late and lonely that such poor old bones as thine should be abroad. The old man, either from fear of the 2 great knights in their black armor, or from suspicion.
因为像你这样可怜的老骨头，应该在国外，已经很晚了，而且很孤独。老者或是出于对2位身穿黑甲的伟大骑士的畏惧，或是出于怀疑。
Mumbled out a few words and refused the offer, while yet he would not budge from the narrow path. Well, then, tell us thy name, old man, said Balin, laughing at his obstinacy.
咕哝了几句，拒绝了，却仍不肯离开窄路。那么，告诉我们你的名字吧，老伙计。巴林笑着说道，嘲笑他的固执。
At this time I will not tell you, croaked the old fellow, stumbling under his pack. I doubt that great pack hath many rich things that never owned thee, master, said Balin with a laugh.
这次我不会告诉你，老家伙在背包下跌跌撞撞地嘶哑地说。我怀疑这群人有很多丰富的东西，但主人从来没有拥有过。巴兰笑着说
It is full evil seen, said Balin, that thou art a true honest man, when thou wilt not tell thy name. Be that as it may, snarled the old man, but I know your name, my lordlings.
你竟然不肯说出你的名字，巴林说道，你是一个真正诚实的人，这真是太邪恶了。尽管如此，老人咆哮道，但我知道你们的名字，我的贵族们。
And why you ride this way? By the faith of my body, but ye are some wizard if ye know that, said Balin mockingly. And who may we be? Asked Balin. And whither do we ride? Ye are brothers.
以及为什么你这样骑？凭我身体的信心，但如果你知道这一点，你就是个巫师。巴兰嘲讽地说。我们可能是谁？巴林问道。我们要骑到哪里去？你们是兄弟。
My lords Balin and Balin, answered the old man, and ye ride to pull King Rience's beard. But that ye shall not do, unless ye take my counsel. Ah, cried Balin, I know thee, Merlin.
巴林和巴兰大人，老人回答道：你们骑着马去拔里恩斯国王的胡子，但除非你们听从我的劝告，否则你们不会这样做。啊，巴林喊道，我认识你，梅林。
We would fain be ruled by thy counsel, old magician. So it came about with Merlin's aid that Balin and Balin came upon King Rience that night with but a small band of his knights.
我们很乐意接受你的建议，老魔术师。于是，在梅林的帮助下，巴林和巴兰那天晚上带着一小群骑士来到了里恩斯国王身边。
And with a sudden attack out of the dark would the two brothers seize the king and slew many of his men that tried to save him.
两兄弟从黑暗的树林中发起突然袭击，抓住了国王，并杀死了许多试图拯救他的士兵。
And when they had ridden some way towards Camelot with the king, wounded and bound, between them, Merlin vanished from beside them. Then they rode to Camelot at the dawning.
当他们带着受伤、被束缚的国王向卡米洛特骑行一段路时，梅林从他们身边消失了。然后他们在黎明时骑马前往卡米洛特。
And delivered Rience to the porter at the gate, to be led to King Arthur when he should sit in hall, and the two knights rode away. So, by the capture of King Rience, his host was put to naught.
然后把里恩斯交给门口的看门人，等亚瑟王坐在大厅里时，让他带他去见他，然后两位骑士就骑马离开了。因此，随着里恩斯国王被俘，他的军队被消灭了。
And the king paid his homage to King Arthur, and swore on the sacred relics of the Abbey of Camelot to be his true man while he should live.
国王向亚瑟王表示敬意，并以卡米洛特修道院的圣物发誓，在他有生之年，她将成为他的真命天女。
At that time Balin could not meet with the felon knight, Sir Garlon, who wrought evil by wizardry, and he and his brother went their different ways seeking adventure.
当时巴林无法与以巫术作恶的重罪骑士加隆爵士见面，他和他的兄弟各走各的路去寻求冒险。
Sir Balin returned to King Arthur and became one of his most valiant knights. It happened on a day that King Arthur journeyed with his knights from Camelot to London.
巴林爵士回到亚瑟王身边，成为他最勇敢的骑士之一。事情发生在亚瑟王和他的骑士从卡米洛前往伦敦的一天。
And he lay in his pavilion in the heat of the day. As he rested, he heard the noise of a horse, and looking out of the flap of his tent, he saw a strange knight passing.
天气炎热，他躺在凉亭里。 当他休息时，他听到马蹄声，从帐篷的门帘往外看，看到一位陌生的骑士经过。
Making great complaint and sorrowing, and with him was a damsel. Abide, fair sir, said Arthur, and tell me wherefore you are troubled. Ye may little amend it, answered the knight.
发出极大的抱怨和悲伤，和他在一起的还有一位少女。请耐心等待，美丽的先生，阿瑟说，告诉我你为何感到烦恼。你们几乎无法修改它，骑士回答道。
And passed on. Later came Sir Balin and saluted the king, who told him of the strange knight sorrowing as he rode. And the king bade him follow and bring back the knight to him, for, said he,
并继续下去。后来巴林爵士来了，向国王致敬。国王告诉他，那个奇怪的骑士在骑马时悲伤不已。国王吩咐他跟随，并把骑士带回给他，因为他说，
The sorrows of that night were so piercing that I would fain know his grief. Sir Balin took horse and lance and rode many miles through the forest.
那个骑士的悲伤是如此刺痛，我很想知道他的悲伤。巴林爵士骑着马和长矛，骑马穿过森林数英里。
And by evening he came upon the knight and the lady. Sir Knight, said Balin, you must come with me unto my lord, King Arthur, for to tell him the cause of your sorrow. That will I not.
到了晚上，他遇到了骑士和女士。骑士先生，巴林说道，你必须跟我一起去见我的主人亚瑟王，告诉他你悲伤的原因。那我不会。
Answered the knight, for it would do me none avail. Sir, make ready, replied Balin, for you must needs go with me, or else I will fight with you and take you by force. No heart have I to fight.
骑士回答说，因为这对我没有任何帮助。先生，做好准备，巴林回答道，因为你必须跟我走，否则我会和你一起战斗，并用武力带走你。我没有心去战斗。
For all joy of life is dead with me, said the knight, but I am on a fierce quest, and ye must be my warrant if I go with you that I be not kept from my quest. I will gladly warrant you, said Balin.
因为我已经失去了生活中的所有乐趣，骑士说道，但我正在执行一项艰巨的任务。如果我和你一起去，你必须成为我的保证，这样我就不会被阻止我的任务。我很乐意向你保证，巴林说。
And together with the lady they turned back. I fear not to tell you my sorrow, said the knight as they rode. I but lately returned from fighting the pagans in the north.
他们和那位女士一起回去了。我不敢告诉你我的悲伤。他们骑马时，骑士说道，我最近刚刚从北方与异教徒的战斗中回来。
And when I came to my father's hall, men told me that the lady that I loved most tenderly had been robbed away by a villain knight.
当我来到父亲的殿堂时，人们告诉我，我最温柔的爱着的女士被恶棍骑士抢走了。
And as I sorrowed and went forth to seek the knight to slay him, lo, there I saw my lady, who had escaped unscathed from his evil hold. And much joy we made of each other.
当我悲伤地出去寻找骑士杀死他时，瞧，我在那里看到了我的女士，她毫发无伤地从她的邪恶掌控中逃脱了。我们为彼此带来了很多欢乐。
For we loved each other tenderly. But even as we kissed, there came an arrow through the air and pierced my dear lady to the heart, so that she fell dead in my arms.
因为我们温柔地相爱着，但就在我们接吻的时候，一支箭从空中射来，射中了我亲爱的女士的心脏，她倒在了我的怀里死了。
And there was none to see who shot the arrow, but men said it was the felon knight who had taken my lady, and he had killed her by black magic. So now with this damsel, my dear sister.
没有人看到是谁射出的箭，但人们说是那个重罪骑士带走了我的女士，他用黑魔法杀死了她。所以现在和这个姑娘，我亲爱的妹妹。
Who was her friend? Do I go through the world seeking the invisible knight? And when I find him, with God's help I will surely slay him. The good knight Balin was much moved by the sad story. Ah!
谁是他的朋友？我是否要走遍世界寻找隐形骑士？当我找到他时，在上帝的帮助下，我一定会杀死他。善良的骑士巴林被这个悲伤的故事深深感动。啊！
Said he, "It is the same fell knight whose death I seek by this good sword. And we will fare together, you and I, and take his evil life when God leads us to him." Even as Sir Balin spoke.
他说，我就是用这把好剑来寻求他的死亡的。当上帝带领我们找到他时，我们将一起度过，你和我，并结束他邪恶的生活。就在巴林爵士说话的时候，
Out of a dark glade by their side came a lance hurtling, as if held in rest by an invisible rider, and while they turned their heads at the sound of its hissing through the air,
从他们身边的一片黑暗的林间空地里，一只长矛飞驰而出，仿佛被一个看不见的骑手握住。当他们听到长矛在空中发出的嘶嘶声时，他们转过头来。
It pierced the side of the sorrowing knight and stood deep in the wound. "Alas," cried the knight, falling from his horse, "I am slain by the traitorous and wizard knight."
他刺穿了悲伤的骑士的体侧，深深地扎进了伤口。唉！骑士从马上摔下来，喊道：“我被那个叛徒巫师骑士杀了。”
"His punishment is not for me, Sir Knight, but I charge you, seek him out and slay him for my sake, and for the sake of my dead lady." "That will I do," said Balin, sorrowing.
他的惩罚不是针对我的，骑士先生，但我命令你，为了我死去的女士，找到她并杀死她。我会这么做的，巴林悲伤地说。
"And thereof I make a vow to you and this damsel by my knighthood." When Balin had told all to his lord, King Arthur, the king made the knight to be buried in a rich tomb.
因此，我以我的骑士身份向你和这位姑娘发誓：当巴林将一切告诉他的主人亚瑟王后，国王将这位骑士埋葬在一座富丽堂皇的坟墓中。
and on it engraved his sad story, together with his name, Sir Herlew, and that of his lady love, Gwenellen. Balin and the damsel rode forward the next day and for many days.
上面刻着他悲伤的故事，还有他的名字赫卢爵士和他的爱人格温内伦的名字。巴林和少女第二天又骑马前行了很多天。
And ever the lady bore the truncheon of the spear with her by which Sir Herlew had been slain. Then on a day they lodged at the house of a rich knight named Sir Gwydion.
这位女士始终随身携带着杀死赫卢爵士的那根长矛。然后有一天，他们住在一位名叫格维迪恩爵士的富有骑士的家里。
An old grey gentleman of a sad aspect. When night came, Sir Balin lay sleeping in the hall beside the fire, and suddenly he awoke at the sound of one sorrowing quietly near him.
一位头发灰白的老绅士，面容悲伤。夜幕降临，巴林爵士躺在大厅的火边睡觉，突然他被附近有人悄悄哀伤的声音惊醒。
He rose up and went to the pallet and saw it was his host, and he asked him why he mourned in the dark. I will tell you, said the old sad knight, and the telling will comfort me.
他站起身来，走到床边，看到是他的主人，便问他为何在黑暗中哀悼。我会告诉你，悲伤的老骑士说道，这样的讲述会让我感到安慰。
I was but late at a jousting, and there I jousted with a knight that is brother to good King Pellam. And a full evil kinsman is this knight of so good a king.
我在一次比武中迟到了，在那里我和一位骑士比武，他是善良的佩拉姆国王的兄弟。这位善良国王的骑士是一个完全邪恶的亲戚。
I smote the evil man from his horse twice, and he was full of rage that I, an old man, should overcome him. Therefore by treachery he assailed my son, a young and untried knight, and slew him.
我2次把这个恶人从马背上打下来，他对我这个老人竟然能战胜他感到非常愤怒。因此他背叛了我的儿子，一个未经考验的年轻骑士，并杀死了他。
And I cannot avenge my dear son, for the evil man goeth invisible. But I pray that I may meet him in a little while. Is not his name Garlon? Asked Balin. You say right, said Sir Gwydion. Ah.
我无法为我亲爱的儿子报仇，因为邪恶的人是隐形的。但我祈祷很快就能见到他。他不是叫加隆吗？巴林问道。你说的对，格维迪恩爵士说。啊。
I know him, replied Balin, and I had rather meet with him than have all the gold of this realm. That shall we both do, said his host. For King Pellam, his brother, king of the land of Holy Hallows.
我认识他，巴林回答道，我宁愿与他见面，也不愿拥有这个王国的所有黄金。我们都应该这样做，他的主人说。对于佩拉姆国王，他的兄弟，圣器之地的国王。
Hath made a cry in all this country, of a great feast that shall be in 20 days, and that evil night, your enemy and mine, shall we see there.
整个国家都在呐喊，20天后将举行一场盛大的盛宴， 那个邪恶的骑士，你的敌人和我的敌人，我们将在那里见到。”
On the morrow they rode all three towards the town of King Pellam, and when they came within the country of Holy Hallows,
第二天，他们三人骑马前往佩拉姆国王的城镇。当他们来到圣器之国时，
Sir Balin saw how fair and happy was the land and its joyful people. Their meadows were rich with grass, the cattle were thriving and sleek.
巴林爵士看到这片土地及其快乐的人民是多么美丽和幸福。他们的草地青草茂盛，牛群健壮，体态优美。
The trees were loaded with fruit, and the cornfields full with rich ripe corn. Why doth it seem, asked Balin, that this country is the fairest and happiest that ever I saw? It is for this.
树上结满了果实，玉米地里长满了成熟的玉米。巴林问道：“为什么这个国家看起来是我见过的最公平、最幸福的国家？”正是为了这个。
Said Sir Gwydion, that in the castle of Holy Hallows, whither we wend, King Pellam hath some holy relics of a passing marvelous power.
格维迪恩爵士说道：“在我们去的圣城城堡里，佩拉姆国王拥有一些神圣的遗物，这些遗物具有一种过去的奇妙力量。”
And while he keepeth these his land is rich and happy, and plagues cannot enter it nor murrain, nor can pestilence waste the people.
当他守护这些时，他的土地就富饶而幸福，瘟疫就不能进入它，也不能肆虐，瘟疫也不能消灭人民。
When they reached the castle, they found a great throng of lords and ladies, and because Sir Gwydion had no lady with him, he could not sit at the feast.
当他们到达城堡时，他们发现一大群贵族和女士。由于格维迪恩爵士没有女士陪伴，他无法参加宴会。
But Balin was well received and brought to a chamber, and they unarmed him. The squires brought him a festal robe to his pleasure, but he would not suffer them to take his sword. Nay, said he.
但巴林受到了热烈的欢迎，并被带到一个房间，他们没有给他携带武器。侍从给他带来了一件节日长袍，让他高兴。但他不肯让他们夺走他的剑。不，他说
It is my vow that never shall I and my sword be parted, and that vow will I keep or depart as I came. So they suffered him to wear it under his robe.
我的誓言是我和我的剑永远不会分开，我来时我会遵守或离开这个誓言。于是他们允许他把它穿在袍子里面。
And he was set in the hall with his lady beside him. Anon, when the meal was ended and the mead horns were set,
他坐在大厅里，旁边坐着他的夫人。不久之后，当饭菜结束，蜂蜜酒搅摆好时，
Sir Balin asked his neighbor whether there was a knight at that court named Garlon. Yonder he goeth, said the knight, he with that dark face and piercing eye.
巴林爵士问他的邻居，宫廷里是否有一位名叫加隆的骑士？他去那边了。骑士说，他有着那张黝黑的脸和锐利的眼睛。
He is the most marvelous knight that is now living, and though King Pellam loveth him dearly, because he is his brother, yet he suffers bitterly the evil magic of Sir Garlon.
他是当今世上最了不起的骑士，尽管佩拉姆国王因为他是他的兄弟而深爱他，但他却深受加隆爵士邪恶魔法的折磨。
For that knight rideth invisible, and slays so that none may know how they get their death. Sir Balon's heart rose at these words, and he trembled with his great anger. Well.
因为那个骑士骑着隐形的，杀戮着，这样就没有人知道他们是如何死的。巴林爵士闻言心头一提，气得浑身发抖。好吧
said the good knight. And that is he? He considered long within himself what he should do. If I slay him here in this crowded hall, he said, I shall surely not escape, and if I leave him now.
善良的骑士说道。那是他吗？他在心里思考了很久，他应该做什么。如果我在这个拥挤的大厅里杀了他，他说，我肯定无法逃脱。如果我现在离开他，
Peradventure I shall never meet with him again, and much evil will he do if he be let to live. He could not remove his eyes from Sir Garlon where he walked between the tables.
也许我再也见不到他了。如果让他活着，他会做很多坏事。他无法将目光从加隆爵士身上移开，他走在桌子之间。
Proudly talking and laughing with those he knew, and making soft speeches to ladies, though many showed fear of him, and crossed their fingers while he spoke to them.
自豪地与他认识的人谈笑风生，并对女士们发表温和的讲话，尽管许多人表现出对他的恐惧，并在他与他们说话时交叉手指。
To fend off the evil of his eyes. Very soon Sir Garlon noticed the fixed, stern look of Sir Balon, and came across to him and flicked his gauntlet across his face.
来抵挡他眼中的邪恶。很快，加隆爵士就注意到了巴林爵士一脸坚定、严厉的表情，走到他面前，用手套轻拂了他的脸。
This shall make thee remember me when next thou sayest me, knight, he said. But thou hadst better do what thou camest for, and fill thyself with mead. Thou sayest sooth, said Balon.
这会让你下次见到我时记住我，骑士，他说。但你最好做你来此的目的，并用蜂蜜酒填满自己。你说得很对，巴林说。
And clutched the sword under his robe. Too long hast thou done evil and despite, and now will I do that for which I came. Rising, he drew his sword fiercely and swiftly.
并将剑握在长袍底下。你作恶太久了，尽管如此，现在我要做我来的目的。他起身，猛烈而迅速地拔出了剑。
And cleaved the head of Garlon to the shoulders. Give me the truncheon wherewith he slew thy brother, said Balon to the damsel beside him.
并把加尔龙的头砍到了肩膀上，把他用来杀死你兄弟的警棍给我。巴林对身边的少女说道。
From beneath her robe the lady brought forth the broken truncheon, and striding to the slain man, Sir Balin thrust it fiercely into his body. "Now!" cried he aloud.
那位女士从长袍底下拿出那根折断的警棍，大步走向被杀的人。巴林爵士将它狠狠地插进了他的身体里。现在，他大声喊道
"With this lance thou didst treacherously slay a good knight, and for that and all thy other cruel murders have I slain thee." With that arose a great outcry.
你用这把长矛奸诈地杀死了一位善良的骑士，为此，以及你所有其他残忍的谋杀，我杀死了你。随之而来的是一片强烈的抗议声。
And men ran from the tables towards Sir Balin to slay him, and the foremost of them was King Pellam, who rushed towards him, crying, "Thou hast slain my brother when he bore no sword."
人们从桌子上跑向巴林爵士，想要杀死他。其中最前面的是佩拉姆国王，他冲向他，喊道：“你杀了我的兄弟！”当时他没有带剑。
"And thou shalt surely die." "Well," said Balin, "come and do it thyself." "I shall do it," said Pellam, "and no man shall touch thee but me, for the love of my brother."
你必死无疑。好吧，巴林说，你自己来吧。我会这么做的，佩勒姆说，为了我兄弟的爱，除了我之外，没有人会碰你。
Pellam snatched an axe from the hands of one standing by, and smote eagerly at Balin, but Balin put his sword between his head and the stroke, and the sword was struck from his hand. Then
佩勒姆从旁边一个人手中夺过一把斧头，急切地向巴林砍去。但巴林将剑抵在他的头之间，这一击，剑就从他的手中被击落了。然后
weaponless, Balin dashed through the circle of guests towards a door, looking for a weapon while he ran, but none could he find. King Pellam followed closely behind him.
巴林手无寸铁，冲过宾客圈，冲向一扇门，边跑边寻找武器，但什么也没找到。佩拉姆国王紧随其后。
And so they ran from chamber to chamber, and up the narrow stair within the wall, until at the last Balin found that he was near the top of the tower.
于是他们从一个房间跑到另一个房间，然后爬上墙内狭窄的楼梯，直到最后巴林发现他已经接近塔顶了。
And thought that now he must surely be slain, for no weapon had he found. Suddenly he came upon a door.
他认为现在他肯定被杀了，因为他没有找到武器。突然，他来到了一扇门前。
And bursting it open, he found himself in a large room marvelously bright and richly dight, and with a bed arrayed with cloth of gold, and one old and white and reverend lying therein.
打开门，他发现自己身处一间宽敞明亮的大房间里，里面铺着一张铺着金布的床，里面躺着一位又老又白的牧师。
And by the side of the bed was a table of virgin gold on pillars of pure silver, and on it stood a spear, strangely wrought. Balin seized the spear and turned upon King Pellam.
床边有一张纯金的桌子，上面有纯银的柱子，上面放着一把制作奇特的长矛。 巴林抓住长矛，转向佩拉姆国王。
Who stood still in the doorway with terror in his eyes. But marking naught of this, Balin thrust at him with the spear and struck it in his side.
他站在门口一动不动，眼中充满了恐惧。但是巴林没有注意到这一点，用矛刺向他，击中了他的肋旁。
And King Pellam with a great cry fell to the ground. With that stroke the walls of the castle drove together and fell in ruins to the ground.
佩拉姆国王大叫一声，倒在了地上。随着这一击，城堡的墙壁一起崩塌，倒在地上成为废墟。
And a great cry of lamentation beat to and fro from far and near, and Balin lay under the stones as one dead. After 3 days Merlin came and drew out Balin from the ruins.
远处和近处传来一声巨大的哀嚎，巴林躺在石头下，像死了一样。3天后，梅林来了，把巴林从废墟中救了出来。
And nourished and healed him. He also recovered his sword and got him a good horse, for his own was slain. Then he bade him ride out of that country without delay.
并滋养并治愈了他。他还找回了他的剑，并为他买了一匹好马，因为他自己的马被杀了。然后他吩咐他立即骑马离开那个国家。
And never more shall you have ease, said Merlin.
你再也不会轻松了，梅林说。
For by the stroke of that spear with intent to slay King Pellam thou hast done such a dolorous deed that not for many years shall its evil cease to work. What have I done, said Balin.
你用那只矛刺杀了佩拉姆国王，做了如此可悲的事，以至于他的邪恶在很多年里都不会停止。我做了什么？巴林说。
Thou wouldst have slain a man with the very spear that Longius the Roman thrust into the side of our Lord Jesus when he suffered on the rood, and by that thou hast defiled it.
你会用罗马人朗吉乌斯在我们的主耶稣在十字架上受难时刺入他肋旁的那把矛，来杀死一个人，你因此玷污了他。
And caused such ill that never shall its tale be ended until a stainless knight shall come, one of those who shall achieve the Holy Grail. It repents me, said Balin heavily.
并造成了如此严重的后果，以至于他的故事永远不会结束，直到一位无瑕的骑士出现，他是实现圣杯的人之一。这让我后悔了，巴林沉重地说。
But the adventure was forced upon me. As he rode through the land, he saw how it seemed that a dire pestilence had swept over it.
但这次冒险是我被迫的。当他骑马穿过这片土地时，他看到一场可怕的瘟疫似乎席卷了这片土地。
For where he had seen the golden corn waving in miles of smiling fields, he saw it now blackened along the ground. The trees were stripped of their leaves and fruit.
因为他曾看到金色的玉米在树荫里微笑的田野中摇曳，现在他看到它沿着地面变黑了，树木的叶子和果实都被剥光了。
The cattle lay dead in the meads, and the fish rotted in the streams. while in the villages lay the people dead or dying in shattered or roofless cottages. As he passed,
牛群死在草地上，鱼在溪流中腐烂，而在村庄里，人们则死在破碎或没有屋顶的小屋里。当他经过时，
those that were alive cursed him and called down upon him the wrath of heaven. See, see, they cried, thou murderous night.
那些活着的人咒骂他，并祈求上天对他发怒。看，看，他们喊道：“你这个凶残的骑士！”
How the evil stroke thou gavest to King Pellam by that hallowed spear hath destroyed this happy land. Go, thou foul knight, and may the vengeance strike thee soon. Balin went on.
你用那把神圣的矛对佩拉姆国王进行了邪恶的一击，摧毁了这片幸福的土地。去，你这个肮脏的骑士，愿复仇早日降临。巴林继续说道。
Heavy of mind, for he knew not why he had been caused to do this evil. For many days he passed through the saddened land, and he felt that in a little while death would meet him.
他心情沉重，因为他不知道为什么他会被迫做这种恶事。他在悲伤的土地上行走了许多天，他感到死亡很快就会降临到他身上。
Then suddenly one day he came upon a castle in a wood, and he heard a horn blow, as it had been at the death of a beast. Here, said Balin, shall I meet my death wound, for that blast was blown for me.
突然有一天，他来到树林中的一座城堡，听到号角吹响，就像野兽死亡时的声音。在这里，巴林说，我会受死吗？因为那场爆炸是为我而吹的。
As he came on the green before the castle, many ladies and knights met him and welcomed him with fair semblance, and gave him good cheer. Now, said the lady of the castle when he had eaten.
当他来到城堡前的草地上时，许多女士和骑士迎接他，以美丽的外表欢迎他，并为他欢呼。现在，当他吃完饭后，城堡的女士说道：
Ye must do a joust for me with a knight hereby who hath won for me a fair island and a stream, and he hath overcome every knight that hath essayed to win it back for me. Well,
你们必须为我与一位骑士进行比武，他已经从我手中赢得了溪流中一座美丽的岛屿，并且他已经战胜了每一个试图为我夺回他的骑士。出色的。
As you claim it for your good cheer, said Balin, I will e'en joust, though both I and my horse are spent with travelling, and my heart is heavy. Nevertheless, show me the place. But, sir,
正如你所声称的，为了让你高兴，巴林说，我还是会参加比赛。尽管我和我的马都在旅行中度过了，我的心情很沉重。不过，请告诉我那个地方。但是，先生，
said a knight, thou shouldst change thy shield for a bigger. For the strange knight is a strong one and a hardy. Balin cared not.
一位骑士说道，你应该把你的盾牌换成更大的，因为这位奇怪的骑士是一位强大而顽强的骑士。巴林不在乎。
And so took the shield with a device upon it that was not his own. Then he and his horse were led to a great barge, and so they were pulled across the wide stream to an island.
于是他拿起了盾牌，上面有一个不属于他自己的装置。然后他和他的马被带到一艘大驳船上，然后他们被撑着穿过宽阔的溪流，到达一个岛屿。
When Balin had landed and mounted his horse, he rode a little way towards a stout tower, and from it a knight issued, his armor all in red, and the trappings of his horse of the same color.
巴林着陆并骑上马后，他向一座坚固的塔走了一小段距离，从塔中走出了一位骑士，他的盔甲都是红色的，他的马的饰物也是同样颜色的。
They couched their lances and came marvelously fast together, and smote each other in the midmost of their shields.
他们举起长矛，以惊人的速度聚集在一起，用盾牌互相攻击。
And the shock of their spears was so great that it bore down both horses and men, and for a little while the knights were dazed. The stranger rose up first.
他们的长矛所产生的冲击是如此之大，以至于马匹和人都被压倒了。骑士们一时间都茫然了。陌生人先站起来。
For Balin was much bruised and wearied, and the Red Knight drew his sword and came towards Balin, who thereupon got upon his feet, and they fought most fiercely together.
因为巴林伤痕累累，疲惫不堪。红衣骑士拔出剑，向巴林袭来，巴林随即站了起来，两人打得最激烈。
So they fought till their breaths failed. Many were the bouts they fought, and they rested oftentimes, and then to battle again.
就这样，他们战斗到了喘不过气来。他们打了很多场比赛，他们经常休息，然后再次战斗。
So that in a little while the grass of the sward where they struggled was red with the blood of their wounds.
不一会儿，他们挣扎的草地上的草就被伤口的血染红了。
But the more wearied they were, the fiercer they fought to vanquish each the other, so that their hauberks were in tatters, their helms were broken.
但他们越是疲倦，就越是拼命地互相争斗，以致他们的锁甲被撕碎，头盔被折断。
And their shields were rived and cracked. At the last the Red Knight could not lift his shield for weakness, and then he went back a little and fell down. Balin also sank to the ground.
他们的盾牌被撕裂了。最后，红骑士因无力而无法举起盾牌，然后向后退了一点，倒下了。巴林也沉倒在地。
Faint with his wounds, and as he lay he cried out, What knight art thou? For ere now I never found a knight that matched me. The other answered him faintly, My name is Balin.
他因伤势昏倒，躺下时大声喊道：“你是什么骑士？”到目前为止，我还没有找到一位与我相匹配的骑士。另一个人微弱地回答他：“我叫巴兰。”
Brother to the good knight Balin. Alas, said Balin, that ever I should see the day. And therewith he fell back in a swoon. Then Balin crawled on all fours, feet and hands.
好骑士巴林的兄弟。哎，巴林说， 希望我能看到这一天。然后他就昏倒了。然后巴兰用四肢、脚和手爬行。
And put off the helm of his brother, and might hardly know him by his face, so hewn and stained it was. Balin wept and kissed his face, and with that Balin awoke. O Balin, my brother.
摘下他兄弟的头盔，他的脸几乎被砍断了，污迹斑斑，很难认出他来。巴兰哭了，亲吻了他的脸，巴林就醒了。巴兰啊，我的兄弟。
Thou hast slain me and I thee. Alas, said Balin, but I knew thee not, my brother. Hadst thou had thine own shield, I would have known thy device of the two swords. Ah!
你杀了我，我也杀了你。哎，巴兰说，但我不认识你，我的兄弟。如果你有自己的盾牌，我就会知道你的两把剑的设计。啊！
'Twas part of the evil hap that hath followed me, cried Balin. I know not why. Then they both swooned, and the lady of the castle came and would have had them taken to a chamber.
这是跟随我的邪恶事件的一部分，巴林喊道。我不知道为什么。然后他们都昏倒了，城堡的女士来了，要把他们带到一个房间里。
But Balin awoke and said, Let be, let be. No leech can mend us. And I would not live more, for I have slain my dear brother and he me. Balin woke up therewith, and put his hand forth.
但巴兰醒了，说道：“随他去吧，顺其自然吧。没有水蛭可以治愈我们。我不会再活下去了，因为我已经杀死了我亲爱的兄弟，而他也杀了我。”巴林随之醒来，伸出手。
And his brother clasped it in his, very eagerly. Little brother, said Balin, I cannot come to thee kiss me. When they had kissed, they swooned again, and in a little while Balin died.
他的兄弟非常热切地把他紧紧地握在手中。小兄弟，巴林说，我不能到你身边，吻我。当他们接吻后，他们又昏倒了。不久，巴林就死了。
But Balin did not pass until midnight. Alas, alas, cried the lady, weeping for very pity, that ever this should be.
但巴兰直到午夜才过去。哎，哎，那位女士哭着哭着说，非常可怜，本来就应该这样。
Two brothers that have played together about their mother's knees to slay each other unwittingly. On the morrow came Merlin.
两兄弟一起玩弄母亲的膝盖，不知不觉中就互相残杀了。第二天，梅林来了。
And made them be buried richly in the green place where they had fought, and on their tomb he caused to be written in letters of gold, deep and thick.
他把他们埋葬在他们曾战斗过的绿色土地上，并在他们的坟墓上用深而厚的金字写着。
These words, Here lie Sir Balin and his brother Sir Balin, who, unwittingly, did most pitifully slay each other, and this Sir Balin was, moreover, he that smote the dolorous stroke.
这些话，这里躺着巴林爵士和他的兄弟巴兰爵士，他们无意中互相残杀，非常可怜，而且 这位巴林爵士就是那个令人悲伤的中风的人。
Whereof the end is not yet. 3. How Lancelot was made a knight. The Four Witch Queens, and the adventures at the Chapel Perilous when King Arthur was arrived at the age of 25.
结局还没有到来。三兰斯洛特如何被封为骑士，4位巫后以及教堂里的危险冒险，当亚瑟王25岁时。
His knights and barons counseled that he should take a queen, and his choice fell upon Guinevere, the daughter of King Leodegrance of the land of Cameliard.
他的骑士和男爵们建议他娶一位王后，最终他选择了卡米利亚德王国利奥德格朗斯国王的女儿格温妮维尔。
This damsel was the most beautiful and the most gracious in all the realm of Britain. When the marriage was arranged between her father and Merlin, King Leodegrance said that,
这位少女是英国全境最美丽、最优雅的少女。当她父亲和梅林安排婚姻时，国王利奥德格朗斯说道
For her dowry, instead of broad lands, of which King Arthur had many, he would give to Arthur the Table Round, which Uther Pendragon had in friendship given to him many years before. 4.
作为他的嫁妆，亚瑟王没有将广阔的土地送给亚瑟王，而是将圆桌送给亚瑟。这是多年前乌瑟尔、潘德拉贡以有意送给他的。为了
As King Arthur was already famous for his prowess and nobleness and his love of knightly men and brave deeds, Leodegrance knew that this would be a gift beloved of Arthur.
由于亚瑟王已经以其英勇、高贵、对骑士的热爱和勇敢的事迹而闻名，利奥德格朗斯知道这将是亚瑟王心爱的礼物。
With the table were to go the knights who were its company. It seated 150 when it was complete, but many had been slain, and now they numbered but 100.
和桌子一起走的是与他同行的骑士。完工时，他可容纳150人，但许多人被杀，现在只剩下100人了。
When King Arthur heard from Merlin of the coming of Guinevere, with the 100 knights bearing the round table with them, he was very glad, for, said he,
当亚瑟王从梅林那里听说格温温带着100名带着圆桌的骑士到来时，他非常高兴，因为他说
Their noble company pleaseth me more than great riches. He charged Merlin to go and espy through all the land of Britain for another 50 knights.
他们高贵的陪伴比巨大的财富更让我高兴。他吩咐梅林去英国全境侦查另外50名骑士。
So that the tale of the noble company of the Round Table should be complete. Now it chanced that while Arthur sat in the hall of his palace at London, waiting for Guinevere to come to him,
这样，圆桌贵族同伴的故事就完整了。现在，碰巧当亚瑟坐在伦敦宫殿的大厅里，等待格温威尔来找他时，
and for Merlin to return from his quest, King Ban, who had aided him in his fierce battle against the 11 kings, sent his young son Lancelot to Arthur's court.
为了让梅林完成任务归来， 曾帮助他与11位国王进行激烈战斗的班国王派他的小儿子兰斯洛特前往亚瑟王的宫廷。
To learn knightly deeds and noble prowess. None knew who he was but Arthur, who kept the matter secret. Many had smiled at the huge limbs of Lancelot.
学习骑士的事迹和高贵的勇气。除了亚瑟之外，没有人知道他是谁，他对此事保密。许多人对兰斯洛特巨大的四肢微笑。
Until his great strength had caused them to respect him.
直到他强大的力量使他们尊敬他。
And being but a young man, he had not yet got all the courtly bearing and noble manners for which in later time he was famous throughout all Christendom.
他还只是个年轻人，还没有获得日后在整个基督教世界闻名的所有宫廷举止和高贵举止。
So that many knights and ladies smiled sourly upon him, but others saw that he would shortly prove a fine man of his hands, full courteous and gentle.
因此，许多骑士和女士对他苦笑，但其他人看到他很快就会证明他是一个彬彬有礼、温柔的好男人。
And of a noble nature and great presence. At the court was also young Gawain, son of King Lot and nephew of the king. Both Lancelot and Gawain were as yet not knighted.
以及高贵的本性和伟大的风度。法庭上还有年轻的高文，他是罗德王的儿子，国王的侄子。兰斯洛特和高文都还没有被封为爵士。
But together they tilted at each other in the lists beyond the walls, and spent their days in swordplay and all knightly exercises. Lancelot was the stronger and the better fighter.
但他们一起在墙外的名单上互相攻击，并在剑术和所有骑士练习中度过了他们的日子。兰斯洛特是更强大、更优秀的战士。
And though Gawain never overcame him, yet did they twain love each other passing well. Now Gawain went to the king one day, and asked of him a gift, and King Arthur said he would grant it.
尽管高文从未战胜过他，但他们两人却过得很好。有一天，高文去见国王，向他索要一件礼物，亚瑟王说他会答应的。
Sir, said Gawain, while Lancelot stood a little way off, fondling the hounds that licked at his hand, I ask that you will make me knight the same day that ye shall wed fair Guinevere.
先生，高文说道。兰斯洛特站在不远处，抚摸着舔他手的猎犬。我请求你们在与美丽的格温温儿结婚的那天，封我为骑士。
I will do it with a good will, said the king. And Lancelot, he said, calling to the young man, have you no boon to ask of me? Not at this time, sir, replied Lancelot, but in a little while I may.
我会怀着善意去做这件事，国王说。还有兰斯洛特，他对年轻人说道，你没有什么可以向我请求的吗？现在不行，先生，兰斯洛特回答道，不过过一会儿我就可以了。
Into the hall next day, as the king sat at dinner, came an old woman, bent and feeble, but with reverend white hair and gentle face, and she kneeled at the king's feet. What is it, dame?
第二天，国王坐席时走进大厅，来了一位老妇人，她弯着腰，身体虚弱，但一头白发令人尊敬，面容慈祥。她跪在国王的脚边。这是什么，女士？
said Arthur. What is you crave? Justice, Lord King, she said in a weak voice, while the tears gushed from her eyes.
阿瑟说：“你不渴望什么？正义，国王大人。”他用微弱的声音说道，泪水从他的眼中涌出。
Or else I die beside the gate where you do give the justice that all men praise. Who hath done evil to you? Said the king. Sir Caradoc of the dolorous tower in the marsh, replied the old woman.
否则我就死在你所伸张的正义之门旁，让所有人都赞叹不已。谁对你做了坏事？国王说：“沼泽痛苦之塔的卡拉多克爵士。”老妇人回答道
I and my son, Lord, did build a little hut of wattle on a little plot which we banked from the marsh, near the great wall of the rich baron.
陛下，我和我的儿子确实在我们从沼泽地倾斜的一小块土地上建造了一座荆棘小屋，靠近富有男爵的长城。
Deeming it safe to rest within the shadow of the strong Lord, and though his hard rule was hateful to those whom he oppressed, we were so humble that we thought he would not notice us.
我们认为在强权领主的阴影下休息是安全的，尽管他的严厉统治令那些受他压迫的人感到可恨，但我们却如此谦卑，以为他不会注意到我们。
And meagerly we reared our living from the ground, and sold our poor herbs to Sir Caradoc his steward, or to the people in the villages in the marsh about us.
我们靠种地为生，把可怜的草药卖给他的管家卡拉多克爵士，或者卖给我们周围沼泽地村庄里的人们。
But soon the Lord Caradoc desired the land on which our little hut was standing, to make his lands the broader. He tore our poor home down and scattered all.
但很快，卡拉多克勋爵就想要我们小屋所在的土地，以使他的土地变得更广阔。他拆毁了我们可怜的家，把一切都驱散了。
And thrust us out to wander in the marshes. And when my poor son pleaded with the Lord, he had him whipped, and he was brought and cast half dead at my feet as I waited outside the hall.
并把我们赶到沼泽地里去流浪。当我可怜的儿子向主人求情时，他把他鞭打了，然后他被带到了我的脚边，半死不活，而我则在大厅外等待。
Now if thou givest us not justice, we shall surely die. Doth any know Sir Caradoc? Asked the king of his knights. Yeah, sir, said one, and he is a great man of his hands, fierce and bold.
现在，如果你不给我们正义，我们一定会死。有人认识卡拉多克爵士吗？骑士王问道。是的，先生，其中一人说道，他是一位伟大的人，凶猛而大胆。
Of strong family, and his brother is Sir Turquine of Camber, who tried to slay the Eckerlean, and was with the 11 kings in battle.
他是一个强大的家族，他的兄弟是坎伯的图奎因爵士， 他曾试图在卡利昂杀死你，并与11位国王一起战斗。
Sir Caradoc liveth in a strong tower beyond the marshes to the south of the river, and he slayeth all that desire to pass them, unless they pay him all he demands. What?
卡拉多克爵士住在河以南沼泽那边的一座坚固的塔楼里，他杀死所有想要经过他们的人，除非他们满足他的要求。什么？
said the king with fierce anger. Within a few miles of this my justice seat doth such tyranny rule unchecked, and ye tell me not of it?
国王勃然大怒地说，在距我的司法王座几英里之内，这种暴政却不受制止，你们却什么也不告诉我吗？
Are ye then more fearful of this marsh robber than of me your king? The knights hung their heads abashed, and were silent. Then Lancelot came and stood before the king. Let me, Sir King.
难道你们更害怕这个沼泽强盗，而不是我你们的国王吗？骑士们羞愧地低下了头，沉默不语。然后兰斯洛特来到了国王面前，让我，国王先生。
Go and summon this tyrant to your presence, he said, so that this poor dame may have justice, and that ye may punish him for his oppression. I fear me, Lancelot.
去把这个暴君传唤到你们面前，他说，让这个可怜的女人得到正义，你们也可以惩罚她的压迫。我害怕我，兰斯洛特。
Thou art over young for so fierce a knight, said Arthur. I shall but bear thy words, sir, said Lancelot, and he will not harm thy messenger. Take 2 stout men at arms with you, then, said Arthur.
对于如此凶猛的骑士来说，你太年轻了，亚瑟说道。我只会接受你的话，先生，兰斯洛特说道。他不会伤害你的使者。那么，带上2个粗壮的战士，亚瑟说。
And say to this Sir Caradoc that if he come not back with thee to answer unto me, I will come and take his life and burn his evil tower to the ground.
对卡拉多克爵士说，如果他不和你一起回来回答我，我就会来取他的命，把他邪恶的塔夷为平地。
Many of the younger men that had to spite against Lancelot for his greater prowess at the sword, and the lance thought that now, indeed, they would be ridded of him.
许多年轻男子曾因兰斯洛特在剑和长矛方面的高超技艺而反对他，他们认为现在他们确实会摆脱他。
For they deemed Sir Caradoc would slay him. 2 days later came young Lancelot back with his 2 men at arms, and with them, bound upon a great horse, was a full fierce and raging knight.
因为他们认为卡拉多克爵士会杀死他。2天后，年轻的兰斯洛特带着他的2名重甲骑兵回来了，与他们同行的是一位凶猛而狂暴的骑士，骑在一匹巨马上。
Red of face, large of body, his clothes all tossed and torn, and his mouth full of dire threatenings against Lancelot. Men made way for them marveling.
脸色通红，身躯魁梧，衣衫褴褛，嘴里充满了对兰斯洛特的可怕威胁。人们惊叹不已地为他们让路。
And together Lancelot and his captive rode up the hall to the king. "Here, Lord, is Sir Caradoc of the Dolorous Tower in the marsh," said Lancelot.
兰斯洛特和他的俘虏一起骑马穿过大厅，来到国王面前。大人，这里是沼泽痛苦之塔的卡拉多克爵士。兰斯洛特说道。
"He would not come when I gave him your message, so I bided my time until he was sunk in wine and was sleeping alone, and I have brought him secretly from his hold. Now, Lord King."
当我向他传达你的信息时，他不会来，所以我等待时机，直到他沉醉在酒中，独自睡觉，我才偷偷地把他从他的怀里带出来。现在，国王陛下，
"I think Sir Caradoc would joust with me, if you will give me knighthood." "Joust with thee, thou smooth-faced boy," cried Sir Caradoc, straining at his bonds.
我想卡拉多克爵士会和我比武，如果你愿意授予我爵位的话。和你比武吧，你这个脸光滑的孩子。卡拉多克爵士喊道，用力挣脱束缚。
"I will spit thee on my lance, if I may get at thee, and when thou art slain I will fight with this little king of thine, and his death shall wipe out this insult thou hast put upon me."
如果我能攻击你，我会把你吐到我的长矛上。当你被杀时，我会和你的这个小国王战斗，他的死将抹去你对我的侮辱。
At his rage and fierce-bearing men marvelled, and many were afeared, seeing that Sir Caradoc was great in lands and kinsmen, and big of his body. "Thou art full young, Lancelot," said Arthur.
人们对他的愤怒和凶猛的举止感到惊讶，许多人感到害怕，因为卡拉多克爵士在土地和亲戚方面都很伟大，而且他的身体也很强大。你还很年轻，兰斯洛特，亚瑟说。
"To joust with so strong a knight. Let an older man have ado with him." "Sir King," cried Lancelot eagerly, "I claim the first battle with this strong tyrant. He is my captive, and I claim it."
与如此强大的骑士比武，让一个年长的人来跟他闹吧。国王大人，兰斯洛特急切地喊道，我宣布与这位强大的暴君进行第一场战斗。他是我的俘虏，我认领他。
"Have it as ye will," said Arthur, "and God speed you. But I misdoubt me much 'twill end in your sorrow. Aye, and thine too, thou gentle lady's knight," sneered Sir Caradoc. "Peace, man, peace."
随你便吧，亚瑟说，愿上帝保佑你。但我很怀疑我最终会在你的悲伤中结束。是的，你也是，你这位温柔的女士的骑士。卡拉多克爵士冷笑道，和平，伙计，和平。
Said the king sternly, "I think God will fight in this battle, for I have inquired far, and the tale of thy evil deeds is over full." Therewith King Arthur made young Lancelot knight.
国王严厉地说，我想上帝会在这场战斗中出战，因为我已经打听得很清楚了，你的恶行的故事已经太多了。亚瑟王封年轻的兰斯洛特为骑士。
And men eagerly rushed away to the tilting ground to see the battle between the virgin knight, Sir Lancelot, and the old robber knight, Sir Caradoc.
人们急切地 冲向倾斜的地面，观看处女骑士兰斯洛特爵士和老强盗骑士卡拉多克爵士之间的战斗。
And when Sir Caradoc was released and armed, he laughed and shook his lance, so sure was he of revenge right speedily. Then they hurtled together most fiercely.
当卡拉多克爵士被释放并武装起来时，他笑着摇动了长矛，确信他很快就会报仇。然后他们猛烈地冲撞在一起。
And young Sir Lancelot was thrust from his horse by Sir Caradoc. Quickly he rose from the ground, and dressed his shield and drew his sword, and cried, "Alight, Sir Caradoc."
年轻的兰斯洛特爵士被卡拉多克爵士推下了马，他迅速从地上站起来，拿起盾牌，拔出剑，喊道：“下车，卡拉多克爵士。”
For I will fight thee on foot. But Sir Caradoc, being traitorous, rode at Sir Lancelot with his spear, as if he would pin him to the earth, and the young knight had much ado to avoid him.
因为我会徒步与你作战。但卡拉多克爵士背叛了他，他用长矛向兰斯洛特爵士刺去，仿佛要将他钉在地上。年轻的骑士费了很大劲才避开他。
All the knights cried out upon Sir Caradoc for a foul night, and for shame he threw down his lance and alighted, and rushed at Sir Lancelot full fiercely, in order to slay him instantly.
所有的骑士都大声指责卡拉多克爵士是个卑鄙的骑士，他羞愧地扔下长枪，跳下马，猛烈地冲向兰斯洛特爵士，想要立即杀死他。
But that was not easily to be done, for however wise Sir Caradoc was in swordplay, he was mad with wrath, and therefore thought of naught but to slay his enemy instantly.
但这并不容易做到，因为无论卡拉多克爵士在剑术上多么聪明，他都气得发狂，因此只想立即杀死他的敌人。
He raged like a wild boar, and gave Sir Lancelot many evil strokes, yet never did he beat down the young knight's guard.
他像野猪一样狂怒，对兰斯洛特爵士进行了多次邪恶的攻击，却始终没有击倒年轻骑士的卫兵。
Soon men perceived that Sir Caradoc's great fierceness was causing him to make blind strokes, and then Sir Lancelot seemed the more wary.
很快人们就意识到卡拉多克爵士的凶猛导致他盲目出击，而兰斯洛特爵士则显得更加警惕。
Suddenly they saw the young knight leap forward, and beat so heavily upon the other's helm that it cracked. Sir Caradoc strove to guard himself, but Sir Lancelot was so wroth.
突然，他们看到年轻的骑士向前一跃，重重地敲打着对方的头盔，头盔都裂开了。卡拉多克爵士竭力保护自己，但兰斯洛特爵士却非常愤怒。
And so mighty of his blows that he could not. At last Sir Lancelot beat him to his knees, and then thrust him groveling to the ground. Sir Lancelot bade him yield, but he would not.
他的攻击力如此之大，以至于他不能。最后，兰斯洛特爵士把他打倒在地，然后把他推倒在地。兰斯洛特爵士让他屈服，但他不肯。
and still sought to thrust at the other. Then the young knight struck at him between the neck and the head and slew him. Both the knights and the common people shouted with joy,
并仍然试图刺向对方。然后年轻的骑士击中了他的脖子和头部，把他杀死了。无论是骑士还是百姓都欢呼雀跃。
and acclaimed Sir Lancelot as a noble and mighty knight. But the young man was full modest and withdrew from the press.
并称赞兰斯洛特爵士是一位高贵而强大的骑士。但这位年轻人非常谦虚，并退出了媒体。
King Arthur gave unto him the Dolorous Tower and the lands which had belonged to Sir Caradoc, and Lancelot caused the old dame and her son to be given a fair piece of land and a hut.
亚瑟王将痛苦之塔和属于卡拉多克爵士的土地赐给了他，兰斯洛特则让老妇人和他的儿子得到了一块不错的土地和一间小屋。
And many other wrongs and evil customs that had been done by Sir Caradoc, Sir Lancelot caused to be righted.
兰斯洛特爵士卡拉多克爵士所犯下的许多其他错误和邪恶习俗也被纠正。
The kinsmen of Sir Caradoc went apart and conspired to have Sir Lancelot slain, but for a long time they could not come at him. Then, when the queen came unto King Arthur,
卡拉多克爵士的亲戚们分道扬镳，密谋杀害兰斯洛特爵士，但很长一段时间他们都无法攻击他。然后，当王后来到亚瑟王面前时，
there was great feasting and joustings and merry games, and Sir Lancelot, for his knightly prowess in the lists, and for his gentle courtesy and noble manners to all, both poor and rich.
那里有盛大的宴会、比武和欢乐的游戏。兰斯洛特爵士因其在名单上的骑士英勇，以及他对所有人无论贫富的温和礼貌和高贵举止。
High and low was sought by many, and for some time rested himself in knightly games and play. Then, on a day in June,
高贵和低贱受到许多人的追捧，有一段时间让自己在骑士游戏和游戏中休息。然后6月的一天，
when a sudden wind from a lattice blew upon his face as he laughed and jested with ladies and knights in silks and rich garments,
当一阵风突然从格子里吹到他脸上时，他正与穿着丝绸和华丽衣服的女士和骑士开玩笑。
he bethought him of the fair green woods and the wide lands through which lonely roads were winding. And departing from the hall forthwith, he bade his horse and arms be brought to him.
他想起了美丽的绿色树林和广阔的土地，孤独的道路蜿蜒穿过。他立即离开大厅，吩咐人把他的马匹和武器带到他面前。
And rode into a deep forest, and thought to prove himself in strange adventures. Thus faring, he rode for 2 days and met with naught. On the 3rd day the weather was hot about noon.
他骑马走进了密林深处，想在奇异的冒险中证明自己。就这样，他骑了2天，却一无所获。第3天中午，天气炎热。
And Sir Lancelot had greatless to sleep. He espied a great apple tree full of white blossoms, and a fair shadow was beneath it, and he alighted and tied his horse unto a thorn.
兰斯洛特爵士的睡眠清单很丰富。他看到一棵开满白花的大苹果树，树下有一个美丽的影子。他下了车，把马拴在一根荆棘上。
And laid his helmet under his head and slept. While he thus lay, there rode by him on white mules 4 ladies of great estate, with 4 knights about them.
然后把头盔放在头下睡觉了。当他躺着的时候，有4位贵族女士骑着白骡子从他身边走过，周围有4位骑士。
Who bore a canopy of green silk on 4 spears, so that the high sun should not touch the faces of the ladies. Then, as they rode by, they heard a war horse grimly neigh, and looking aside,
他们在4根长矛上挂着绿色丝绸的华盖，这样烈日就不会照射到女士们的脸上。然后，当他们骑马经过时，他们听到一匹战马发出可怕的嘶鸣，他们向旁边看去。
They were aware of Sir Lancelot all armed, and asleep under the apple tree. The ladies came nigh him, and of them there was Queen Morgan le Fay, who was wife of King Lot and an evil witch.
他们知道兰斯洛特爵士全副武装，正在苹果树下睡觉。女士们来到他身边，其中有摩根勒菲王后，她是洛特王的妻子，也是一个邪恶的女巫。
The Queen of Northgales, a haughty lady, the Lady of the Out-Isles, and the Lady of the Marshes.
北风女王，一位傲慢的女士，外岛女士和沼泽女士。
And when the Lady of the Marshes saw the knight, she cried, Now this is as good hap as ever could be, for this is he that slew my brother, Sir Caradoc of the Dolorous Tower.
当沼泽女士看到骑士时，她喊道：现在这是最好的运气，因为他杀了我的兄弟，痛苦之塔的卡拉多克爵士。
And for revenge of that, I would have this knight taken to my tower and torture him before I slay him. That is well said, said Morgan le Fay.
为了报仇，我会把这个骑士带到我的塔里，在杀死他之前折磨他。说得好，摩根勒菲说。
For he bids fair to be one of the most strong knights of Arthur, whom I hate. This man, Sir Lancelot du Lake, is the favorite of all the ladies at that court, who hate me.
因为他理所当然地成为亚瑟王最强大的骑士之一，而我讨厌亚瑟王。这个男人，兰斯洛特·杜莱克爵士，是宫廷里所有女士们的最爱，但她们却讨厌我。
So will I lay an enchantment on him, so that he shall sleep. Then the evil queen laid her hands over the face of Sir Lancelot, and said strange words that none could understand.
所以我要对他施魔法，让他沉睡。然后邪恶的王后把手放在兰斯洛特爵士的脸上，说出了无人能听懂的奇怪话语。
And then he was laid across the crupper of one of the knight's horses, and he did not wake. When in the twilight Sir Lancelot awoke, he found himself on a straw pallet in a strange room.
然后他被放在一匹骑士马的屁股上，他没有醒来。当兰斯洛特爵士在暮色中醒来时，他发现自己躺在一个陌生房间的稻草托盘上。
And he leaped up and went to a narrow arrow slit in the wall and looked out. Before him for a great distance was a black watery land, with the sun sinking far away on the very edge.
他跳起来，走到墙上的一个狭窄的见缝处，向外张望。前方很远的地方是一片黑色的水地，太阳已经远远地沉到了边缘。
And the pools of the marsh were as if they were of blood. Then he beat at the door and called, but none responded, and for wrath he could have dashed the door down, but it was too stout.
沼泽地里的水池就像是血一样。然后他敲门喊叫，但没有人回应。他一怒之下本想把门撞开，但门太坚固了。
And he had no weapon, for his arms had been taken from him. When it was dark, suddenly it seemed to Sir Lancelot that the room smelled foul.
他没有武器，因为他的双臂被夺走了。天黑的时候，兰斯洛特爵士突然觉得房间里有一股恶臭味。
As if he had been carried into the midst of the quaking marsh, and was sunk deep in the slime and weeds of a pool. Then, through the arrow slit, he saw many strange lights come.
仿佛他被带入了颤抖的沼泽之中，深深地陷入了池子的淤泥和杂草中。然后，透过见缝，他看到许多奇异的光芒袭来。
Dim and blue like the wild lights that dance and flit over the lonely marshes by night, but that which made him marvel was that these lights were two together.
昏暗而蓝色，就像夜间在孤独的沼泽上舞动和掠过的野灯。但让他惊奇的是，这些光是两个在一起的。
As if they were the eyes of evil things. And they came up to him with a breath that was cold and dank, and they seemed to peer into his face, but he could see naught of their bodies.
仿佛他们是邪恶之物的眼睛，他们带着冰冷潮湿的气息向他走来，他们似乎在凝视着他的脸，但他却看不到他们的身体。
The hair upon his head rose, and his skin went cold. They pressed all about him, and to defend himself he struck at the eyes, but his blows beat only the air.
他的头发竖了起来，皮肤变冷。他们将他围住，为了保护自己，他击打眼睛，但他的拳头只打在空气上。
Then suddenly Sir Lancelot felt sharp pains, as if small keen knives had been thrust into his flesh at many places. The stabs increased in number and in pain.
突然，兰斯洛特爵士感到一阵剧痛，仿佛多处被小尖刀刺进了他的肉里，刺伤的次数和疼痛都增加了。
And Sir Lancelot beat about himself and ran to and fro in the narrow chamber to escape the evil eyes and the stabs, but it was in vain, and thus all night in much misery he suffered.
兰斯洛特爵士在狭窄的房间里扭来扭去，跑来跑去，躲避邪恶的目光和刺伤，但徒劳无功。整个晚上，他都在痛苦中度过。
When for sheer weariness he lay down and tried to close his eyes, The evil things would not let him, but ever they tore at him and stabbed him.
当他因极度疲倦而躺下，并试图闭上眼睛时，邪恶的事物不让他这么做，但他们却不断撕扯他，并刺伤他。
He was in anguish of mind more than he could bear, and for all his thought he could not think of any way to fight against the evil powers which followed and tortured him wherever he ran.
他内心的痛苦超出了他的承受能力，他想不出任何办法来对抗邪恶的力量。无论他走到哪里，邪恶的力量都尾随着他，并折磨着他。
But at dawn they fled, and then the door of the room opened, and a damsel appeared, and in her hands was a manchet of sour bread, and a beaker of water from the ditch of the moat.
但黎明时分，他们逃走了，然后房间的门打开了，出现了一位少女，她手里拿着一袋酸面包，还有一杯从护城河沟里取来的水。
The damsel was evilly clad in rags, and seemed like a scullion maid. These, she said, my mistresses bid me say shall be your food until you die. Damsel, said Lancelot.
这丫头衣衫褴褛，丑陋不堪，看上去就像个佣人。这些，她说，我的情妇吩咐我说，这些将是你的食物，直到你死。少女兰斯洛特说道。
Tell me who hath brought me here and used me so evilly. It is Queen Morgan le Fay, said the damsel, and the three witch queens, the Queen of Northgales, the Queen of the Outals.
告诉我是谁把我带到这里，并如此邪恶地利用了我。这是摩根勒菲女王，少女说道，还有3位女巫女王，北风女王，外岛女王。
And the Lady of the Marshes. I doubt not, then, that they would slay me, said Lancelot. But why hate they me? It is for this, went on the damsel, that you did slay Sir Caradoc.
还有沼泽女士。那么，我不怀疑他们会杀了我吗？兰斯洛特说道。但是他们为什么恨我呢？正是为了这个，少女继续说道，你才杀死了卡拉多克爵士。
The brother of the Lady of the Marshes. Alas, then, said Sir Lancelot, there is no pity for me, and none of my dear friends shall learn of my shameful death.
沼泽女士的兄弟。哎，那么，兰斯洛特爵士说道，我没有什么可怜悯的，我亲爱的朋友们也不会知道我可耻的死亡。
And so that you should suffer much ere you are slain, went on the damsel, they sent in the night the Coranians, the marsh fiends, to torture you. Thus will they do until you die, unless...
为了让你在被杀之前遭受更多的痛苦，少女继续说道，他们在夜间派出了沼泽恶魔科拉尼亚人来折磨你。他们会这样做直到你死，除非
Sir Knight, you are a knight with a stout heart, and a good fighter, and will do me justice. If you will be ruled by me, and will give me a promise, I will aid you. Damsel, that will I grant you.
骑士先生，你是一位有着坚强内心的骑士，也是一位优秀的战士，你会为我主持公道。如果你接受我的统治，并向我做出承诺，我就会帮助你。姑娘，我答应你。
said Lancelot, for this would be an evil death for a knight. And full of terror hath been this night, from the foul things which have beset me. I may not stay further now, said the maid.
兰斯洛特说道，对于一个骑士来说，这将是一种邪恶的死亡。今晚我充满了恐惧，因为那些肮脏的事情困扰着我。我现在不能再待下去了，女仆说道。
Lest they think I tarry over long. But by evening I will come again. The day passed and twilight came, and Sir Lancelot was adread for fear of the night.
以免他们认为我耽搁太久了。但到了晚上，我会再来的。白天过去了，黄昏来临了，兰斯洛特爵士对夜晚感到恐惧。
But anon the damsel came secretly to him and said, Now must you promise me this, that you will release my father, whom Sir Turquine, Sir Caradoc's brother.
但不久，少女秘密地来到他身边，说道：“现在你必须向我保证，你将释放我的父亲，卡拉多克爵士的兄弟图奎因爵士。”
Hath kept in his foul dungeons since I was but a little child. And all his lands did Sir Turquine rob from him, and me he gave as a kitchen slut to Morgan le Fay.
从我还是个小孩子的时候起，他就一直待在他肮脏的地牢里。Turquine 爵士抢走了他所有的土地，而他把我当作厨房里的当妇送给了摩根勒菲。
And evilly have I been treated, who am a good knight's daughter. Now will you promise to free my father? That will I, my poor damsel, said Lancelot, and I will, God aiding me.
作为一个善良的骑士的女儿，我却受到了邪恶的对待。现在，你们愿意答应释放我父亲吗？我会的，我可怜的姑娘。兰斯洛特说：“我会的，上帝会帮助我。”
Slay this Sir Turquine as I slew Sir Caradoc his brother. So at the dead of night the damsel opened his door, and with the keys that she had stolen.
杀掉这位特奎因爵士，就像我杀了他的兄弟卡拉多克爵士一样。于是在夜深人静的时候，少女打开了他的门，用他偷来的钥匙。
She opened 12 other locks that stood between them and the postern door. Then she brought him to his armor, which she had hidden in a bush, and she led forth his horse.
她打开了他们和后门之间的另外12把锁，然后他带他到他藏在灌木丛中的盔甲旁，牵着他的马。
And he mounted with much joy, and took the maid with him, and she showed him the way to a convent of white nuns, and there they had good cheer. Then on the morrow,
他满心欢喜地上马，带着女仆，他带她去一座白人修女修道院，在那里他们高兴极了。然后第二天，
she led him to a thick forest with many hills therein, and anon they came to a fair ford, and over the ford there grew a tree, and on it there hung many good shields.
他带他来到一片茂密的森林，森林里有许多小山。不久，他们就来到了一个美丽的浅滩，浅滩上长着一棵树，树上挂着许多好的盾牌。
Each with the device of some knight thereon, and Sir Lancelot was astounded to see the shields of many of King Arthur's knights hung there.
每个上面都有某个骑士的图案。兰斯洛特爵士惊讶地发现许多亚瑟王骑士的盾牌挂在那里。
And on a bowl of the tree there was a basin of copper. Now, said the damsel, I have brought you here where is Sir Turquine, the mightiest knight that ever was found, as men say.
树干上有一个铜盆。现在，少女说道，我把你带到这里，图奎因爵士就在那里，正如人们所说，他是有史以来最强大的骑士。
And was never overmatched by any. And in his dungeons are many poor knights, and my dear father, Sir Darrell. Now strike the basin with the butt of your spear.
并且从未被任何人超越。在他的地牢里有许多可怜的骑士，还有我亲爱的父亲达雷尔爵士。现在用你的矛柄敲打盆子。
Sir Lancelot beat such strokes that the basin burst asunder, and then he was aware of a great knight riding on a black horse. This is he, said the damsel, and now God aid you. What needst thou?
兰斯洛特爵士一击，使盆子炸裂，然后他意识到有一位骑着黑马的伟大骑士。这就是他，少女说道。现在愿上帝帮助你。你需要什么？
Sir Knight, cried the other. To try my strength on thee, cried Lancelot, for thou hast done great despite and shame unto many good knights of the Round Table.
骑士先生，另一个叫道。为了在你身上试试我的力量，兰斯洛特喊道，因为你对圆桌会议上的许多优秀骑士做出了巨大的侮辱和羞辱。
Art thou of that caitiff crew of ladies' knights? Sneered Sir Turquine. Then I defy thee. Thou hast said enough, replied Lancelot. They put their spears in their rests.
你是那群女骑士中的一员吗？图奎因爵士冷笑道。那我就违抗你了。你说的够多了。兰斯洛特回答道。他们把长矛放在休息处。
And came like the wind against each other, and either smote other in the middle of their shields, so that both their horses' girths broke. Then, lightly avoiding their beasts,
双方如风般袭来，互相击中对方的盾牌中间，以致双方的马带都断了。然后，轻轻避开他们的野兽。
They came at each other with great fierceness, and so fared for 2 hours, feinting and striking, and so heavy were their blows that each bled from many wounds as they stood. At last,
他们猛烈地互相攻击，佯攻、攻击，持续了2个小时。他们的攻击力如此之大，以至于每个人都站着，身上多处伤口流血。终于
for sheer breathlessness, each leaned upon his sword. Now, fellow, said Sir Turquine haughtily, answer me these questions I shall put to thee. Say on, said Sir Lancelot. Thou art...
两人都气喘吁吁地靠在剑上。现在，伙计，图奎因爵士傲慢地说，回答我这些我要向你提出的问题。说吧，兰斯洛特爵士说道。你是
went on Sir Turquine, the biggest man that ever I met with, and like one knight that I hate above all others, and I would liefer be thy friend than thy foe. Now, therefore,
图奎因爵士继续说道，他是我见过的最伟大的人，就像一位我最讨厌的骑士。我宁愿成为你的朋友，而不是你的敌人。因此，现在
I will give up to thee my captive knights, if thou wilt tell me thy name, and if thou art not the knight I hate most. Willingly, said Sir Launcelot. But what knight hatest thou above all other?
如果你愿意告诉我你的名字，我会把我的俘虏骑士交给你。如果你不是我最讨厌的骑士，愿意，兰斯洛特爵士说道。但是你最讨厌的骑士是谁呢？
And why? It is Sir Launcelot du Lake, cried the knight, for he slew my brother Sir Caradoc of the Dolorous Tower in the Marsh, who was one of the best knights living.
为什么？这是兰斯洛特·杜莱克爵士，骑士喊道，因为他杀死了我的兄弟，沼泽痛苦之塔的卡拉多克爵士，他是当今最优秀的骑士之一。
And ever I have sought this Lancelot, and slain and maimed many good knights, and imprisoned others in the quest. To slay that fellow I have made a vow, and him I would meet above all others.
我一直在寻找兰斯洛特，并在寻找过程中杀死和残害了许多优秀的骑士，并囚禁了其他人。我发誓要杀死那个家伙，我会比其他人更愿意见到他。
Ha, laughed Sir Launcelot, and I am the first thou hast met whose love thou wouldst liefer have than my hatred? Well, I will have thee to wit that I am he ye seek, Sir Launcelot du Lake.
哈，兰斯洛特爵士笑道，我是你见到的第一个你宁愿爱我而不是恨我的人。好吧，我会让你知道我就是你要找的人，兰斯洛特·杜莱克爵士。
And thy brother was an evil knight and an oppressor. What sayest thou? Cried Sir Turquine. Thou art he I seek? Then, Lancelot, thou art unto me most welcome as ever was any knight.
你的兄弟是一个邪恶的骑士和压迫者。你说什么？图奎因爵士喊道。你就是我要找的人吗？那么，兰斯洛特，你就像任何骑士一样受到我的欢迎。
For we shall never part till the one of us be dead. Then they ran at each other like two wild boars, lashing and dashing with their swords and shields.
因为我们永远不会分开，直到我们中的一个死去。然后他们像两只野猪一样冲向对方，用剑和盾牌猛烈地攻击。
So that sometimes in their fury they slipped together on the grass, which was wetted with blood, and fell striking at each other.
有时，他们在愤怒中一起在沾满鲜血的草地上滑倒，互相攻击。
But at last Sir Turquine waxed faint, and tried to avoid Sir Launcelot's blows, and his shield sank low, for his arm was very weary. Seeing this, Sir Launcelot leaped upon him fiercely.
但最后，图奎因爵士晕了过去，试图躲避兰斯洛特爵士的攻击。他的盾牌低垂了下去，因为他的手臂非常疲倦。兰斯洛特爵士见状，猛地扑到了他的身上。
And got him by the banner of his helmet, and thrust him on his knees, and slew him at a stroke. When he had rested a while, he went to the castle of Sir Turquine and released all his prisoners.
抓住他头盔上的旗帜，把他推倒在地，一击毙命。休息了一会后，他前往图奎因爵士的城堡，并释放了所有囚犯。
And was rejoiced to see the damsel find her father alive. He caused the old knight to have his lands again.
很高兴看到少女发现她的父亲还活着，他让老骑士重新拥有了他的土地。
And bade the others that they should betake themselves to the court of King Arthur to be cheered and comforted, while their possessions, which Sir Turquine had robbed of them,
并吩咐其他人前往亚瑟王的宫廷，接受欢呼和安慰，而他们的财产被图奎因爵士抢走了。
should be given back to them. Then fared Sir Lancelot further afield, glad exceedingly that he had escaped the foul plots of the four witch queens.
应该还给他们。然后兰斯洛特爵士走到更远的地方，他非常高兴自己逃脱了4位巫后的邪恶阴谋。
And also that he had vanquished the evil Sir Turquine. Then he rode a great while in a deep and dark forest, and as he followed the winding ways, suddenly he saw a black hound before him.
还说他打败了邪恶的图奎因爵士。然后他在一片幽深黑暗的森林里骑马了很长一段时间。当他沿着蜿蜒的小路前行时，突然他看到前面有一只黑色的猎犬。
With its nose to the ground as if seeking a scent. He followed the beast, and ever she looked behind her. Soon she left the forest, and picked her way through a great marsh.
鼻子贴在地上，好像在寻找气味。他追随野兽，而他则始终向身后看去。很快，他就离开了森林，穿过一片大沼泽。
And Sir Lancelot followed, until in the wide distance he saw a little hill with trees upon it, and in the midst a ruined manor. The hound went towards the ruin, and Sir Lancelot followed.
兰斯洛特爵士紧随其后，直到在很远的地方，他看到了一座长满树木的小山，中间有一座废弃的庄园。猎犬朝废墟走去，兰斯洛特爵士紧随其后。
The wall was broken down in many places, and the path all overgrown and weedy, and as he came to the courtyard before the house,
围墙多处破损，小路杂草丛生。当他来到屋前的庭院时，
he saw the fish ponds choked with weeds, and the horseblock green with moss, and in the great doorway grew charnel and hellebore.
他看到鱼塘长满了杂草，马栏长满了青苔，大门口长满了埋葬处和藜炉。
And the spiked hemlock waved and spilt its seed in the wind. The windows hung by their hinges, and the green moss crept down the wide, wet cracks in the walls.
带刺的铁杉挥舞着，把它的种子撒在风中。窗户挂在铰链上，绿色的苔藓顺着墙壁上又宽又湿的裂缝爬下来。
But the dog ran over the drawbridge into the house, and Sir Lancelot got from his horse and tethered it to the post beside the horse block, and so went across the bridge.
但是狗跑过吊桥进了房子，兰斯洛特爵士下了马，把它拴在马栏旁边的柱子上，就这样过了桥。
which was full sodden and worm-eaten, and bent beneath his weight. Coming into a great hall, foul with many rotting leaves, he saw a table in the midst thereof.
它已经湿透了，被虫蛀了，在它的重量下弯曲了。走进一个大厅，里面布满了腐烂的树叶。他看到大厅中间有一张桌子。
And on it was a knight that was a seemly man, and he lay as if he were dead, and the black hound licked his wound. And by his side there was a lovely lady, who started up.
上面躺着一位相貌英俊的骑士，他躺在地上，就像死了一样，黑猎犬舔着他的伤口。在他身边有一位可爱的女士，她站了起来。
Weeping and wringing her hands, and she said, O knight, too much evil have you brought to me. Why say you so? Said Sir Launcelot. I never did harm to this knight, for hither did this hound lead me.
他一边哭泣，一边绞着双手，说道：骑士啊，你给我带来了太多的邪恶。为什么这么说？兰斯洛特爵士说道：我从未伤害过这位骑士，因为这只猎犬把我带到了这里。
And therefore, fair lady, be not displeased with me, for grief is upon me for your sorrow and your sadness. Truly, sir, said the lady, and she laid her face in her hands and sobbed full sorely.
因此，美丽的女士，请不要生我的气，因为我为你的悲伤和悲伤而悲伤。真的，先生，那位女士说，她把脸埋在双手里，痛哭起来。
So that Sir Launcelot was much stirred thereat, I trow, as ye say it, that you are not the knight that hath near slain my love and my husband.
兰斯洛特爵士听了非常激动，正如你们所说，我确信你们不是那个差点杀死我的爱人和我的丈夫的骑士。
And never may he be healed of his deadly wound, except some good knight aid me. But he must be so bold and valiant a man, that never, I think.
除非有好骑士来帮助我，否则他的致命伤永远不可能痊愈。但他一定是一个如此大胆和勇敢的人，我认为。
May I find such a one in the little time I have before my dear lord shall die. Now on the honor of my knighthood, replied Sir Launcelot, I do not presume that I am such a one as you desire.
在我亲爱的主人去世之前，我希望能在有限的时间内找到这样一个人。现在，以我的骑士身份为荣，兰斯洛特爵士回答道：我不认为我是您所希望的那种人。
But if I may aid you and ease your sorrow, that would I do most willingly. What is it I should do? Oh, Sir Knight, cried the lady, and her lovely eyes looked full thankfully at Sir Launcelot.
但如果我可以帮助你并减轻你的悲伤，我会非常乐意这样做。我应该做什么？哦，骑士先生，那位女士叫道，她可爱的眼睛充满感激地看着兰斯洛特爵士。
If you would, it were the greatest deed you have ever done, however bold a knight ye may be. For this my lord is sore wounded by a knight whom he met in the forest this day.
如果你愿意，这将是你做过的最伟大的事，无论你是多么勇敢的骑士。为此， 我的主人被今天在森林里遇到的一位骑士打得很重。
And by one thing only may he be made whole. For there is a lady, a sorceress, that dwelleth in a castle here beside.
只有一件事可以使他痊愈，因为有一位女士，一位女巫，住在附近的一座城堡里。
And she hath told me that my husband's wounds may never be whole till I may find a knight that would go at midnight into the chapel perilous beside the mere.
她告诉我，我丈夫的伤口可能永远不会痊愈，除非我能找到一位骑士，他会在午夜进入米尔河边的危险教堂。
And that therein he should find before the high altar a sword, and the shroud in which the dead wizard knight is left, and with that sword my husband's wounds should be searched.
他会在高高的祭坛前找到一把剑，以及裹着死去的巫师骑士的裹尸布，用那把剑来检查我丈夫的伤口。
And a piece of the shroud should bind them. This is a marvelous thing, said Sir Launcelot, and I will essay it. But what is your husband's name? Sir, she said, his name is Sir Meliot de Logres.
一块裹尸布应该能把他们绑起来。这是一件了不起的事情，兰斯洛特爵士说，我将对其进行分析。但你丈夫叫什么名字？先生，他说，他的名字是梅利奥·德·洛格尔爵士。
That me repenteth, said Sir Launcelot, for he is a fellow of the Round Table, and for him will I do all in my power. Going to the table, he looked upon the ashen face of the wounded man.
我悔改了，兰斯洛特爵士说道，因为他是圆桌会议的一员，为了他，我将竭尽全力。走到桌边，他看着伤者苍白的脸。
And it was Sir Meliot, even as the lady said. Now, sir, said the lady, when Sir Launcelot had mounted his horse, do you follow that hard way across the marsh?
正如那位女士所说，那是梅利奥特爵士。现在，先生，当兰斯洛特爵士骑上马时，那位女士说道，你们沿着那条艰难的路穿过沼泽吧。
And it will lead you by midnight to the chapel perilous, and may ye speed well. Right so, Sir Launcelot departed, and the sun was near its setting.
他将在午夜前带你们到达危险教堂，祝你们速度顺利。就在这时，兰斯洛特爵士离开了，太阳已经快要落山了。
For some hours Sir Launcelot fared across the marsh, until it was deep night, save for the stars. Then he came upon a broad road, grass-grown and banked high.
兰斯洛特爵士在沼泽地里走了几个小时，直到夜幕降临，只剩下星星。然后他来到一条宽阔的道路上，道路长满青草，坡度很高。
Where the night wind piped in the long grass. This he knew was a road which the great Roman necromancers had wrought, and he thought he had missed his way, for there was no other path.
夜风吹过长长的草丛，他知道这是伟大的罗马死灵法师开辟的一条道路，他认为自己迷失了方向，因为没有其他道路。
As he stood marveling, the figure of a man, tall and gaunt and but half clad, came down the broad road towards him, and cried in a hollow voice, "For the love of charity, Sir Knight."
当他站在那里惊叹不已时，一个身材高大、憔悴、只穿半身衣服的男人沿着大路向他走来，用空洞的声音喊道：“出于慈善之爱，骑士先生。”
Give to a poor man who is outcast. Sir Lancelot pitied the sunken eyes of the poor man and gave him alms. "God give thee comfort, poor soul," said the knight, "and get thee a roof."
给一个被遗弃的穷人。兰斯洛特爵士同情这个可怜人凹陷的眼睛，并给了他施舍。愿上帝赐予你安慰，可怜的灵魂，骑士说，并为你提供一个屋顶。
For the night wind blows chill. "God bless thee, Sir Knight," said the man, in awful tones, "for courtesy and pity such as thine are rare. Whither goest thou this night?"
因为夜风吹得很冷。上帝保佑你，骑士先生，那人用可怕的语气说道，像你这样的礼貌和怜悯是罕见的。今晚你去哪儿了？
"I seek the Chapel Perilous," said Sir Lancelot. At which the shape threw back its head and cried out as if with great sorrow. "God fend thee, Sir Knight," he said, "and bring thee safe alive."
我寻找危险教堂，兰斯洛特爵士说道。听到这个声音，那人影仰起头，大声叫喊，仿佛非常悲伤。上帝保佑你，骑士先生，他说，保佑你安全。
"What thou gettest there, keep thou in thy hands until the dawn, or thy soul shall suffer death." Then he vanished, and Sir Lancelot knew it had been a phantom. Then as he crossed himself,
你从那里得到的东西，请保留在你手中，直到黎明，否则你的灵魂将遭受死亡。然后他就消失了。兰斯洛特爵士知道那是一个幻影。然后，当他在胸前画十字时，
he looked up, and through some thin and withered trees a little way off upon a slope he saw the shimmer of light, as if a chapel was lit up. He went towards it.
他抬起头，透过不远处山坡上一些稀疏枯萎的树木，他看到了微光，仿佛一座小教堂被照亮了。他朝那儿走去。
And he saw a high wall that was broken down in many places, and an old grey chapel beyond, and the windows were shimmering with a ghostly light.
他看到一堵多处破损的高墙，远处是一座古老的灰色教堂，窗户里闪烁着幽灵般的光芒。
As he came through the trees, he saw they were all dead, with neither leaf nor twig upon them. Their roots were crooked out of the ground, as if they would throw his horse.
当他穿过树林时，他看到他们都死了，上面既没有叶子，也没有树枝，它们的根从地里弯曲出来，好像他们会把他的马摔倒一样。
And their limbs were stretched as if they strained to clutch him. Coming to the gate in the wall, his horse trembled and plunged, and would go no further, whereat Sir Lancelot alighted.
他们的四肢伸展开来，仿佛在用力地抓住他。至墙门前，马颤抖，不肯前行。兰斯洛特爵士下车的地方。
And tied it to a thorn tree, and went through the gate. By the ghostly light that came from the windows of the ruined chapel, he saw that under the eaves were hung fair shields.
把他绑在荆棘树上，就进了门。借着从破败教堂的窗户射出的幽灵般的光芒，他看到屋檐下挂着漂亮的盾牌。
With rich devices, and all were turned upside down. Many of them were those of knights he had known or heard of, long since dead or lost.
设备丰富，一切都颠倒了。其中许多是他认识或听说过的骑士，但他们早已去世或失踪。
When he had made a few steps on the grass-grown pathway towards the door, of a sudden he saw, coming from the church, 30 tall knights, each a foot higher than he, each in black armor.
当他沿着青草小道向门口迈出几步时，突然看到从教堂里走来30名身材高大的骑士，每个人都比他高出1英尺，每个人都身穿黑色铠甲。
And each with sword uplifted, as they rushed towards him. Their feet and their armor made no sound as they pressed forwards, and a thin blue flame licked about each naked sword.
每个人都举起了剑，冲向他。他们的双脚和铠甲在向前推进时没有发出任何声音，每把裸露的剑上都舔舐着淡淡的蓝色火焰。
They came upon him, but Sir Lancelot, with a prayer to God, dressed his shield and sword and stood firm, though his flesh quaked and his tongue clave to the roof of his mouth.
他们袭击了他，但兰斯洛特却是向上帝祈祷，穿上盾牌和剑，坚定地站着，尽管他的肌肉在颤抖，舌头紧贴着上颚。
They mowed and gnashed at him, and heaved their swords about him. Then suddenly their visors went up, and he looked into their faces. And at that he was sore adread.
他们又割又咬他，还向他举起刀剑。然后突然他们的面罩抬起来，他看着他们的脸。对此他感到非常恐惧。
For he knew they were dead men. But he would not be overcome, and said in a loud voice, In the name of God, avaunt ye. He made a step forward, and they scattered before him.
因为他知道他们已经死了，但他不肯屈服，大声说道：看在上帝的份上，请尽情享受吧。他向前迈了一步，他们就在他面前散开。
But followed closely behind. Then he went into the chapel, where he saw no light but a dim lamp burning upon the altar. It was an old, old chapel, with dust upon its floor like a thick carpet.
却紧紧跟在后面。然后他走进教堂，只看到祭坛上点着一盏昏暗的灯，没有任何光亮。那是一座非常非常古老的教堂，地板上满是灰尘，就像厚厚的地毯一样。
The walls and windows were holed and broken, and the timber of the seats was rotten. He went up to the high altar, and saw before it a trestle, and upon it was a dead man.
墙壁和窗户都破了洞，破损了，座椅的木材也腐烂了。他上了高坛，看见坛前有一个支架，上面有一个死人。
All covered with a cloth of silk. Sir Lancelot stooped down, and with his sword cut a piece of that cloth away. with that his blood seemed turned to water.
全部用丝绸覆盖。兰斯洛特爵士弯下腰，用剑割下了那块布的一块，他的血液仿佛变成了水。
And his feet seemed eager to run towards the door, for with a mighty roar the earth shook beneath him, and the walls of the chapel rocked. But he looked for the sword which he must take.
他的双脚似乎急切地想要跑向门口，因为伴随着一声巨大的轰鸣，他脚下的大地震动了，教堂的墙壁也摇晃起来。但他寻找着他必须拿起的剑。
And saw it under the trestle, and picked it up, and went out of the chapel. The ghosts of the knights pressed about him as he walked, and strove to tear the sword from his grasp.
看见了他在栈桥下，就把他抱起来，出了教堂。当他行走时，骑士们的鬼魂向他逼近，并努力将剑从他手中夺走。
But he would not suffer them to take it, and when he reached the gate they could no further go, and so left him. At the gate there came running up to him a fair damsel.
但他不肯让他们拿走。当他到了门口，他们就不能再走了，就离开了他。在门口，一位美丽的少女向他跑来，
crying to him, O brave knight, give me the sword and the cloth, that I may take them at once to my mistress, the Lady of Cermeliot, for he is at the point of death.
向他喊道：“勇敢的骑士啊，请把剑和布给我，我可以立即把他们带到我的情妇梅利奥特爵士的夫人那里，因为她快要死了。”
And she is waiting in sorrow and tears beside him. But Sir Lancelot remembered the words of the phantom beggar, and made reply, Fair damsel.
他在他身边悲伤地等待着，流着泪。但兰斯洛特爵士想起了幻影乞丐的话，回答道：“美丽的姑娘。”
I shall take them myself to the Lady of Cermeliot, for these things I may not give to any until the dawning. The damsel would have torn the sword and the cloth full hastily from his hands.
我将亲自把他们带到梅利奥特爵士的夫人那里，因为这些东西直到天亮我都不会给任何人。少女会急忙从他手中撕下剑和布。
But he was aware of her intent, and hindered her, and bade her in the name of God to withdraw. Whereat, with a great shriek, she vanished. Now, said Sir Lancelot, may God.
但他知道他的意图，并阻止他，并以上帝的名义命令他退出。然后，伴随着一声剧烈的尖叫，他消失了。现在，兰斯洛特爵士说道：“愿上帝保佑。”
Who has brought me through these evil adventures, shield me from any further subtle crafts of these foul things. Straightway he mounted his horse, and took his way towards the marsh.
谁带领我经历了这些邪恶的冒险？请保护我免受这些肮脏事物的任何进一步微妙的影响。他立刻跨上马，向沼泽地走去。
So that he should give the sword and the cloth into the hands of the Lady of Cermeliot, for the healing of her lord. But at the dawn Merlin met him. Sir Lancelot, said the old white wizard,
以便他将剑和布交到梅利奥特爵士的夫人手中，以治愈他的主人。 但黎明时分，梅林遇见了他。兰斯洛特爵士，老白巫师说道。
You have no need to go to the ruined manor, except you would have the proof of what I tell you. And what is that? Asked Sir Lancelot. That all that hath befallen thee hath been done by evil magic.
你们没有必要去那个废弃的庄园，除非你们能得到我告诉你们的证据。那是什么？兰斯洛特爵士问道。发生在你身上的一切都是邪恶魔法造成的。
Replied Merlin, The black dog that led thee to the manor was a fiend. The fair lady that entreated ye was an evil witch, and she and the damsel at the chapel were the same.
梅林回答道：带你到庄园的黑狗是恶魔，恳求你的美丽女士是邪恶的女巫，她和教堂里的少女是一样的。
And all was caused by the witch queens who had you in their tower, and the likeness of the wounded knight to Sir Meliot was formed by wizardry.
而这一切都是由女巫女王造成的，他们把你关进了他们的塔楼。受伤的骑士与梅利奥特爵士的肖像是通过巫术形成的。
They that craved your death did hope that you would fail at the terrors of the Chapel Perilous.
那些渴望你死亡的人，确实希望你会在危险教堂的恐怖中失败。
And that your soul would be lost as have the souls of those evil or weak knights whose ghosts assailed ye. But by your courage and great heart you won through all. This is a great marvel.
你的灵魂将会迷失，就像那些邪恶或软弱的骑士的灵魂一样，他们的鬼魂袭击了你。但凭借你们的勇气和伟大的心，你们战胜了一切。这是一个伟大的奇迹。
Said Sir Lancelot, and I thank God that he hath shielded me of his mercy. When Sir Lancelot was returned to Camelot, and Merlin had told King Arthur of the knight's adventures.
兰斯洛特爵士说道：我感谢上帝，他保护了我的仁慈。当兰斯洛特爵士回到卡米洛特，梅林向亚瑟王讲述了这位骑士的冒险经历时，
The king made him one of the knights of the Round Table. Ye do well, said Merlin privily unto the king, for he shall prove the most man of worship that is in the world.
国王任命他为圆桌骑士之一。你们做得很好，梅林私下对国王说道，因为他将成为世界上最受崇拜的人。
And all your court and all your round table shall be by him made more famous than by any knight now living. Yet shall he not be one of those three that shall achieve the Holy Grail.
你的整个宫廷和整个圆桌会议都将因他而变得比现在活着的任何骑士更加出名，但他不会成为获得圣杯的三人之一。
For the night of the kitchen it was the feast of Pentecost, and King Arthur was holding his court of the Round Table at the city of Kinkenadon, hard by the sea in Wales.
4. 厨房骑士，那是五旬节，亚瑟王正在威尔士海边的金凯纳登城举行圆桌会议。
In the high hall the tables were set for dinner, and the floor was freshly strewn with rushes, flowers, and fennel, so that the place smelled as sweet as a field.
高高的大厅里，餐桌上已经摆好了晚餐，地板上刚铺满了灯芯草， 鲜花和茴香，整个地方都散发着田野般的芳香。
The cook and his scullions came to and fro through the door of the kitchen with anxious faces, for they feared lest the meats should be overdone.
厨师和他的帮手们在厨房门口来回走动，脸上满是焦急，生怕肉煮得太熟了。
But as yet King Arthur would not sit to dinner, for it was his custom never to go to meat on that day until he had heard or seen some great marvel or adventure.
但到目前为止，亚瑟王还不愿意坐下来吃晚饭，因为他的习惯是，除非听到或看到一些伟大的奇迹或冒险，否则那天永远不吃肉。
Sir Gawain stood looking from a window in the bower where the king sat with the queen, and suddenly he turned with a laugh, and said, Sir, go to your meat, for here, I think.
高文爵士站在国王和王后坐在凉亭里的一扇窗户里，突然大笑起来，说道：“先生，去吃你的肉吧，因为在这里，我想。”
Cometh a strange adventure. And even as the king took his seat on the high dais in the hall, and his knights sat at the round table, through the great door of the hall came two men.
一场奇怪的冒险即将到来。就在国王在大厅的高台上就坐，他的骑士们坐在圆桌旁时，大厅的大门进来了两个人。
Well beseen and richly dressed, and, leaning on their shoulders, was a tall, fair, young man, as goodly to strength and breadth as ever was seen, with hands large and fair.
他们的肩膀上靠着一个身材高大、皮肤白皙的年轻男子，他的力量和宽度一如既往的出色，双手又大又白。
But he was either lazy or ill-conditioned, for he leaned upon his fellows as if he were unable to stand upright. And the three of them marched through the hall, speaking no word.
但他要么懒惰，要么身体不好，他靠在同伴身上，好像站不起来。三人默默地走过大厅。
And they came to the foot of the dais, while men sat silent and marveling. Then the young man raised himself upright.
他们来到讲台脚下，人们静静地坐着，惊叹不已。然后年轻人站直了身子。
And it was seen that he was a foot and a half taller than those beside him. God bless you, O king, said the young man, and all your fair fellowship.
看得出来，他比旁边的人高出1尺半。上帝保佑你，国王啊！年轻人说，还有你们所有的美好友谊。
And in especial the fellowship of the Round Table. I come to crave of your kindness 3 gifts, and they are such as ye may worshipfully and honorably grant unto me.
尤其是圆桌会议的交流，我渴望得到你们的仁慈3件礼物，你们可以虔诚地、光荣地赐予我这些礼物。
And the first I will ask now, and the others will I ask at this same day 12 months, wheresoever ye hold your feast of Pentecost. Ask, said the king, and ye shall be granted your petition.
第一个我现在要问，其他的我会在12个月的同一天问，无论你们在哪里举行五旬节盛宴。国王说，只要提出请求，你们的请求就会得到满足。
The first is this, said he, that ye give me meat and drink and lodging here for a year. Willingly, said the king, but what is your name and whence come you? Ye have the bearing of good lineage.
首先是这样，他说：“你们给我1年的吃喝和住宿。”国王说：“我愿意，但是你叫什么名字？从哪里来？你们有良好的血统。”
That is as may be, was the reply, but I may tell you not, if it please you, Lord. Then King Arthur called Sir Kay, his steward, and bade him tend the young man for a year as if he were a lord's son.
那是可能的，回答说，但是如果您高兴的话，我可以什么都不告诉您，大人。然后亚瑟王打电话给他的管家凯爵士，并吩咐他像领主的儿子一样照顾这个年轻人1年。
There is no need that he should have such care, sneered Sir Kay, who was a man of a sour mind. I dare swear that he is but a villain born.
他用不着这么关心。脾气暴躁的凯爵士冷笑道：“我敢发誓，他不过是个乡巴佬。”
If he were of good blood, he would have craved a horse and harness. And since he hath no name, I will dub him Beaumains or Fair Hands, for see how soft are his hands.
如果他有良好的血统，他就会渴望一匹马和马具。既然他没有名字，我就给他起个绰号 Beaumains 或者 Fair Hands， 看看他的手有多柔软。
And he shall live in the kitchen, and become as fat as any pig. But Sir Lancelot and Sir Gawain reproached Sir Kay for his mocking of the young man. For, said Sir Lancelot,
他将住在厨房里，变得像猪一样胖。但兰斯洛特爵士和高文爵士指责凯爵士嘲笑这个年轻人，因为兰斯洛特爵士说
I dare lay my head he hath the making of a man of great worship. That cannot be, said Sir Kay. He is asked as his nature prompted him. He will make naught but fat.
我敢打赌，他是一位备受崇拜的人。那不可能，凯爵士说。他是出于本性而问道。他只会发胖。
For he desires only meat and drink. On my life I would swear he is only some lazy fellow from an abbey, where food hath failed, and so he has come hither for sustenance.
因为他只想要肉和水。我以我的一生发誓，他只是修道院里的一个懒汉，那里的食物已经短缺，所以他才来到这里寻求生计。
So Kay sat down to his meat laughing, and Beaumains went to the door of the hall, where the varlets and boys ate the leavings from the table, but he fared badly there.
于是凯笑着坐下来吃肉，伯曼斯走到大厅门口，小混混和男孩们在那里吃着桌子上的剩菜，但他在那里表现得很糟糕。
For they jeered at him as Sir Kay had done. Afterwards Sir Lancelot, of his great gentleness and courtesy, bade him come to his chamber, to be better fed and clothed, and Sir Gawain.
因为他们像凯爵士那样嘲笑他。随后，兰斯洛特爵士以他的温柔和礼貌，请他到自己的房间去，以便吃得更好，穿得更好。和高文爵士
Because of a liking he felt in his heart for the young man, proffered him good meat and drink and a soft bed. But then, and at all other times, Beaumains refused.
他因为心里喜欢这个年轻人，就请他吃好喝好，睡一张柔软的床。但后来以及所有其他时候，伯曼都拒绝了。
And would do nothing but what Sir Kay commanded. Thus he lived in the kitchen, eating broken scraps and lying at night where the scullions lay.
除了凯爵士的命令之外，他什么也不做。他就这样住在厨房里，吃着碎碎的残渣，晚上就躺在仆人们躺着的地方。
Except that he was given the chilliest spot furthest from the fire. But he did what he was bidden to do with a cheerful air and was ever willing to work.
只是他被安排在离火最远、最寒冷的地方，但他以一种愉快的态度完成了他被要求做的事情，并且永远愿意工作。
And if there was any jousting of knights or any other sights of prowess, these would he see with the greatest delight. In any sports or trials of strength or skill among the serving men.
如果有任何骑士比武或其他英勇的场面，他都会非常高兴地看到。在军人之间的任何体育运动或力量或技能考验中，
He was ever foremost, and none could overcome him in wrestling or at quarterstaff, nor could any throw the bar or cast the stone so far as he could, no, not by 2 yards.
他永远是最领先的，没有人能在摔跤或棍棒方面战胜他，也没有人能像他一样把杠子或石头扔得那么远，不能超过2码。
Whenever Sir Kay met him about the hall or the kitchen, he would laugh mockingly, and to those about him he would say, "Well, how like you my huge boy of the kitchen?" But to such sneers.
每当凯爵士在大厅或厨房遇到他时，他都会嘲笑他，并对他周围的人说：“好吧，我的厨房大男孩，你怎么样？”但面对这样的冷笑
And to all the scorns and insults of the varlets of the kitchen, Beaumains would answer not, and was ever quiet and mild whatever he endured, and to all was he ever gentle.
对于厨房里的小混混们的所有蔑视和侮辱，伯曼斯都无动于衷，无论他忍受什么，他都始终保持安静和温和。他对所有人都是温柔的。
Both man and child, and he never put forth his great strength in anger. Thus a year passed, until again it was the feast of Pentecost.
无论是大人还是小孩，他都不会在愤怒中发挥出自己的强大力量。就这样1年过去了，又到了五旬节。
And at that time the king held it at his chief city in Wales, Caerleon-upon-Usk. And again the feast was royally prepared in the great hall of the court.
当时，国王在威尔士的主要城市乌斯克和潘卡利昂举行了这一仪式。盛宴再次在宫廷的大厅里举行。
But the king would not give the signal to sit to meat until he should have heard or seen some strange adventure. But about noon a squire came to where the king waited and said, "Lord."
但国王不会发出坐下来吃肉的信号，直到他听到或看到一些奇怪的冒险。正午时分，一位侍从来到国王等候的地方，说道：“ 主啊。
I am bidden to say ye may go to your meat, for there cometh a damsel with some strange adventure. Quickly the king sat on the high seat.
我奉命说，你们可以去吃你们的肉了，因为有一位少女带着一些奇怪的冒险来了。国王很快坐上高座。
And the cooks brought in the smoking collops of meat and the dishes of savory stews. And as they began to eat, there came a maiden of a plain sharp visage.
厨师们端来了冒着烟的肉块和美味的炖菜。当他们开始吃饭时，一个面容朴素、锐利的少女走了过来。
Who made her way to the step of the dais, and there kneeling, cried, Succor and help I crave of you, O king. For whom? Said the king, and for what reason? Sir, said the maiden.
她走到讲台的台阶上，跪下来喊道：国王啊，我渴望你的救助和帮助。为了谁？国王说：为什么呢？先生，少女说道。
My lady sister is of great beauty and renown, and is besieged in her castle by a tyrant knight, who will not let her go forth from her castle.
我的妹妹非常美丽，名气很大，但她被一个暴君骑士围困在她的城堡里，不让她离开她的城堡。
And because it is said that here in your court are the noblest knights in all the world, I come to you praying for aid. What is your lady sister's name? Asked the king, and where doth she dwell?
因为据说您的宫廷里有全世界最高贵的骑士，所以我来向您寻求帮助。你的姐姐叫什么名字？国王问。她住在哪里？
And tell me who is he that doth besiege her? Sir King, said the lady, I may not tell you my sister's name, but she is of great beauty and of wide lands.
告诉我围攻她的人是谁？国王先生，女士说道，我不能告诉您我妹妹的名字，但她非常美丽，土地广阔。
And the tyrant knight who besieges her is the Red Knight of Reedlands. I know him not, replied the king. Sir, cried Sir Gawain from his seat, I know him well.
而围攻他的暴君骑士正是李德兰的红骑士。我不认识他，国王回答道。先生，高文爵士在座位上喊道，我很了解他。
He is one of the perilous knights of the world, for he hath the strength of 7 men, and from him I once escaped barely with my life. Fair lady, said the king, I would help you willingly.
他是世界上最危险的骑士之一，因为他拥有7个人的力量。我曾经从他手中勉强逃过一命。美丽的女士，国王说，我愿意帮助你。
But as you will not tell me your lady's name, none of my knights here shall go with you with my consent. The damsel looked about the hall with a quick, angry glance.
但既然你不肯告诉我你夫人的名字，那么经过我的同意，我这里的骑士都不会和你一起去。少女愤怒地扫视大厅四周。
And the knights that sat there liked not her sour looks. Then from the crowd of scullions and kitchen lads that hung about the serving tables at the side of the hall came Beaumains.
坐在那里的骑士们不喜欢他阴郁的表情。然后， 伯曼从聚集在大厅一侧餐桌周围的一群仆人和厨房小伙子中走出来。
His dress smirched, but his handsome face lit up and his eyes burning with eagerness. Sir King, he cried, holding up his hand, a boon I crave.
他的衣服脏兮兮的，但英俊的脸容光焕发，眼睛里燃烧着渴望。国王大人，他举起手喊道，我渴望一个恩赐。
As he came to the step of the dais, the damsel shrank from him as if he had been something foul. Say on, replied the king to the young man. God thank you, my king, went on Beaumains.
当他来到讲台的台阶上时，少女躲开他，仿佛他是一个肮脏的东西。说吧，国王对年轻人回答。上帝感谢您，我的国王，伯曼继续说道。
I have been these 12 months in your kitchen, and have had my full living as ye did graciously order, and now I ask for the 2 further gifts ye promised. Ye have but to ask.
我已经在你的厨房里待了12个月了，按照你慷慨的命令，过着充实的生活。现在我要求再要你答应的2件礼物，你们必须问。
Replied the king. Sir, they are these, said Beaumains. First, that you will grant me this adventure of the damsel. I grant it you, said King Arthur. Then, sir, this is the other.
国王回答道：先生，就是这些。伯曼说，首先，你愿意让我经历一次少女的冒险。我同意你，亚瑟王说。那么，先生，这是另一个。
That ye shall bid Sir Lancelot du Lake to follow me, and to make me a knight when I shall desire him. All this shall be done if Sir Lancelot think it well, said the king.
你们要吩咐兰斯洛特·杜莱克爵士跟随我，并在我需要他时让我成为一名骑士。如果兰斯洛特爵士认为好的话，这一切都会完成，国王说道。
But the lady was exceedingly wroth, and her eyes flashed with scorn as she turned to the king. Shame on thee, she cried. Will you give me a kitchen scullion to aid me?
但这位女士非常愤怒，她的眼睛里闪着轻蔑的光芒。她转向国王：“你真丢脸！”她哭了：“你能给我一个厨房帮手来帮助我吗？”
With that she hastened from the hall, mounted her horse, and rode away. Even as she went forth, a dwarf in the dress of a page entered the hall leading a great horse richly caparisoned.
说完，他快步出了殿，跨上马，策马而去。就在他正要出门的时候，一个穿着侍从服装的矮人牵着一匹盛装华丽的大马走进了大厅。
And on the saddle was piled a splendid suit of armor. And the dwarf went up to Beaumains and began to arm him, while men asked each other whence came all this fine gear.
马鞍上堆放着一套华丽的铠甲。矮人走到伯曼身边，开始武装他，而人们则互相询问这些精美的装备是从哪里来的。
When he was dressed in armor, all the knights marveled to see how goodly a man he looked. Then Beaumains took leave of King Arthur and of Sir Gawain.
当他穿上铠甲的时候，所有的骑士都惊叹他的容貌是多么的帅气。 然后伯曼告别了亚瑟王和高文爵士。
And asked Sir Lancelot to follow him. Many people went to the door of the hall to see Beaumains mount his horse and ride after the damsel, and the way he sat his steed.
并请兰斯洛特爵士跟随他。许多人来到大厅门口，观看伯曼骑马追随少女，以及他骑马的样子。
With its trappings of gold and purple, excited their admiration. But all wondered to see that Beaumains had neither shield nor spear, and some laughed and said, "The ignorant churl."
其金色和紫色的装饰引起了他们的钦佩，但所有人都惊讶地发现，伯曼既没有盾牌，也没有长矛。有些人笑着说：“无知的粗鲁。”
Doth he think the mere sight of him on horseback will affright his enemies, that he carries neither shield nor lance? Sir Kay sneered with them.
他是否认为只要看到他骑在马背上，就会吓到他的敌人，因为他既没有盾牌，也没有长矛？凯爵士和他们一起冷笑。
And suddenly getting up from his seat, he cried, "By my faith, I will go after my kitchen boy and see whether he will still know me for his better. Ye had better bide at home," said Sir Lancelot.
他突然从座位上站起来，喊道：“凭我的信心，我会去找我的厨子，看看他是否还能更好地了解我。你们最好待在家里。”兰斯洛特爵士说。
And Sir Gawain agreed. But Sir Kay laughed them aside, and having swiftly put on his armor, he took his spear and shield and rode after Beaumains.
高文爵士同意了，但凯爵士把他们一笑置之，迅速穿上盔甲，拿起长矛和盾牌，骑马追赶伯曼。
He caught up with the youth just as the latter reached the side of the damsel, and Sir Kay cried out, with a scornful laugh, "What? Beaumains, do you not know me?" "Aye," replied Beaumains.
当年轻人到达少女身边时，他追上了年轻人。凯爵士轻蔑地笑道：“什么？伯曼，你不认识我吗？”“伯曼回答道。
"I know ye for the most ungentle knight in all King Arthur's court, and therefore keep you off from me." "Ah, churl," cried Sir Kay, "thou needst a lesson from me. A beggar, though he be on horseback."
我知道你是亚瑟王宫廷中最不温柔的骑士，所以让你远离我。”“啊，小家伙！”凯爵士喊道，“你需要我的教训。一个乞丐虽然骑在马背上
is still a beggar." With that he put his lance in rest and dashed towards Beaumains, expecting an easy victory. But the young man
仍然是一个乞丐。说完，他放下长枪，向伯曼冲去，期待轻松获胜。但这位年轻人
putting the lance aside with his sword just as it was about to strike him, rushed upon Sir Kay, and with a deft thrust struck him through a joint of his armor.
就在长矛即将击中他时，他用剑将长矛放在一边，冲向凯爵士，并巧妙地刺穿了他的盔甲接缝。
So that Sir Kay fell backwards off his horse to the ground. Swiftly leaping down, Beaumains took possession of his opponent's spear and shield.
凯爵士从马上向后摔倒在地，伯曼斯迅速跳下，夺取了对手的矛和盾。
And commanded his dwarf to mount upon Sir Kay's horse. Then, after remounting, Beaumains rejoined the damsel, who had seen all that had taken place, but said nothing.
并命令他的矮人骑上凯爵士的马。重新上马后，伯曼又回到了少女身边。少女目睹了所发生的一切，但什么也没说。
At that moment they saw Sir Lancelot coming towards him. He had seen Sir Kay's discomfiture, and wondered at the mastery which Beaumains had shown. Fair sir, cried Beaumains.
就在这时，他们看到兰斯洛特爵士朝他走来。他看到了凯爵士的狼狈，并对伯曼斯所表现出的高超技艺感到惊讶。公平先生，伯曼喊道。
Turning and drawing rein as Sir Lancelot approached, I would joust with you, if you will. Have at you, then, replied Sir Lancelot with a laugh.
当兰斯洛特爵士走近时，他转身勒住了缰绳。如果你们愿意的话，我愿意和你们比武。那就来吧。兰斯洛特爵士笑着回答道。
And with spears in rest they set their horses at a great gallop. They came together so fiercely that they were both thrust backwards from their saddles and fell to the earth.
他们拿着长矛，策马疾驰。他们猛烈地撞在一起，以至于他们都被从马鞍上向后推倒在地上。
Half stunned and greatly bruised, Sir Lancelot recovered first and ran to help Beaumains to his feet, and then, with their shields before them, they continued the combat with swords.
半惊愕，遍体鳞伤。兰斯洛特爵士先回过神来，跑去扶伯曼斯站起来，然后他们举起盾牌，继续用剑战斗。
For an hour they strove fiercely, thrusting, striking, and parrying like two great boars in a forest clearing. Sir Lancelot was astonished to feel how great was the young man's strength.
他们激烈地搏斗了1个小时，像森林空地上的2只大野猪一样，猛冲、攻击、招架。兰斯洛特爵士惊讶地感觉到这个年轻人的力量有多么强大。
How swift were his thrusts, and how powerful were his blows. He recognized that Beaumains was a dangerous fighter, and that he himself would have much to do to overcome him. Beaumains.
他的刺激是多么迅速，他的打击是多么有力。他认识到伯曼斯是一位危险的战士，他自己需要做很多工作才能战胜他。伯曼斯
He cried at length, Fight not so hard, lad. Our quarrel, if we have aught, is surely not so great that we cannot leave off. That is truth, said Beaumains, laughing.
他最后喊道：“别那么拼命，小伙子。我们的争吵，如果有的话，也肯定没有大到不能停止的程度。这就是事实。”伯曼笑着说。
As he dropped the point of his weapon, But, Sir Lancelot, it doth me good to feel your wondrous skill and the strength of your arm. Yet, my lord, I have not shown the uttermost of mine.
当他放下武器时，但是兰斯洛特爵士， 感受到你奇妙的技巧和你手臂的力量对我很有好处。然而，大人，我还没有表现出我的全部。
By my faith I believe ye, cried Sir Lancelot, for I should have much ado to keep myself from shameful defeat if you should really push me to the utmost.
凭着我的信仰，我相信你们，兰斯洛特爵士喊道，如果你们真的把我逼到了极限，我会费很大的力气才能避免可耻的失败。
Therefore I say that you need not fear any earthly knight. I thank you for your good words, replied Beaumains. And do you think I may hope at any time to become a proved knight?
因此我说你不必害怕任何尘世的歧视。我感谢你的好话，伯曼回答道。你认为我随时都可能希望成为一名经过考验的骑士吗？
Fight as you have fought with me, and I have no doubt of you. Then, I pray you, my lord, said Beaumains, give me the order of knighthood. Ere I do that,
就像你和我一起战斗一样战斗，我对你毫不怀疑。那么，陛下，伯曼说道，请授予我骑士勋章。在我这样做之前，
You must tell me your name and of what kin you were born, replied Sir Lancelot. If you will promise to tell no one, I will reveal it. Sir Lancelot gave his promise, and Beaumains, going closer,
你必须告诉我你的名字和你的血统。兰斯洛特爵士回答道，如果你保证不告诉任何人，我就会透露这一点。兰斯洛特爵士做出了他的承诺，而伯曼则走近了一些。
whispered some words into Sir Lancelot's ear. Ah, sir, said Sir Lancelot, taking the young man's hand in his, I am glad I was not deceived. I knew you must come of great kin.
在兰斯洛特爵士耳边低声说了几句话。啊，先生，兰斯洛特爵士握住年轻人的手说道，我很高兴我没有被欺骗。我知道你一定出身伟大的亲戚。
And that you had not come to King Arthur for meat or drink. Kneel now, and I will make you knight. So Beaumains knelt before Sir Lancelot.
你来亚瑟王不是为了吃肉或喝酒，现在跪下，我会让你成为骑士。于是伯曼跪在兰斯洛特爵士面前。
Who lightly touched him on the shoulder with his sword, naming him knight. Thereupon they parted with many kind words, and Beaumains made haste to overtake the damsel.
他用剑轻轻碰了一下他的肩膀，授予他骑士称号。随后，他们说了很多善意的话，伯曼便急忙追上这位少女。
Who had long since disappeared. As for Sir Kay, he was lifted upon Sir Lancelot's shield and taken back to the court, and there slowly he recovered of his wound.
早已失踪的人。至于凯爵士，他被兰斯洛特爵士的盾牌举起，并带回宫廷，在那里他的伤势慢慢痊愈。
Men laughed him to scorn for the beating he had received from his own kitchen boy. Lo, said some, the proud knight went forth to cuff his own scullion.
人们嘲笑他，嘲笑他从自己的厨房男孩那里受到的殴打。瞧，有人说道，这位骄傲的骑士走上前去， 给自己的仆人戴上手铐。
And the scullion beat him sore and took his weapons for spoil. When Beaumains reached the side of the damsel,
那个仆人打了他一顿，还抢走了他的武器。当伯曼走到少女身边时，
she pulled up her horse and turned upon him with flashing eyes and angry looks. "What doest thou here?" she cried. "Away from me, thou smellest of the kitchen, knave." Pah!
他拉起马，转身面对他，眼神闪烁，表情愤怒。你在这里做什么？他哭了。离我远点，你身上有厨房的味道，无赖！呸！
Thy clothes are foul with grease and tallow. Dost thou think to ride with me? Lady, said Beaumains, and he spoke full gently, my clothes may be smirched, but my arm I trust.
你的衣服沾满了油脂和牛油，你想和我一起骑车吗？女士，伯曼说道，语气十分温柔，我的衣服可能脏了，但我相信我的手臂。
Is as strong to defend you as any that is wrapped in silk. Out upon thee, saucy churl, she cried. Thinkest thou I should allow for that knight whom you thrust from his horse, but now? Nay.
它就像任何包裹着丝绸的东西一样强大，可以保护你。滚蛋吧，无礼的家伙！他哭了。你认为我应该允许那个被你从马上赶下马的骑士吗？不。
Not a whit do I, for thou didst strike him foully and like a coward. I know thee well, for Sir Kay named you. Beaumains you are, dainty of hands and of eating, like a spoilt page. Get thee gone.
我一点也没有，因为你像个胆小鬼一样狠狠地打了他。我很了解你，因为凯爵士给你起了名字。你是伯曼人，手巧，吃起来也精致，就像一个被宠坏的树叶。让你走开。
Thou turner of spits and washer of greasy dishes. But for all that she raved, Beaumains would not reply in angry words, though his heart burned within him. Damsel, said he courteously,
你这个烤肉叉的翻转者和油腻的盘子的清洗者。尽管他对一切赞不绝口，但伯曼并没有用愤怒的言语来回应，尽管他的心在燃烧。小姐，他礼貌地说，
Ye may say what you will to me, but I will not go from you whatever you say. I have given my promise to King Arthur that I will achieve this adventure for you.
你们可以对我说你们想说的话，但无论你们说什么，我都不会离开你们。我已向亚瑟王许下诺言，我将为你完成这次冒险。
And that will I do or die in the trial of it. The girl laughed mockingly. You will finish my adventure. You will come to our aid, she cried in scorn. Fie on thee, thou upstart kitchen page.
我要么这么做，要么在审判中死去。少女嘲讽地笑道，你将完成我的冒险，你将来帮助我们。她轻蔑地喊道，哎呀，你这个暴发户的厨房侍从。
But if you will not go from me, then come, fool, and I shall see thee quickly shamed. Thou art proud with the too good living thou hadst in Arthur's kitchen.
但如果你不肯离开我，那就来吧，傻瓜， 我很快就会看到你蒙羞。你对在亚瑟的厨房里过着美好的生活感到自豪。
But one I know whose face thou wilt not dare to look into, my knight of the kitchen. So saying, she pushed on her horse, and thus in silence they went on together.
但我知道你不敢看他的脸，我的厨房骑士。说着，他策马而行，便默默地并肩前行。
In a little while they came to a dark wood, and suddenly as they rode, a man with white scared face started from behind a bush and ran to the side of Beaumains. Go not that way, Sir Knight.
不一会儿，他们就来到了一片漆黑的树林里。突然，正当他们骑马的时候，一个满脸惊恐的男人从灌木丛后面猛地跑到了伯曼的旁边。不要走那条路，骑士先生。
He said, For there be 6 knaves who have taken my lord and bound him, and now they will surely take you and your lady unless you go back. I barely escaped with my life and hid when I heard you.
他说，有6个恶棍抓住了我的主人，并把他绑了起来。现在他们一定会抓住你和你的夫人，除非你回去。我好不容易才逃过一劫，听到你的声音就躲了起来。
Thinking you were of their thievish company, take me to them, cried Beaumains, and the poor squire, holding the knight's stirrup leather, ran with him. And surely in a little while.
以为你是他们盗贼团伙的成员，带我去找他们。伯曼喊道，可怜的乡绅拿着骑士的马镫皮跟着他跑。当然，不久之后，
3 knaves rushed forth before them in the green drive and bade Beaumains stand. But grimly he dashed at them before ever they could recover.
3个恶棍在绿色的车道上冲到他们前面，命令伯曼斯站起来。但在他们恢复过来之前，他就冷酷地冲向他们。
2 he cut down with his good sword as they stood, and the 3rd, trying to escape, was run between the shoulders. Then turning,
当他们站着时，他用他的好剑砍倒了其中2个，第3个试图逃跑，被从肩膀之间穿过，然后转身。
Beaumains saw in a glade near the drive where 3 other knaves stood beside a knight bound to a tree. They dashed towards Beaumains with spiked clubs uplifted.
伯曼斯看到，在车道附近的一片空地上，另外3个恶棍站在一个被绑在树上的骑士旁边，他们高举尖刺棍棒，冲向伯曼斯。
But the squire rushed at one, tripped him up and dispatched him, and the others suddenly decided to turn and flee. Their resolution came too late, however.
但乡绅冲向一个人，把他绊倒，并把他打发走了。其他人顿时决定转身逃跑，然而他们的决定来得太晚了。
For Beaumains cut them down as they ran. The knight was quickly released by his squire, and came up to his rescuer, and thanked him heartily for his speedy help. Come with me, he said.
因为伯曼斯在他们逃跑时砍倒了他们，骑士很快就被他的侍从释放了。他走到救援者面前，衷心感谢他的迅速帮助。跟我来，他说。
you and your lady, to my castle, which is but a little way hence, and I will fittingly requite thee for the saving of my life. Nay, said Beaumains, I will have no reward.
你和你的夫人到我的城堡来吧，距离这里只有一小段路，我会适当的报答你救了我的命。不，伯曼说，我不会得到任何报酬。
All I do henceforth is but my duty, and I will take naught in payment. Moreover, I must follow this lady. The knight went to the lady, and begged that she would accept his hospitality.
今后我所做的只是我的职责，我不会收取任何报酬，而且我必须跟随这位女士。骑士走向这位女士，恳求她接受他的款待。
For the twilight was deepening, and they were yet far from a town. The damsel consented, but on reaching the castle of the knight,
因为暮色正在加深，而他们距离城镇还很远。少女同意了，但是当到达骑士的城堡时，
she would not permit Beaumains to sit at the same table with her. Take the knave hence, she cried haughtily. He is but a scullion from King Arthur's kitchen.
她不会允许伯曼斯与她坐在同一张桌子上。把这个无赖带走，她傲慢地喊道。他不过是亚瑟王厨房里的一个仆人。
And is not fit to sit with a lady of rank. He is more suited, Sir Knight, to dine with your turnspits. Lady, I do not understand your words, said the knight.
也不适合与贵妇坐在一起。骑士先生，他更适合和你的烤肉叉一起吃饭。女士，我听不懂你的话，骑士说。
For this gentleman hath proved himself a man of knightly courage and courtesy this day. As for that, said the lady, I count it not. He took the rascals unawares, and they had no heart.
这位先生今天已经证明了自己是一位具有骑士般勇气和礼貌的人。至于这一点，女士说道，我认为这不算什么。他出其不意地抓住了这些无赖，让他们没有了良心。
They were but sorrier knaves than he is. Well, said the knight, since you mislike him so, he shall sit with me, and you shall sit alone. So it was done.
他们只不过是比他更可恶的无赖罢了。好吧，骑士说，既然你这么不喜欢他，那他就和我坐在一起，而你一个人坐着。于是就大功告成了。
And while the lady sat eating her meal in chilly silence at one table, Beaumains and the knight, his host, laughed and talked merrily over their dinner at another. Next morning, early,
当这位女士坐在一张桌子旁，冷冷地沉默地吃着饭时，伯曼斯和他的主人骑士在另一张桌子上一边笑着一边愉快地交谈。第二天早上一早，
Beaumains and the lady were up and away while yet the dew shone on the leaves. Soon they passed through a great forest and approached a wide river.
伯曼和那位女士起身离开，而树叶上的露珠还闪闪发光。很快，他们就穿过了一片大森林，来到了一条宽阔的河流边。
In a little while they rode down to where a roughly paved way ran into the water, and, looking to the other bank, Beaumains was aware of 2 knights on horseback.
过了一会儿，他们骑马来到了一条粗略铺成的通向水中的道路。伯曼望向对岸，发现有2个骑士骑在马背上。
Stationed as if to hinder his passing the ford. Now Sir Kitchen Knight laughed the lady mockingly. What sayest thou? Art thou a match for these 2 knights, or wilt thou not turn back?
驻扎在那里，仿佛要阻止他通过浅滩。现在，厨房骑士先生，那位女士嘲笑道：“你说什么？你是这2位骑士的对手吗？还是你不会回头？”
I would not turn if they were 6, replied Beaumains quietly. With that he rushed, with spear at rest, into the ford, and one of the waiting knights came swiftly against him.
如果他们是6岁，我就不会转身。伯曼平静地回答。说完，他手持长矛冲进浅滩，一名等待的骑士迅速向他袭来。
They met in the midst with so great a shock that their spears were splintered. They then closed fiercely with their swords and hurtled about in the foaming, dashing water.
他们在中间相遇，惊得他们的长矛都碎裂了。然后他们用剑猛烈的合拢，在泡沫飞溅的水中猛冲。
Beating at each other. Suddenly Beaumains struck the other so hard a stroke on his helm that he was stunned, and fell from his horse into the stream, which whirled him away into the deeps.
互相殴打。突然，伯曼斯用力击打对方的头盔，使他惊呆了，从马背上掉进溪里，溪流把他卷进了深渊。
And there drowned him. Then Beaumains rode swiftly towards the other knight, who with his lance dashed against him. But Beaumains parried the spear stroke.
他就在那里被淹死了。然后伯曼斯迅速策马奔向另一位骑士，后者用长矛向他猛冲过去，但伯曼斯挡开了长矛。
And with one great heave of his sword, clove the other's helm in twain, so that the knight fell like a stone. Alas, cried the lady as she came across the ford.
他一剑将对方的头盔劈成2半，骑士像石头一样倒地。唉，那位女士走过浅滩时喊道。
That ever kitchen knave should have the mishap to slay 2 such noble knights. Doubtless thou thinkest thou hast done mightily, Sir Knight of the Turnspit.
那个厨子就该遭遇不幸，杀死2个如此高贵的骑士。毫无疑问，你认为你已经做得很出色了，转角骑士先生。
But I saw well how it all happened. The first knight's horse stumbled on the stones of the ford, and the other thou didst stab from behind. 'Twas a shameful deed. Damsel, said Beaumains.
但我清楚地看到这一切是如何发生的。第一个骑士的马在浅滩的石头上绊倒了，而你则从后面刺伤了另一匹马。这是一种可耻的行为。姑娘，伯曼说。
Quiet in words, though hot of mind at her words, ye may say what ye will. I only know that I fight fairly, as God gives me strength. I reck not what ye say.
他的言语虽然很激烈，但言语很平静。你们可以说你们想说的。我只知道我会公平的战斗， 因为上帝给了我力量。我不相信你们所说的。
So I win your lady sister from her oppressor. Thou knave of impudence, cried the lady. Thee to speak of winning my lady sister, high of rank and rich in wide lands as she is.
这样我就能从压迫者手中夺回你的妹妹了。你这个厚颜无耻的无赖！那位女士叫道：你说赢得了我的妹妹，她地位高，土地广，富有。
But thou shalt soon see knights that shall abate thy pride. Whatever knights they be, I care not, so that I win good words from you at last, said Beaumains. Those thou shalt never have.
但你很快就会看到骑士们会削弱你的骄傲。无论他们是什么骑士，我都不在乎，所以我最终会赢得你的好感。伯曼说，那些你永远不会拥有的。
Thou churl, replied the lady scornfully, for all that thou hast done has been by chance and misadventure, and not by the prowess of thy hands. But if thou wilt follow me, why, then come.
你这个笨蛋，那位女士轻蔑地回答道，因为你所做的一切都是偶然和不幸的，而不是你双手的英勇。但如果你愿意跟随我，那么为什么来？
And I shall the more quickly be rid of thee, for of a surety thou wilt soon be slain. Beaumains answered not, and so they went on their way.
我会更快地除掉你，因为你肯定很快就会被杀掉。伯曼没有回答，于是他们继续赶路。
Illustration: Beaumains wins the fight at the ford. Thus they fared until evensong, and then they came to a waste land, where their way led through a narrow darkling valley.
插图：伯曼在福特的战斗中获胜，他们就这样一直坚持到了晚岛，然后来到了一片荒地，他们的道路通向一条狭窄的黑暗山谷。
And at the head thereof they entered upon a wide land, black and drear to the very skies, and beside the way was a black hawthorn, and thereon hung a black banner and a black shield, and by it.
在他们的头顶上，他们进入了一片广阔的土地，黑压压的，直达天空。路边长着一棵黑色的山楂树，上面挂着一面黑色的旗帜和一面黑色的盾牌，旁边
Stuck upright was a long black spear, and beside it was a great black horse covered with silk, and a black stone fast by it. And upon the stone sat a knight in black armor.
竖立着一把黑色长矛，旁边有一匹裹着丝绸的黑马，旁边拴着一块黑色石头，石头上坐着一位身穿黑甲的骑士。
At sight of whom the damsel cried, Now, my kitchen knight, 'tis not too late. Fly back through the valley, or this night will surely slay thee. Nay, I will not, said Beaumains, for I fear him not.
少女一看到他就喊道：现在，我的厨房骑士，现在还不算太晚。飞回山谷，否则这位骑士一定会杀了你。不，我不会，伯曼说，因为我不怕他。
The Black Knight came to the damsel and asked if she had brought this knight from King Arthur's court to be her champion. Fie, she said angrily, he is no knight.
黑骑士来到少女面前， 问他是否从亚瑟王的宫廷中带来了这位骑士来当他的勇士。呸！他愤怒地说，他不是骑士。
He is but a knave that was fed for alms in the king's kitchen, and would follow me in spite of all I say. And I would that you would rid me of him.
他只不过是一个在国王的厨房里靠施舍而喂养的无赖，不管我说什么，他都会跟着我。我希望你能摆脱他。
Today he slew 2 noble knights at the passage of the water, and all by evil chance. A strong knave, in truth, answered the knight, and a saucy one. Then this will I do.
今天他在水道上杀死了2名高贵的骑士，而这一切都是出于邪恶的偶然。事实上，他是一位强大的无赖，骑士回答道，而且是一位狡猾的无赖。那么我就这样做。
He shall leave me his horse and armor, for since he is but a knave, my knightly hands may not harm him. You speak lightly of my horse and armor, said Beaumains.
他将把他的马匹和盔甲留给我，因为他只是一个无赖，我的骑士之手不会伤害他。你轻描淡写地谈论我的马匹和盔甲，伯曼说。
But I will have you know that you get not from me, and moreover I will pass these lands with this lady in spite of you. Thou knave, cried the knight angrily.
但我会让你知道，你从我这里得不到任何东西，而且我会不顾你的要求，和这位女士一起经过这些土地。你这个无赖！骑士愤怒地喊道。
Yield me this lady and thyself without ado. Let me see what thou canst do to take us, replied Beaumains, and laughed gaily.
把这位女士和你自己交给我吧，让我看看你能做些什么来带走我们。伯曼回答说，并愉快地笑了。
At this the knight in a rage leaped upon his horse, and they thundered together. The Black Knight's spear broke, but Beaumains' lance pierced him through the side and broke off short.
听到这，骑士勃然大怒，跳上马，两人一起怒吼。黑骑士的长枪折断，但伯曼斯的长枪从侧面刺穿了他，然后折断了。
Nevertheless, though badly wounded, the Black Knight drew his sword and fought manfully, striking Beaumains many mighty blows and bruising him sorely.
然而，黑骑士虽然受了重伤，但还是拔出剑，英勇的战斗，给了伯曼重重的一击，把他打得遍体鳞伤。
But suddenly his lifted sword fell from his hand, and turning in his saddle, he dropped to the ground in a swoon and shortly died. And Beaumains.
但突然，他举起的剑从他手中掉落，他在马鞍上翻了个身，昏倒在地，不久就死了。还有伯曼斯。
Seeing that the black armor was better than his own, armed himself in it with the aid of his dwarf squire, and rode after the damsel. But ever as before she railed at him.
看到黑色铠甲比自己的好，他在矮人侍从的帮助下武装自己，骑马追赶少女，但他一如既往地咒骂她。
Telling him he had conquered the Black Knight by a cowardly blow, but Beaumains would answer her nothing in anger. Anon they came to the edge of a vast and dark forest.
告诉他，他用懦弱的一击征服了黑骑士，但伯曼斯愤怒地不回答他。不久，他们来到了一片广阔而黑暗的森林边缘。
And from its shadows came a knight in green armor, who cried to the damsel, Lady, is that my brother the Black Knight whom ye bring riding behind ye? Nay, Sir Knight, it is not your brother.
一个身着绿色盔甲的骑士从阴影中走出来，他对少女喊道：“女士，那是我的兄弟，你带在身后骑着的黑骑士吗？”“不，骑士先生，这不是你的兄弟。”
She replied, It is but a kitchen knave who by treachery hath slain your noble brother, the Knight of the Black Lands. Thou traitor, cried the Green Knight, now shalt thou surely die.
他回应：“不过是一个厨子用背叛杀死了你高贵的兄弟，黑土地的骑士。你这个叛徒！”绿色骑士喊道：“现在你必死无疑。”
For my brother, Sir Percard, was a most noble knight and a valiant, and to think that he fell by the dirty hand of a knave is great shame. I am no knave, said Beaumains.
因为我的兄弟佩卡德爵士是一位最高贵的骑士，也是一位勇敢的人。想到他是被一个无赖的肮脏之手摔倒了，真是太耻辱了。我不是无赖，伯曼斯说。
But of lineage as high as thine, maybe, and I slew your brother in knightly fashion. But the Green Knight stayed not to answer, and they hurtled together.
但也许血统和你一样高，我以骑士的方式杀死了你的兄弟。但绿色骑士没有回答，他们一起冲了过去。
And clashed midway as if it were thunder. And Beaumains' stroke was so mighty that both the Green Knight and his horse fell to the ground. Swiftly the Green Knight rose to his feet.
中途就如同雷霆一般碰撞在一起。而伯曼的这一击威力巨大，绿骑士和他的马都摔倒在地。绿色骑士迅速站了起来。
And then, Beaumains having alighted, they rushed together with their swords, and stood a long time hacking, thrusting, and parrying. And each hurt the other sorely. Oh, my lord.
然后伯曼下了车，他们拿着剑一起冲了上去，战了很长时间，砍、刺、招架，并且彼此都深深地伤害了对方。哦，我的上帝！
The Green Knight, cried the damsel, Why do you stand so long fighting with that kitchen knave? A shame it is to see a proved knight matched by a dirty scullion. Slay him for me and be done.
绿色骑士少女叫道：“你为什么要和那个厨子打这么久呢？看到一个久经考验的骑士与一个肮脏的仆人相配，真是一种耻辱。为我杀掉他就完事了。”
Shamed by her words, the Green Knight gave a fierce stroke and clove Beaumains' shield in twain. Then Beaumains, smarting with this blow, and in anger at the words of the lady,
绿骑士对他的话感到羞愧，猛烈一击，将伯曼斯的盾牌劈成了两半。伯曼因这一击而感到刺痛，并对这位女士的话感到愤怒。
suddenly gave the Green Knight so great a stroke that he fell upon his knees, and then was thrust groveling upon the earth. Swiftly Beaumains cut the fastenings of his helm, and
突然，绿色骑士受到了重击，他跪倒在地，然后跪倒在地。伯曼迅速剪断了头盔的扣件，然后
tearing it off, lifted his sword to strike off the other's head. But the Green Knight prayed of his mercy and pleaded hard for his life. Thou shalt plead in vain, said Beaumains.
将其撕下，举剑砍下对方的头颅。但绿色骑士祈求他的仁慈，并恳求饶他一命。你的恳求是徒劳的，伯曼说。
Unless this lady shall beg thy life of me. Shame on thee, thou kitchen knave, cried the lady, biting her lip with anger. Thinkest thou I shall crave aught of thee, and be so beholden to thee?
除非这位女士向我求饶。你真丢脸，你这个厨房恶棍！那位女士愤怒地咬着嘴唇喊道。你认为我会渴望你的任何东西，并且对你如此感激吗？
Then he shall die, cried Beaumains. O lady, suffer me not to die, cried the prostrate knight, when a fair word from you will save my life. And you, Sir Knight, give me my life.
那么他就会死。伯曼斯喊道。哦，女士，请让我不要死！跪倒在地的骑士喊道：“你的一句公平的话就能救我的命，而你，骑士先生，赐予我生命。”
And I will yield myself and 30 knights to be your men, and your commands while they live. Now that is a grievous shame, cried the lady. What, Sir Green Knight?
我愿意让自己和30名骑士成为您的部下，并在他们活着的时候执行您的命令。现在这是一个严重的耻辱。那位女士喊道：“什么？绿骑士爵士？”
Art such a coward as to crave thy life of a scullion knave, and promise him 30 knights' service? You and your 30 knights shall avail you not, said Beaumains grimly.
你真是个胆小鬼，竟然想当一个小混混的命，并答应为他提供30个骑士的服务。你和你的30名骑士不会给你带来任何好处，伯曼冷酷地说。
And since this lady will not beg thy life of me, why, now I shall slay thee. With that he raised the sword, but the lady cried out, Put down, thou rascally knave, and slay him not.
既然这位女士不会向我求你的命，那我现在就杀了你。说完，他举起了剑，但那位女士大声喊道：“放下，你这个无赖，不要杀他。”
Or thou shalt repent it. Lady, said Beaumains, and bowed full gently, your command is to me a pleasure, and at your desire I give him his life.
不然你就会后悔的。女士，伯曼轻轻鞠了一躬，您的命令对我来说是一种荣幸。如果您愿意，我可以赐予他生命。
Then the Green Knight did homage to Beaumains and gave up his sword. Afterwards he took them to his castle nearby, where they passed the night. Next morning the Green Knight.
然后绿色骑士向伯曼致敬，并放弃了他的剑。随后，他带他们去了附近的城堡，并在那里过夜。 第二天早上，绿色骑士
whose name was Sir Pertolope, accompanied them some distance on their way.
他的名字叫佩托洛普爵士，在途中陪伴他们一段距离。
And at parting he told Beaumains that he and his 30 knights would do service when and where he might desire.
临别时，他告诉伯曼，他和他的30名骑士将在他愿意的时间和地点提供服务。
Thereupon Beaumains told him that he must go and yield himself and his knights to King Arthur, and this Sir Pertolope promised faithfully to do. And again.
于是伯曼斯告诉他，他必须去把自己和他的骑士们交给亚瑟王佩托洛普爵士，忠实地答应了这一点。然后再次
When they had gone some way and had reached a little town, a knight challenged Beaumains, who, having fought with the stranger and overpowered him,
当他们走了一段路，到达一个小镇时，一位骑士向伯曼发起挑战，伯曼与陌生人战斗并制服了他。
threatened to slay him unless the lady begged for his life. This she did, after she had said many bitter and evil things, and Beaumains commanded the knight to go.
威胁要杀了他，除非这位女士求饶他。在他说了许多痛苦和邪恶的事情之后，他这样做了。伯曼命令骑士离开。
With 80 knights which were in his service, and yield himself up to King Arthur. Then Beaumains and the lady went on again.
与为他服务的30名骑士一起向亚瑟王投降。然后伯曼和那位女士又继续前行。
And the lady was full of rage in that she had been compelled a second time to plead with him for the life of a knight. Thou shalt get thy full wages today, Sir Kitchen Knight, said she.
这位女士非常愤怒，因为她被迫第二次恳求他饶恕一名骑士的生命。今天你将得到全额工资，厨房骑士先生，她说。
For in a little while there will meet us the most valiant knight in the world after King Arthur. Methinks thou wouldst do the better part to flee.
过一会儿，我们就会见到继亚瑟王之后世界上最勇敢的骑士。我认为你最好逃跑。
For the evil luck which thou hast had with the 3 knights you have overcome will not avail thee upon this one. Madam, said Beaumains, you know that ye are uncourteous so to reproach me.
因为你所战胜的3名骑士的厄运不会对你的这位骑士有任何帮助。女士，伯曼说，您知道如此责备我是无理的。
I have done you great service these 3 days, but ever you call me coward and kitchen knave. Yet those who have come against me, whom you said would beat me.
这3天我为你们提供了很大的帮助，但你们却称我为胆小鬼和厨房流氓。然而那些来攻击我的人，你说他们会打败我。
Are now either slain or have yielded homage to me. The greater shame, said the lady, that so low-born a churl as thou art should have knights yield to thee who should have slain thee.
现在要么被杀，要么向我致敬。更大的耻辱，女士说，像你这样一个出身卑微的粗人，竟然让本该杀了你的骑士屈服于你。
Beaumains answered nothing more, but his heart was very heavy at the thought that, do what he might, he could not win this lady to speak fairly of him. Towards noon, as they rode,
伯曼斯没有再回答，但他的心情非常沉重，因为他想到，尽他所能，他无法赢得这位女士公正地评价他。快到中午的时候，他们骑马时
they saw the white towers of a fair city, and before its gates was a field newly mown, with many tents therein of diverse rich colors. Lo, there is the town of the man that shall cut thy comb.
他们看到了一座美丽城市的白色塔楼，城门前是一片新割过的田地，里面有许多色彩缤纷的帐篷。看啊，那里就是为你剪书的人的城镇。
Thou proud varlet, said the lady, a brave and proved knight is he, by name Sir Persant of Minute, and he hath the following of 500 knights and men at arms. A goodly lord indeed.
你这个骄傲的混蛋，那位女士说，他是一位勇敢且久经考验的骑士，名叫麦尼德的佩尔桑特爵士。他有500名骑士和武装人员的追随者，确实是一位善良的主。
Replied Beaumains, and one I fain would see. The lady laughed mockingly. Thou shalt see him too soon to please thee, I doubt not, she replied.
伯曼回答道，我很想看看。那位女士嘲讽地笑道，你很快就会见到他，这会让你高兴不起来，我怀疑，他回答道。
For he is the lordliest knight that ever whipped a knave. That may well be, said Beaumains, and the more desire I have to see him. Thou fool, cried the lady angrily.
因为他是鞭打无赖的最尊贵的骑士。很可能是这样，伯曼说，我越想见到他。你这个傻瓜！那位女士愤怒地叫道。
Thou hadst better turn and flee while there is time. Not a step will I, replied he with a laugh. For, look you, if he be so lordly a knight as you say,
趁还有时间，你最好转身逃跑。我不会迈出一步，他笑着回答。你看，如果他像你所说的那样是一位高贵的骑士，
he will not set his 500 knights on me at once. But if he will send but one against me at a time, I will do my best till my strength goes from me. No man, be he knave or knight, can do more.
他不会立刻派出500名骑士来对付我，但如果他一次只派一个人来对付我，我会尽力而为，直到我失去力量为止。没有人，无论是无赖还是骑士，能做得更多。
At his quiet, brave words, the lady's heart smote her. She repented of her evil tongue, when she thought how valiant and true this unknown man had been on her behalf. Sir,
听了他平静而勇敢的话语，这位女士的心受到了打击。当她想到这个不知名的男人为她所做的一切是多么勇敢和真诚时，她就为自己的恶毒言论感到后悔。先生，
she said in a gentler voice, you make me marvel. Thou hast spoken boldly, and, by my faith, thou hast done boldly, and that makes me wonder of what kin thou art. But as ye are so brave and have done,
她用温和的声音说道， 你们让我惊叹不已。你说话大胆，而且凭着我的信心，你做事也大胆，这让我想知道你是什么亲属。但正如你们如此勇敢并所做的那样，
You and your horse, great travail these 3 days. I misdoubt that you will get hurt if ye go further. Therefore I bid you turn, or ever it be too late. Nay, I will not, said Beaumains.
你和你的马这3天辛苦了，再走下去恐怕会受伤。因此我命令你转身，否则就太晚了。不，我不会，伯曼说。
It would be a great shame that now, when we are but a few miles from your lady sister's oppressor, I should turn back. But, sir, I counsel you to do so, said the lady.
现在，当我们距离你姐姐的压迫者只有几英里时，我应该回去，这将是一个巨大的耻辱。但是，先生，我建议您这样做，那位女士说。
For the strength of Sir Persant, even if ye conquer him, is but little compared with the great strength of the Red Knight who doth oppress my sister.
即使你们征服了佩尔桑特爵士，他的力量与压迫我妹妹的红骑士的力量相比，也微不足道。
And I am sure you have little hope of overcoming him. Nevertheless, lady, I will essay to conquer him, said Beaumains.
我确信你战胜他的希望渺茫。尽管如此，女士，我还是会努力征服他，伯曼说。
For it is but my duty and my desire to rescue your lady sister as I have resolved. I marvel what manner of man ye be, said the lady. It must be that ye come of noble blood.
因为这只是我的责任和愿望，正如我所决心的那样，营救你的妹妹。我很惊讶你是一个怎样的人，那位女士说。你们一定有高贵的血统。
For no woman could have spoken or treated you more evilly than I have done. Yet ever you have courteously suffered all I said. Lady, it is but a man's duty to suffer a woman's wayward words.
因为没有哪个女人能比我对你更恶毒地说话或对待你，但你还是礼貌地接受了我所说的一切。女士，忍受女人的任性言语只是男人的义务。
Said Beaumains, and they have not been without service to me. For the more ye angered me, the more strength of wrath I put into my blows, and so was enabled to overcome your enemies.
伯曼说，他们并非没有为我提供服务，因为你们越惹我生气，我就越用愤怒的力量来打击你们，这样我就能战胜你们的敌人。
And as to what I am and whence I came, I could have had meat in other places than in King Arthur's kitchen, but all that I have done was to try my friends, and whether I be knave or gentleman.
至于我是谁，我从哪里来，我本可以在亚瑟王厨房以外的其他地方吃肉，但我所做的只是尝试我的朋友们，无论我是无赖还是绅士。
I have done you gentleman's service. That is truth, Sir Beaumains, said the lady, all soft and penitent now, and I beg of you forgiveness for all my evil words. I forgive you with all my heart.
我已经为您提供了绅士的服务，这是事实，伯曼爵士，那位女士说道，现在她的语气变得柔和而悔恨， 我恳求您原谅我所有的恶毒言论，我全心全意地宽恕你们。
Said Sir Beaumains, and I tell you, lady, that now that you speak kindly to me, it gladdens me greatly.
伯曼爵士说，我告诉你，女士，现在你对我说的好话，这让我非常高兴。
And I feel that there is no knight living whom I could not strike down for the sake of yourself and your lady sister. By this time Sir Persant had seen them.
我觉得为了你和你的妹妹，没有一个骑士是我打不倒的。这时佩尔桑特爵士已经看到他们了。
And had sent a squire to ask Beaumains whether he came in peace or war. If he will not let us pass, replied Beaumains, it shall be war.
并派了一名乡绅去问伯曼，他是在和平时期还是在战争时期到来的。如果他不让我们过去，伯曼回答说，那就会发生战争。
At that they saw Sir Persant array himself in his armor and mount his horse, and now he came rushing across the field at utmost speed, his lance in rest.
这时，他们看到佩尔桑特爵士穿上盔甲，骑上马，现在他以最快的速度冲过田野，手里拿着长矛。
Beaumains also made his horse leap forward swiftly, and the two knights met with so great a force that both their lances splintered in many pieces.
伯曼斯也策马猛跃，两名骑士遭遇了如此巨大的力量，双枪都被劈成碎片。
And their horses fell dead upon the field. But the two knights instantly disentangled themselves and fought on foot with shield and sword.
他们的马匹倒在地上死了，但两名骑士立刻挣脱束缚，手持盾牌和剑，徒步战斗。
So furiously did they hurl themselves at each other that often they fell to the ground. For 2 hours the duel raged, till their hauberks were tattered and their shields were hacked.
他们如此猛烈地互相扑打，以至于经常摔倒在地。决斗持续了2个小时，直到他们的锁甲被撕破，盾牌被砍断。
While both were sorely bruised and wounded. At length Beaumains thrust Sir Persant in the side, and the latter's attack became less eager.
而两人都受了重伤。最后，伯曼斯把佩尔桑特爵士推到了一边，后者的攻击变得不那么急切了。
Finally, Beaumains hit the other so great a stroke that he fell headlong, and instantly Beaumains leaped astride of him and unlashed his helm, as if about to slay him.
最后，伯曼斯重重地击中了另一个人，使他头朝下摔倒。伯曼斯立即跳到他身上，解开头盔，仿佛要杀死他。
Then Sir Persant yielded him and pleaded for his life, and the lady, who had stood watching the combat, ran forward, placed her hand on Sir Beaumains' sword arm, and cried, "Of your mercy."
然后，佩尔桑特爵士屈服了，恳求饶他一命。站在那儿观看战斗的那位女士跑上前去，把手放在伯曼爵士持剑的手臂上，哭喊道：“恳求您仁慈。”
Sir Beaumains, yield him his life for my sake. I do it willingly, cried he. helping the knight to rise, for he hath nobly fought, and so deserves not to die. Gramercy, said Sir Persant.
伯曼斯爵士，为了我的缘故，把他的命交出来吧。我自愿这样做。他一边喊道，一边帮助骑士站起来，因为他战斗得很英勇，所以不应该死。格拉梅西，佩尔桑特爵士说。
And now I know thou art the strong knight who slew my brothers the Black Knight of the Thorn and the Green Knight of the Wood. And now I will be your man.
现在我知道你是杀死我兄弟荆棘黑骑士和森林绿骑士的强大骑士。现在我将成为你的男人。
And 500 knights of mine shall do your service as and when you will. And that night they supped bounteously in Sir Persant's castle.
我的500名骑士将随时为您服务。那天晚上，他们在佩尔桑特爵士的城堡里享用了丰盛的晚餐。
And the lady besought Beaumains to sit by her at the same table, and all three made merry company. In the morning, after they had heard mass and broken their fast,
这位女士恳求伯曼坐在她旁边的同一张桌子上，3人相处得很愉快。早上，他们听完弥撒并开斋后，
Beaumains and the lady set out again, and Sir Persant went with them to the drawbridge. Fair lady, said he, where dost thou lead this valiant knight? Sir, said the lady.
伯曼和那位女士再次出发，佩尔桑特爵士陪着他们来到吊桥。美丽的女士，她说，你要把这位英勇的骑士带到哪里去？先生，那位女士说道。
He is going to raise the siege which hath been set by the tyrant knight of the Reedlands. Ah, then he goes to Castle Dangerous, and on the most perilous adventure that any man could take.
他将解除芦苇地暴君骑士所设下的围困。啊，然后他去了危险城堡，开始了任何人都可以经历的最危险的冒险。
For they say the Red Knight hath the strength of 7 men, and he doth oppress one of the fairest and sweetest ladies in the world. I think you are her sister, Dame Lynette? That is my name.
因为他们说红骑士拥有7个人的力量，他确实压迫了世界上最美丽、最可爱的女士之一。我想你是她的妹妹，莱内特夫人。那是我的名字。
Replied the lady, and my sister is Dame Lyons. This Red Knight is the most dangerous knight in the world, said Sir Persant to Beaumains, and hath besieged that fair lady these 2 years.
那位女士回答道，我的妹妹是莱昂斯夫人。这位红骑士是世界上最危险的骑士，佩尔桑特爵士对伯曼说，这2年一直围攻那位美丽的女士。
Many times he might have forced her for terror to have married him, but he keeps the siege in hopes that Sir Lancelot or even King Arthur would come to rescue the lady.
很多时候，他可能会出于恐惧而强迫她嫁给他，但他仍继续围攻，希望兰斯洛特爵士甚至亚瑟王能来拯救这位女士。
For he hadeth all true knights, but those 2 with most bitterness. So they parted from Sir Persant and rode onwards, and the lady spoke now full friendly to Beaumains. In a little while,
因为他憎恨所有真正的骑士，除了那2个最痛苦的人。于是他们与佩尔桑特爵士告别，继续骑马前行。这位女士现在对伯曼完全友好地说话了。不一会儿
When they had passed through a fair forest, they came upon a plain, and in the distance was a high castle with many tents about it, and men passing to and fro between them.
当他们穿过一片美丽的森林时，他们来到了一片平原，远处有一座高高的城堡，周围有许多帐篷，人们在他们之间来来往往。
And as they rode under some withered trees by the edge of the forest, they saw, hanging by their necks from the bare boughs, many goodly knights in armor.
当他们骑马穿过森林边缘的一些枯树时，他们看到光秃秃的树枝上挂着许多优秀的骑士，他们穿着盔甲
with their shields and swords hung before them. At this shameful sight, Beaumains checked his horse and asked, "What means this?" "Fair sir," said Lynette,
他们面前挂着盾牌和剑。看到这可耻的景象，伯曼检查了他的马并问道：“这是什么意思？”公平的先生，利内特说。
"Abate not your cheer at this dreadful sight, for ye have need now of all your courage, or else are we all shamed and destroyed."
不要因为这可怕的景象而减少你们的欢呼，因为你们现在需要你们所有的勇气，否则我们都会感到羞耻和毁灭。
These dead knights are those who have come against the Red Knight trying to rescue my sister from his power. But the tyrant knight hath overcome them.
这些死去的骑士是那些反抗红骑士并试图将我妹妹从他的手中拯救出来的人，但暴君骑士却战胜了他们。
And slain them thus shamefully by hanging. Now heaven aid me, said Beaumains, for this is a most shameful and unknightly custom, and well doth that evil knight deserve death.
并以可耻的方式绞死了他们。现在上帝保佑我，伯曼说，因为这是一种最可耻、最不道德的习俗，那个邪恶的骑士该死。
Nevertheless, he is a knight of great prowess and force, though of evil custom, replied the lady, and no one hath ever borne him down in battle.
尽管如此，他是一位英勇无畏的骑士，尽管他的习俗很邪恶，女士回答道，从来没有人在战斗中击倒过他。
With that they came to a sycamore tree which stood alone in the plain, and on it was hung a great horn of elephant bone, with gold work curiously wrought. Fair sir.
说完，他们来到了平原上一棵孤零零的梧桐树前，树上挂着一根象骨制成的大角，上面用金工艺制作的奇特。公平的先生。
You must blow that horn if you wish to do battle with the Red Knight. But, sir, went on the lady quickly, and caught at Beaumains' arm that already had lifted the horn, be not overbold.
如果你们想与红骑士作战，就必须吹响号角。但是，先生，那位女士迅速接着说道，并抓住伯曼已经举起喇叭的手臂，不要太过分。
It is now the hour of prime, and it is said that the Red Knight's force increaseth to the strength of 7 men until it is noon. Wait, therefore, until noon shall be past.
现在正值盛年，据说到了中午，红骑士的兵力会增加到7人，因此等到中午过去。
And his strength shall diminish. Nay, nay, said Beaumains, speak not thus to me. I will assail him however mighty he be, and either I will beat him or die with honor in the field.
他的力量将会减弱。不，伯曼说，别这样对我说话。无论他多么强大，我都会攻击他，要么打败他，要么光荣地死在战场上。
Therewith he lifted the horn and blew so great a blast that instantly knights came in a great press from the tents, and people looked out from the walls and windows of the castle.
说完，他举起号角，吹响了巨大的号角，立刻，骑士们从帐篷里蜂拥而出，人们从城堡的墙壁和窗户向外张望。
Then Beaumains saw a tall man come running from a tent, arming himself as he came. 2 barons set his spurs upon his heels, and an earl buckled his helm upon his head. He was all in red armor.
然后伯曼看到一个高个子男人从帐篷里跑出来，他来的时候全副武装。2位男爵将马刺放在他的脚后跟上，一位伯爵将他的头盔扣在他的头上。他一身红甲。
From the plume which waved upon his crest to the cloth which was upon his horse. And his shield was all of red, with but a black heart in the center thereof.
从他头顶上飘扬的羽毛到马背上的布料，他的盾牌通体是红色的，中间却有一颗黑色的心。
Then he waited for Beaumains in a little hollow before the castle, so that all that were therein might see the combat. Now, fair sir, said Lynette.
然后他在城堡前的一个小洼地里等待伯曼，以便城堡里的所有人都能看到这场战斗。现在，公平的先生，利内特说。
It behoves you to have great courage and heart, for yonder is your deadliest enemy, and at yonder window is my lady sister, Dame Lyons. Beaumains looked to where Lynette was pointing.
你应该有极大的勇气和勇气，因为那边是你最致命的敌人，那边的窗户是我的妹妹，莱昂斯夫人。伯曼望向利内特所指的地方。
And saw at a window the loveliest lady he had ever seen. And as he looked, she smiled and bowed to him, and he felt his heart burn with love for her. Truly, he said.
在窗口看到了他见过的最可爱的女士。当他看到她时，他微笑着向她鞠躬，他感到自己的心因对她的爱而燃烧。确实如此，他说。
She is the fairest lady I have ever looked upon, and she shall be my lady. Cease thy looking at that lady, called the Red Knight in a harsh and angry voice. She is my lady.
她是我见过的最美丽的女士，她将成为我的女士。别再看那位女士了。红骑士用严厉而愤怒的声音喊道：“她是我的女士。”
And soon shall she see thy foolish body swinging from the tree for the ravens to pluck, as others hang there afore thee.
很快他就会看到你愚蠢的身体从树上荡来荡去，让乌鸦啄食，而其他人则挂在你面前。
'Tis for that shameful sight, and for the love of this lady that hates you and your evil custom, that I am resolved to slay you, if God so wills, was the stern reply of Beaumains.
正是为了那可耻的景象，为了这位憎恨你和你邪恶习俗的女士的爱，我决定杀死你。如果上帝愿意的话，伯曼严厉地回答道。
A boastful rogue thou art, cried the Red Knight, and laughed scornfully. What is thy name, and whence come ye, Sir Black Knight?
你是个自夸的盗贼，红骑士喊道，并轻蔑地笑道：你叫什么名字？从哪里来，黑骑士爵士？
For surely from your talk you must be one of those prating and soft fools of the Round Table. I will not tell thee my name, said Beaumains.
从你的谈话来看，你一定是圆桌会议上那些喋喋不休、心软的傻瓜之一吧？我不会告诉你我的名字，伯曼说。
And as yet I am not of the worshipful company of King Arthur's Round Table. But when I have slain thee and rid the world of so shameful a knight,
到目前为止，我还不是亚瑟王圆桌会议的崇拜者。但当我杀了你，让世界上不再有如此可耻的骑士时，
then shall I crave the king to receive me into that high fellowship of noble and courteous knights. Make thee ready, shouted the Red Knight in a furious voice.
那么我将祈求国王接纳我加入高贵而有礼貌的骑士的高级团契，让你做好准备。红骑士用愤怒的声音喊道。
I will talk no more with thee. With that they withdrew a little from each other, and then, spurring their horses, and with lances in rest, they hurled themselves towards each other.
我不会再和你说话了。说完，他们彼此稍稍退开，然后策动马匹，手持长矛，猛冲向对方。
With so great a crash did they come together that both their spears were broken into 100 pieces, and their breastplates, girths, and cruppers burst.
他们猛烈地撞击在一起，他们的长矛都碎成了100块，他们的胸甲、腰带和臀部都炸裂了。
And the two knights fell to the ground half-stunned with the shock. But in a little while they avoided their struggling horses and leaping towards each other with their swords.
2名骑士震惊地倒在地上，但过了一会儿，他们就避开了挣扎的马匹，并用剑向对方扑来。
They cut and hacked each the other so fiercely that great pieces of their shields and armor flew off. Thus they fought till it was past noon and would not stop.
他们互相猛烈地砍杀，盾牌和盔甲的大片都飞了出去。就这样一直打到中午，还不肯罢休。
Till at last they both lacked wind, and thus they stood swaying, staggering, panting, yet fainting and striking with what strength they had. The Red Knight was a cunning fighter.
直到最后，他们都没有了风，就这样摇摇晃晃地站着，摇摇晃晃，气喘吁吁，却又用尽全力佯攻攻击。红骑士是一位狡猾的战士。
And Beaumains learned much from him, though it was at the cost of many a gaping wound. When it was evensong they rested by mutual accord.
伯曼从他身上学到了很多东西，尽管这是以许多伤口为代价的。当晚岛时，他们一致休息。
And seated on 2 molehills near the fighting place, they had their helms taken off by their pages, and their worst wounds bound up.
他们坐在战斗地点附近的2座小土丘上，侍从们摘下头盔，包扎更严重的伤口。
Then Beaumains lifted up his eyes to the lady at the window, and saw how her looks were tender with pity for him. So heartened was he at the sight that he started up swiftly.
然后伯曼斯抬起眼睛看着窗边的那位女士，看到她的表情充满了对她的怜悯和怜悯。他看到这一幕，顿时大受鼓舞，连忙站了起来。
And bade the Red Knight make him ready to do battle once more to the uttermost. Then they rushed fiercely at each other, and the fight raged more hotly than ever. At length, by cunning,
并吩咐红骑士做好再次战斗的准备。随后，双方猛烈地冲向对方，战斗更加激烈。最后，通过狡猾，
the Red Knight suddenly struck Beaumains' sword from his hand, and before he could recover it, the Red Knight had with a great buffet thrown him to the ground.
红骑士突然将伯曼斯手中的剑击落，还没等他收回剑，红骑士便一拳把他打倒在地。
And had fallen upon him to keep him down. Then cried the Lady Lynette piteously, "O Sir Beaumains, Sir Beaumains, where is your great heart? My lady sister beholds you, and she sobs and weeps."
并落在他身上，把他压倒。然后莱奈夫人可怜兮兮地喊道：“伯曼爵士啊，伯曼斯爵士，你伟大的心在哪里？我的姐姐看到你，她抽泣着，哭泣着。”
For surely she feels the evil Red Knight hath her almost in his power. At that, so great a rage possessed Beaumains, that with one great effort he thrust the Red Knight from him, and
因为他肯定觉得邪恶的红骑士几乎已经控制了他。伯曼斯勃然大怒，用尽全力将红骑士推开，然后
leaping up, he seized his sword again, and so fiercely did he beat upon his enemy that the Red Knight sank to his knees, and then was thrust groveling to the ground.
他一跃而起，再次抓起剑，狠狠地打向敌人。红骑士跪倒在地，然后被推倒在地。
Beaumains leaped astride him, and cut the fastenings of his helm. Then the Red Knight shrieked for mercy. "Thou recreant and coward," said Beaumains.
伯曼跳到他身上，割断了他头盔的扣子。然后红骑士尖叫着求饶：“你这个胆怯的胆小鬼！”伯曼斯说。
"Did not any of those knights that thou hast hung cry to thee for mercy? What pity and what mercy didst thou give them? And thou deservest none from me, nor from any man."
你吊死的那些骑士难道没有向你求饶吗？你对他们给予了怎样的怜悯和怜悯？你不配从我那里得到任何东西，也不从任何人那里得到任何东西。
With that he slew him at a stroke, and the people in the castle cried out with joy. Their leader being dead, his following of earls, barons, and knights came and did homage to Beaumains.
说罢，一击杀了他，城中百姓欢呼雀跃。他们的领袖去世了，他的追随者包括伯爵、男爵和骑士前来向伯曼致敬。
And he commanded that instantly they should betake themselves to the court of King Arthur and yield them into his hands.
他命令他们立即前往亚瑟王的宫廷，将他们交到他手中。
Then for 10 days the Lady Lynette made Beaumains rest him in the Red Knight's tent, while she tended his many sore wounds.
接下来的10天里，莱奈夫人让伯曼把他放在红骑士的帐篷里休息，而他则照顾他的许多酸痛伤口。
But ever Beaumains desired to go into the castle to see the lady he loved, but his hurts forbade him. On the 11th day he would no longer be denied, but having armed himself.
但伯曼斯曾经渴望进入城堡，看看他所爱的女士，但他的伤痛不允许他这样做。第11天，他不再被拒绝，而是武装自己。
All except his helm, which his page carried, he rode up to the castle gate. But as he came thither he saw many armed men, who pulled up the drawbridge before him, so that he should not enter.
除了他的随从携带的头盔之外，他骑着马向城堡大门走去。但当他到达那里时，他看到许多武装人员，他们拉起他面前的吊桥，不让他进去。
Therewith he saw a knight at a window, who called to him, Fair sir, I am Sir Gringamore, brother to the Lady Lyons, said the knight. I will that ye enter not yet.
这时，他看到窗边有一位骑士，他向他招呼：“公平的先生，我是格林加莫爵士里昂斯夫人的兄弟。”骑士说道：“我希望你们先不要进去。”
We know that you have proved yourself a bold and brave fighter, but we know not who you are. Therefore, unless you tell me your name and kindred, I may not suffer my sister to see you.
我们知道你已经证明自己是一位勇敢的战士，但我们不知道你是谁。所以，除非你告诉我你的名字和亲属，否则我可能不会允许我妹妹见到你。
I know not of thee, Sir Knight, cried Beaumains sternly. My business is with the lady, from whom I think I deserve a little kindness.
我对你一无所知，骑士先生，伯曼严厉地喊道。我的事是和这位女士有关，我认为我应该得到她的一点善意。
For I have bought her deliverance and her love with some of the best blood in my body. Must I go away then?
因为我用我体内最好的血液换来了她的拯救和她的爱，那我必须离开吗？
Thinking she cares more for a name and noble lineage than for brave deeds and devotion? Tell me, Sir Gringamore, is this the will of the Lady Lyons?
你认为她更关心的是名声和高贵的血统，而不是勇敢的行为和奉献精神吗？告诉我，格林加莫爵士，这是莱昂斯夫人的意愿吗？
Ye have but to tell us thy name and of thy lineage, brave man, said Sir Gringamore. Nay, that I will not, said Beaumains, for his heart was hot with shame and anger. If I were but a churl.
你只需告诉我们你的名字和你的血统，勇敢的人，格林加莫爵士说道。不，我不会。伯曼说，他的心因羞耻和愤怒而火热。如果我只是一个粗鲁的人，
I should reckon myself a nobler man than the recreant knight from whom I have rescued you and your sister. But since he was a knight,
我应该认为自己是一个比我从那个胆怯的骑士手中救出你和你妹妹的人更高尚的人。但既然他是骑士，
it seems you would reckon him as of greater honor than the brave churl that slew him for his evil deeds. Nay, nay, it is not so, came a sweet voice crying in tears.
看来你们会认为他比因他的邪恶行为而杀害他的勇敢的粗俗者更受尊敬。不，不是这样的。传来甜美的声音，泪流满面。
And Sir Beaumains saw the tender face of the Lady Lyons at the window where Sir Gringamor had been. My brave knight, think not ill of me, for this is none of my will.
伯曼斯爵士在格林加莫爵士所在的窗口看到了里昂斯夫人温柔的脸。我勇敢的骑士，不要对我抱有恶意，因为这不符合我的意愿。
For I am mocked and my pleasure denied in my own castle by this my over-careful brother. I love thee, Sir Knight, whatsoever thou art, for I feel that thou art gentle and brave.
因为我在自己的城堡里受到了这个过于小心的兄弟的嘲笑，并且剥夺了我的快乐。我爱你，骑士先生，无论你是什么，因为我觉得你温柔而勇敢。
And as good a man as any lady might love. And I beg you go not far from me, for I will have my will ere long, and I tell you now that I trust you, and I shall be true to you.
一个任何女士都会喜欢的好男人，我请求你不要远离我，因为我很快就会得到我的意愿。我现在告诉你，我信任你，我会对你忠诚。
And unto my death I shall love you and no other. And whenever I may come to you I will, in spite of this my brother. Saying these words, the lady sobbed as if her heart would break.
至死不渝，我只爱你，不爱任何人。不管什么时候我都会去找你，尽管如此，我的兄弟。说这句话的时候，女子哭的心都要碎了。
And hiding her face in her hands, she was led away by her women. With that Beaumains' heart smote him.
他双手捂住脸，被他的女人们带走了。伯曼的心因此而受到打击。
And he was resolved to reveal his name and lineage for the sake of the dear lady who loved him. But even as he thought this,
为了爱他的亲爱的女士，他决心透露自己的名字和血统。但即使他这么想，
he was aware of a party of knights coming towards him from the plain, and soon he recognized that they were of the company of King Arthur's Round Table. And the foremost knight,
他意识到一队骑士从平原向他走来，很快他就认出他们是亚瑟王圆桌会议的同伴。还有最重要的骑士，
who bore his helm in his hand, rode forward to him, crying, "O Gareth, Gareth, my brother, how hast thou deceived us all?" Then did Sir Beaumains clasp the other's hand right warmly.
他手里拿着头盔，骑马走到他面前，喊道：“哦，加雷斯，加雷斯，我的兄弟，你怎么欺骗了我们大家？”然后伯曼斯爵士热情地握住了对方的手。
For this was his own brother, Sir Gaheris, sent from King Arthur to bring him home. When Sir Gringamor knew of the coming of these knights, quickly he bade the drawbridge to be lowered.
因为这是他自己的兄弟加赫里斯爵士，是亚瑟王派来接他回家的。当格林加莫爵士得知这些骑士即将到来时，他迅速下令放下吊桥。
And in a little while the knights were being welcomed in the hall. Sir Gringamor, said Sir Gaheris, I find that I come at a lucky chance for the happiness of my brother.
不一会儿，骑士们就在大厅里受到了欢迎。格林加莫爵士、加赫里斯爵士说道：“我发现我来的正是为了我哥哥的幸福而来的。”
Already the fame of his brave deeds has reached King Arthur, for the knights he hath overcome have put themselves in the mercy of the king. Sir Knight of the Round Table.
他的勇敢事迹已经传遍了亚瑟王，因为他所战胜的骑士们已经将自己置于国王的怜悯之下。圆桌骑士阁下。
Said Sir Gringamor, Tell me who is this brave knight that will not say his name. He is Sir Gareth, my brother, the youngest son of the King of Orkney, replied Sir Gaheris.
格林加莫爵士说道：“告诉我，这个不愿说出自己名字的勇敢骑士是谁？”他是加雷斯爵士，我的兄弟，奥克尼国王最小的儿子。加赫里斯爵士回答道。
And fit for the highest lady in the land. He hath played this trick upon us all to test us. We did not know him, for he hath grown up to manhood while we have been long away from home.
并且适合这片土地上最高贵的女士。他对我们大家玩了这个把戏，来考验我们。我们不认识他，因为当我们长期远离家乡时，他已经长大成人了。
But ever he hath had an adventurous and witty mind. Sir, I thank you, said Sir Gringamor, and taking Sir Gareth by the hand, he led him into the bower where sat the lady lions.
但他始终具有冒险精神和机智的头脑。先生，我谢谢你，格林加莫爵士说道。他拉着加雷斯爵士的手，领着他走进里昂斯夫人坐的凉亭。
Who sprang to meet Sir Gareth. To her Sir Gringamor told all that he had heard, and then left Sir Gareth to tell her more of himself. And in a little while, at the court of King Arthur,
他跳起来迎接加雷斯爵士。格林加莫爵士向他讲述了他所听到的一切，然后留下加雷斯爵士告诉他更多关于他自己的事情。过了一会儿，在亚瑟王的宫廷里，
they were married with great feastings and joustings, and with all things to make merry. And Lynette was wedded at the same time to Sir Gaheris.
他们结婚时举行了盛大的宴会和比武，并进行了一切欢乐的活动。莱内特同时与加赫里斯爵士结婚。
For though the Lady Lynette was sharp of tongue, she was of great and good heart, and well beloved of all who knew her well.
尽管莱奈特夫人言语尖刻，但她心地善良，深受所有认识她的人的爱戴。
V. How Sir Tristram kept his word in the days when King Arthur had established his kingdom. He was called Emperor of Britain and its 3 islands. Nevertheless,
V. 特里斯特拉姆爵士如何信守诺言，在亚瑟王建立他的王国的时候，他被称为不列颠及其3个岛屿的皇帝。尽管如此，
there were kings who were rulers in their own lands, but they held their sovereignty of Arthur and had done homage to him and sworn fealty. In Wales there were 2 kings.
有些国王在自己的土地上担任统治者，但他们拥有亚瑟王的主权，并向他致敬并宣誓效忠。威尔士有2位国王。
In the north were 11 kings, and these he had conquered in a great battle by Sherwood Forest. In Cornwall were 2 kings, and in Ireland 3 kings.
北方有11位国王，他在舍伍德森林的一场大战中征服了这些国王。康沃尔郡有2位国王，爱尔兰有3位国王。
But all gave service to the great King Arthur. That part of Cornwall which was called the lands of Tintagel formed the kingdom of a prince named Mark.
但所有人都为伟大的亚瑟王服务。康沃尔郡被称为廷塔杰尔土地的那部分地区，形成了一位名叫马克的王子的王国。
And he owed certain yearly tribute or truage to King Anguish of South Ireland. It befell one day that King Anguish sent a messenger, who came to King Mark as he sat in hall.
他每年都要向南爱尔兰国王安吉时缴纳一定的贡品或税款。有一天，安吉什国王派了一位使者，当马克国王坐在大厅里时，他来到了他面前
and said, Sir King, my master bids me say that the truage which you owe unto him is unpaid for 7 years past, and if it be not paid, he will demand of you double the sum.
说道：国王大人，我的主人吩咐我说，您欠他的税款已经7年没有支付了，如果不支付，他将向您索要双倍的金额。
Now King Mark was a man of a mean and covetous mind, and he loved not to give money. Therefore, to put off the payment for a little while.
现在马克国王是一个心胸卑鄙、贪婪的人，他喜欢不给钱，因此，为了推迟付款一段时间，
He made answer thus, Tell your master that we will pay him no truage, and if your lord says he will have it, let him send a trusty knight of his land that will fight for his right.
他这样回答：告诉你的主人，我们不会付给他任何税款。如果你的主人说他会得到它，让他派出他的土地上一位值得信赖的骑士来为他的权利而战。
And we will find another to do battle with him. When King Anguish heard the message, he was wondrous wroth, and called into him the brother of his queen, Sir Marhaus.
我们会找到另一个人来与他作战。当痛苦国王听到这个消息时，他非常愤怒，并把他王后的兄弟马豪斯爵士叫来。
a good knight of prowess nobly proved, and, besides, a knight of the Round Table. The king craved of him to go and do battle for the truage due from Mark of Cornwall. Sir, said Sir Marhaus,
一位英勇无畏的优秀骑士，此外还是一位圆桌骑士。国王渴望他去为康沃尔马克应得的税收而战。先生，马豪斯爵士说，
I will gladly go and do battle for you on this saucy king or his knight. I ween ye shall have your truage to the last groat, for I fear not the best knight of the Round Table.
我很乐意为你与这位俏皮的国王或他的骑士作战。我知道你们将得到最后的粮食，因为我不惧怕圆桌会议上最好的骑士。
Unless it be Sir Lancelot, and I doubt not King Mark hath no knight of such worth and prowess as I, so in all haste Sir Marhaus set forth in a ship.
除非是兰斯洛特爵士，而且我毫不怀疑马克国王没有像我这样有价值和英勇的骑士。于是马豪斯爵士急忙乘船出发。
And in a little while cast anchor fast by the shore where, on two high cliffs, the castle of Tintagel frowned upon the sea.
不一会儿，就在海岸边抛锚了，在两座高高的悬崖上，廷塔杰尔城堡耸立在大海上。
When King Mark understood that so noble a knight as Sir Marhaus had come to do battle for the truage, he was full of sorrow, and wept as he looked upon the bags of gold in his treasure chest.
当马克国王得知像马豪斯爵士这样高贵的骑士前来为特鲁吉而战时，他满心悲伤，看着宝箱里的一袋袋金子，流下了眼泪。
He knew of no knight of his court that durst face Sir Marhaus, and he feared much that he would have to part with his gold. Daily Sir Marhaus sent a message up to the castle gate.
他不知道他的宫廷里没有哪个骑士敢于面对马豪斯爵士，他非常担心自己将不得不放弃他的黄金。每日马豪斯爵士向城堡大门发送消息，
demanding payment of the truage, or that a knight should come forth to do battle against him. Then King Mark let make a proclamation through all the lands.
要求支付旅费，或者要求一名骑士出来与他作战。然后马克国王向所有国家发布公告，
that if a knight would fight to save the truage of Cornwall, he should fare the better as long as he lived. But the days and weeks went by and no knight came forward.
如果一位骑士愿意为拯救康沃尔郡而战，那么只要他活着，他就会过得更好。但日子一天天过去，没有骑士挺身而出。
Then Sir Marhaus sent at the last a message which said, that if within a day and a night a champion for King Mark came not forward, he should depart.
然后马豪斯爵士最后发来一条消息，说如果一天一夜之内没有马克国王的冠军出现，他就应该离开。
All that day King Mark was sore and ill of mind and haggard of face, and could never stay still.
马克国王一整天都浑身酸痛，精神不振，面容憔悴，一刻也不能平静。
But was forever faring with his barons to where he could look down upon the ship of Sir Marhaus, and see the knight waiting in his armor. Late in the afternoon, as the king stood thus,
但他永远与他的男爵们一起航行到他可以俯视马豪斯爵士的船，看到穿着盔甲等待的骑士的地方。下午晚些时候，国王就这样站着，
gnawing his nails for rage, and so hot and wrathful that none of his barons dare speak to him, there came 2 horsemen riding swiftly into the courtyard of the castle.
愤怒地咬着指甲，他的男爵们都不敢和他说话。2个骑兵迅速驰入城堡的庭院。
And at the sound of their horses' feet, King Mark turned eagerly. A young squire was the foremost rider, and he was a youth full handsome and tall, with brown curly hair and blue eyes.
听到马蹄声，马克国王急切地转过身来。为首的骑手是一位年轻的侍从，他是一位英俊高大的青年，有着棕色的卷发和蓝色的眼睛。
He was dressed in a surcoat of red satin and a mantle of crimson, trimmed with gold, and on his head was a cap of rich purple, and his feet and legs were clad in fine leather.
他穿着一件红色缎子外衣和一件镶有金色边的深红色斗篷，他的头上戴着一顶深紫色的帽子，他的脚和腿都穿着精美的皮革。
With gold bosses on his shoes. Alighting easily, he doffed his hat and came towards the king. "Sir," said he, "if you will give me the order of knighthood."
他的鞋子上有金色的老板。他轻松地下车，脱下帽子，走向国王。先生，他说道，如果您愿意授予我骑士勋章。
I shall do battle to the uttermost with Sir Marhaus of Ireland. King Mark looked the young man up and down, and saw that though he was young of age, yet he was passing well made of body.
我将与爱尔兰的马豪斯爵士战斗到底。马克国王上下打量了这个年轻人，发现他年纪虽小，但身体却很健壮。
With broad shoulders and of big limbs. The heart of King Mark became light. "Fair son," he said, and his barons marveled at his soft words, "What are ye, and whence come ye?" "Sir," said the youth.
肩膀宽阔，四肢粗大。马克王的心变得轻松起来。好儿子，他说，他的贵族们对他温柔的话语感到惊奇。你是什么人？从哪里来？先生，年轻人说道。
"I come from King Talloch, Prince of Lions, and I am a gentleman's son. And your name and birthplace, what are they?" "My name is Tristram, sir, and I was born in Lyons." "Young sir," said the king,
我来自里昂亲王塔洛赫国王，我是一位绅士的儿子。你的名字和出生地是什么？我的名字叫崔斯特瑞姆，先生，我出生在里昂。年轻的先生，国王说道。
"I like your manner, and I think you should be a good man of your hands. Therefore will I make you knight, if you will fight with Sir Marhaus." "That is why I have come," said Tristram.
我喜欢你的举止，我认为你应该是一个善于动手的人。因此，如果你愿意与马豪斯爵士并肩作战，我就会封你为骑士。这就是我来这里的原因，崔斯特瑞姆说道。
Eagerly the king bade a baron give him his sword, and commanded Tristram to kneel, and there he tapped his shoulder with the flat of the sword and bade him rise.
国王急切地命令一位男爵给他剑，并命令崔斯特瑞姆跪下，然后他用剑刃敲击他的肩膀，命令他站起来。
Sir Tristram of Lyons. The king commanded his scrivener to come to him, and on the low wall overlooking the sea the man of Inkhorn and Goosequill laid his parchment.
里昂斯的崔斯特瑞姆爵士，国王命令他的书记员来到他身边，在俯瞰大海的矮墙上，拿着墨角和鹅毛笔的人把他的羊皮纸放在一边。
And wrote a letter to Sir Marhaus at the king's dictation, saying that a knight would battle with him in the morning. A messenger was sent therewith without delay.
并按照国王的口授给马豪斯爵士写了一封信，说明天早上将有一名骑士与他作战。一名使者立即被派去。
And the king went into supper, snapping his fingers and joking with his barons in great glee. But in the midst of supper a parchment was brought to the king, and his face fell.
国王一边吃晚饭，一边打着响指，兴高采烈地和他的男爵们开玩笑。但在晚餐时，一张羊皮纸被带到国王面前，他的脸沉了下来。
And he commanded the new-made knight to come from his seat and stand before him. Hark ye, he said, his face dark, this prideful Sir Marhaus, waiting so long, hath made his terms the harder.
他命令新晋骑士从座位上站起来，站在他面前。听着，他脸色阴沉地说：“这位骄傲的马豪斯爵士等了这么久，让他的条件变得更加艰难。”
I fear, good fellow, your knighthood hath been earned of me too easily, even if ye are not in league with this pesky Irish knight, he went on, his narrow eyes gleaming with suspicion.
我担心，好朋友，我太容易就获得了你的爵士头衔，即使你并不与这个讨厌的爱尔兰骑士结盟。他继续说道，他的窄眼睛闪烁着怀疑的光芒。
He saith now that he will not fight with any knight unless he be of blood royal on his mother's side or father's. Say, are you some starveling knight's brat, or what are ye?
他现在说，他不会与任何骑士战斗，除非他是他母亲或父亲的皇室血统。话说，你们是饥饿骑士的小子，还是你们是什么？
Sir Tristram's face went hard and his eyes flashed. No starveling's brat am I, king, he said, unless ye are that thyself. What mean you? Have a care of your saucy tongue. I fear thee not.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士的脸色变得严肃起来，眼睛里闪烁着光芒。我不是饥饿者的小弟，国王，他说，除非你就是你自己。你这是什么意思？照顾好你的俏皮舌头。我不怕你。
Laughed Sir Tristram, but this I would have you know. I am thy nephew, son of thy sister Elizabeth, who died in the forest, and of King Talloch of Lyons.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士笑道，但我想让你知道这一点。我是你的侄子，你死在森林里的妹妹伊丽莎白和里昂国王塔洛赫的儿子。
At these words the king rose from his seat and embraced Sir Tristram, crying, Now, in the name of heaven, thou art right heartily welcome unto me, dear nephew.
听完这句话，国王从座位上站起来，拥抱了特里斯特瑞姆爵士，哭喊道：现在，以天堂之名，我衷心欢迎你，亲爱的侄子。
That evening he made great cheer of Sir Tristram, and had his bed made next to his own in his own royal chamber. On the morrow the king had Sir Tristram horsed and armed in the best manner.
那天晚上，他为特里斯特瑞姆爵士带来了极大的欢呼，并在他自己的王室里将他的床铺在他自己的旁边。第二天，国王让崔斯特瑞姆爵士以最好的方式骑马和武装。
Then he sent a trumpeter down to the seashore, and let Sir Marhaus know that a better-born man than he was himself would fight with him, and that his name was Sir Tristram of Lyons.
然后他派了一名号手到海边，让马豪斯爵士知道有一个比他本人出生的更好的人会与他并肩作战，他的名字叫里昂的特里斯特瑞姆爵士。
Son of the King of Lyons and his Queen Elizabeth, King Mark's sister. Sir Marhaus was right blithe that he should have to do with such a gentleman.
里昂国王和王后伊丽莎白的儿子，马克国王的妹妹。马豪斯爵士很高兴与这样一位绅士打交道。
Then it was ordained that the two knights should battle on a little island near the ship of Sir Marhaus, and so young Sir Tristram and his squire were rowed thereunto.
然后，两位骑士将在马豪斯爵士船附近的一座小岛上作战。于是，年轻的特里斯特瑞姆爵士和他的侍从被划到了那里。
And when he departed, King Mark and his barons and all the common people were rejoiced to see the young knight's noble and high-bearing, and wished him Godspeed.
当他离开时，马克国王和他的男爵以及所有的平民都为这位年轻骑士的高贵和高尚的举止感到高兴，并祝他一切顺利。
When Sir Tristram landed, he saw Sir Marhaus waiting armed in the shadow of his ship. Sir Tristram's squire brought his master's horse to land.
当崔斯特瑞姆爵士登陆时，他看到马豪斯爵士全副武装地在他的船的阴影里等待着。崔斯特瑞姆爵士的侍从把他主人的马带到了陆地上。
And clad his master in his armor as was right, and then the young knight mounted upon his horse and rode towards Sir Marhaus.
并为他的主人穿上了正确的盔甲，然后年轻的骑士骑上马，朝马豪斯爵士走去。
While he was as yet 6 spear lengths from him, the knight of the Round Table cried unto him, Young knight, Sir Tristram, what doest thou here? I grieve me of thy courage, for ye are untried.
当他距离他还有6毛长度时，圆桌骑士向他喊道：年轻的骑士，崔斯特瑞姆爵士，你在这里做什么？我为你的勇气感到悲伤，因为你未经考验。
While I have been well essayed in justs and tournaments with some of the best men of their hands as are now living, I counsel thee to go back, fair and well-proved knight.
而我在与现在活着的一些最优秀的人的比武和锦标赛中得到了很好的考验。 我劝你回去吧。公平且久经考验的骑士。
Said Sir Tristram, I am for thy sake made knight, and I have promised to fight thee, and I will do so, as much for mine uncle's sake as for what worship I may win from doing battle with ye.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士说道，为了你的缘故，我被封为骑士，我已经答应与你战斗，我会这样做，既是为了我叔叔的缘故，也是为了通过与你们战斗而赢得我的崇拜。
Who are one of the best renowned knights of the world? Then I would have ye know, fair sir, said Sir Marhaus.
他们是世界上最著名的骑士之一。那么，我想让你知道，公平的先生，马豪斯爵士说道。
That no worship shalt thou lose if thou canst only stand against 3 strokes of mine, for, by reason of my noble deeds, seen and proved, King Arthur made me knight of the Round Table.
只要你能抵挡住我的3击，你就不会失去任何崇拜，因为由于我的高贵行为被看到和证明，亚瑟王封我为圆桌骑士。
Sir Tristram answered him not, and then they dressed their spears and spurred their horses, and ran so fiercely each against the other that both were smitten to the ground.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士没有回答他，然后他们装好长矛，策动马匹，彼此猛烈地奔跑，结果2人都被撞倒在地。
Both horses and men. But Sir Marhaus had struck a great wound in the side of Sir Tristram, yet so eager was the young knight that he knew not of it. They leaped up and avoided their horses.
马和人，但马豪斯爵士在特里斯特瑞姆爵士的一侧受了重伤，但这位年轻的骑士是如此热切，以至于他自己都不知道。他们跳起来避开他们的马。
And drew out their swords, and with shield on arm they lashed at each other like fierce wild boars.
他们拔出了剑，手臂上拿着盾牌，像凶猛的野猪一样互相攻击。
Yet for all Sir Marhaus' strong and bitter strokes, he could not beat down the young knight's guard, and in despite he began to aim at his visor and his neck. At this Sir Tristram was wroth.
然而，尽管马豪斯爵士用尽全力而猛烈的攻击，他还是无法击倒年轻骑士的守卫，尽管他开始瞄准他的护目镜和脖子。崔斯特瑞姆爵士对此非常愤怒。
And struck him more furiously. Thus for 2 hours the battle waged, and both were sore wounded. But Sir Tristram was the fresher and better winded and bigger of limb and reach.
并更加猛烈地攻击他。就这样战斗了2个小时，2人都受了重伤。但崔斯特瑞姆爵士更精力充沛，气势更足，四肢更大，触手可及。
And suddenly he heaved his sword up high, and closing upon Sir Marhaus he smote him with so mighty a buffet upon his helm that the blade shore through the steel even into the brainpan.
突然，他高高举起了剑，逼近马豪斯爵士，用力猛击他的头盔，剑刃刺穿了钢铁，甚至刺入了脑盘。
So fierce had been the stroke that the sword stuck fast in the bone and the helmet, and Sir Tristram pulled thrice at his sword before it would loosen.
这一击如此猛烈，以至于剑牢牢地卡在骨头和头盔中。崔斯特瑞姆爵士拉了3次剑才松开。
Sir Marhaus sank to his knees with a deathly groan. Then he threw away his sword and shield, and rising, staggered away towards his ship. Sir Tristram swooned and fell.
马豪斯爵士跪倒在地，发出致命的呻吟。然后他扔掉了剑和盾牌，站起身来，摇摇晃晃地朝他的船走去。崔斯特瑞姆爵士昏倒了。
And his squire came running to him, just as the men of Sir Marhaus' ship came and drew their master on board. Then they swiftly set their sail and flew over the sea.
当马豪斯爵士船上的人来把他们的主人拉上船时，他的侍从向他跑来，然后他们迅速扬帆，飞过大海。
Great was the mourning of the barons and the people of Cornwall when it was known how deep and wide was the wound which Tristram had received from the lance of Sir Marhaus.
当得知马豪斯爵士的长矛对崔斯特瑞姆造成的伤口有多深、有多宽时，康沃尔郡的贵族和人民都陷入了巨大的哀悼。
Many famous leeches came and searched the wound and strove to close it, but none availed. When 2 months had passed, came an old woman, a witch wise in leechcraft beyond all others.
许多著名的水蛭都来寻找伤口，并试图将其缝合，但无济于事。2个月过去了，来了一位老太婆，她是一位精通水蛭技术的女巫。
Who was called the Mother of the Mists, and who lived in the great shuddering moor, where only trolls dwelled, and no man ever dared to go.
她被称为迷雾之母，居住在战栗大荒野，那里只有巨魔居住，没有人敢去那里。
She also came and searched his wound at the king's desire. When she had made her search, with many mumblings and strange words, she turned and looked keenly at the king.
她也按照国王的要求来检查他的伤口。当他用许多咕哝和奇怪的话语进行搜索时，他转过身来，敏锐地看着国王。
Her eyes gleamed like beads, her skin was wrinkled and dark, and she laughed a little soft laugh. Lord King, she said, this fine man's wound is poisoned.
她的眼睛像珠子一样闪闪发光，皮肤又皱又黑，笑起来有点轻柔。国王大人，她说道，这位好人的伤口中毒了。
And naught can heal it beside the great water. But if he goeth whither the spear came from which poisoned it, he shall get whole of that wound. 'Tis well, said the king.
在大水这边，没有什么可以治愈他。但如果他去到那把中毒的矛来自哪里，他的伤口就会痊愈。很好，国王说。
He shall be sent to Ireland. I, said the old woman, and laughed in Sir Tristram's face. Thou shalt be healed, fair chief.
他将被送往爱尔兰。哎呀，哎呀，哎呀！老妇人说着，当着崔斯特瑞姆爵士的面大笑起来。你一定会痊愈的，美丽的酋长。
But the hand that shall heal thee shall give thee a deeper wound, a wound that shall never be healed this side, O thy grave.
但治愈你的手却会给你更深的伤口，这个伤口在你的坟墓这边永远无法治愈。
Forthwith King Mark let a fair ship be purveyed, and well stored with necessary victuals, and Sir Tristram was carried thereto, and laid on his couch on the deck and governale.
马克国王立即让一艘漂亮的船备齐了必要的食物，特里斯特拉姆爵士被抬到那里，放在甲板上的沙发上，戈维纳来。
His faithful squire went with him. In the sunshine and the brisk wind Sir Tristram felt joyful.
他忠实的侍从也跟着他去了。在阳光和微风中，崔斯特瑞姆爵士感到快乐。
And the merry waves slapped the sides of the ship full prettily as it cleaved through the blue seas towards the west.
当船劈开蓝色的大海，向西驶去时，欢快的海浪漂亮地拍打着船舷。
In the evening they saw the white cliffs and the brown rocks of Ireland, and Sir Tristram took his harp and played thereon, for he had learned to harp most featly in France.
晚上，他们看到了爱尔兰的白色悬崖和棕色岩石，特里斯特拉姆爵士拿起他的竖琴，在上面弹奏，因为他在法国学会了最出色的竖琴。
Where he had lived 7 years, to learn all manner of courtly and noble pastimes.
他在那里生活了7年，学习各种宫廷和高贵的消遣方式。
Soon the shipmen cast anchor in a wide sheltered cove beneath a castle which stood on a high rock beside a fair town. Sir Tristram asked the master of the ship the name of that town.
不久，船夫们在一座城堡下方的一个宽阔的避风海湾抛锚。这座城堡坐落在一座美丽城镇旁边的高岩石上。崔斯特瑞姆爵士向船长询问那个城镇的名字。
Cronashi, if it please you, my lord, said the master. It pleases me well, said Tristram. It should mean that there dwell therein brave and noble knights, and damsels like unto fairies.
Cronashi, 如果您愿意的话，大人，大师说道。这让我很高兴，崔斯特瑞姆说。这应该意味着那里居住着勇敢而高贵的骑士，以及像仙女一样的少女。
Out of the merriness of his heart he thrummed his harp with so blithe and strange a tune that in a little while the very folk upon the shore came listening, and some began to dance.
出于内心的欢乐，他用如此欢乐而奇怪的曲调弹奏竖琴。不一会儿，岸上的人们都来听，有些人开始跳舞。
While others looked sad. For though the tune was very merry, there was sadness also peeping from it. It happened that King Anguish and his court were in that castle by the sea.
而其他人则显得悲伤，因为虽然曲调很欢快，但其中也透着悲伤。恰巧安吉什国王和他的宫廷就在海边的城堡里。
And a handmaiden of the queen came to where they sat, and told them of the knight that sat in his ship, and harped so strange a lay that it made one glad and sorry at the same time.
王后的一位侍女来到他们坐的地方，向他们讲述了坐在他的船上的骑士的事。他唱着一首奇怪的歌曲，让人既高兴又遗憾。
Then King Anguish sent a knight and begged the harper to take cheer with him, and Sir Tristram was brought in a litter, and all the damsels were sad at his sickness.
然后，痛苦国王派了一名骑士，恳求竖琴手与他一起加油。特里斯特瑞姆爵士被抬进了轿子，所有的少女都为他的病感到悲伤。
And the knights sorrowed that a knight so noble-looking should be so wounded. King Anguish asked him who he was and how he came by his wound. And Sir Tristram.
骑士们为一位看上去如此高贵的骑士受如此重伤而感到悲伤。痛苦国王问他是谁，以及他是如何受伤的。还有崔斯特瑞姆爵士。
Having learned that this was the King of Ireland, whose champion he had worsted in the battle, and thinking that his own name would be known, replied, I am of the country of lions.
得知这是爱尔兰国王，他在战斗中打败了爱尔兰的冠军，并认为他自己的名字会被人知道，回答说，我来自里昂国家。
And my name is Sir Tramer, and my wound was got in battle, as I fought for a lady's right. I pity thee, Sir Knight, said the king, who was a right noble king and lovable, and by heaven's aid.
我的名字叫特拉莫尔爵士，我的伤是在战斗中受伤的，因为我为女士的权利而战。我可怜你，骑士先生。国王说，他是一位高贵而可爱的国王，靠上天的帮助。
You shall have all the help in this country that you may need. The king told him of the battle which Sir Marhaus had had on his behalf with a knight named Sir Tristram.
你们将在这个国家得到你们可能需要的一切帮助。国王向他讲述了马豪斯爵士代表他与一位名叫崔斯特瑞姆爵士的骑士进行的战斗。
And how Sir Marhaus had come home wounded unto death, and was dead this 2 months. On which Sir Tristram feigned to be sorry, but said not much thereon.
以及马豪斯爵士如何受伤回家，死在2个月前。对此，崔斯特瑞姆爵士假装抱歉，但并没有多说什么。
Then did the king order his daughter to come before him. She was called La Belle Isoud, for that she was the most lovely damsel in all Ireland and the Outisles, and withal gentle and kind.
然后国王命令他的女儿来到他面前。她被称为美丽的伊苏德，因为她是整个爱尔兰和外岛最可爱的少女，而且温柔善良。
And her father bade her tend and minister to this stranger knight, who had come to Ireland to heal him of his wound. In a few weeks, so soft was she of her hands and so learned in leechcraft.
他的父亲吩咐他照顾并照顾这位陌生的骑士。他来到爱尔兰是为了治愈他的伤口。几周后，他的双手变得如此柔软，并学会了水质技术。
She had cleaned Tristram's wound of all poison, and he was hale and strong again. As some reward he taught her to harp, and gave her many good and costly presents. These she took.
他清除了崔斯特瑞姆伤口上的所有毒物，他又恢复了精神和强壮。作为奖励，他教他竖琴，并送给他许多精美而昂贵的礼物。他拿走的这些
but valued them not so much as his kind words and smiles. More and more she loved to hear his voice, and when he was gone out hawking or looking at just she was sad and thoughtful.
但更看重的是他善意的话语和微笑。他越来越喜欢听他的声音。当他出去叫卖或观看比武时，他感到悲伤和沉思。
Sitting with her fair hands in her lap and her eyes looking far away, and when she heard his step or his voice in the hall, then would her sad eyes light up.
白皙的双手放在膝上坐着，眼睛看着远方。当他在大厅里听到他的脚步声或他的声音时，他悲伤的眼睛就会亮起来。
And a merry tune would hum upon her lips, and she would gaily talk with her handmaidens, who,
她的嘴唇上会哼出欢快的曲调，她会和她的女仆们愉快地交谈，她们
whispering and glancing and nodding to each other as they sat about her at their spinning frames, knew of her love for Sir Tristram before she was aware of it herself.
当他们坐在她周围的纺纱机旁时，他们窃窃私语，互相看了一眼，互相点头。在他自己意识到之前，就知道了他对崔斯特瑞姆爵士的爱。
Sir Tristram cared not overmuch to be with ladies, but was more joyful to be in hall, talking of hunting, jousting, and hawking.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士不太关心与女士们在一起，但更喜欢在大厅里谈论狩猎、比武和鹰猎。
All men regarded him highly for his great knowledge of these things, but as yet, for fear of hurting his wound which was but freshly healed.
由于他对这些事情的渊博知识，所有人都高度评价他，但到目前为止，由于担心伤害他刚刚愈合的伤口，
La Belle Isaud forbade him gently to take violent exercise. Sir Tristram was impatient to be in the saddle again, with lance in rest and his great charger leaping beneath him. Now,
拉贝尔·伊苏德温和地禁止他进行剧烈运动。崔斯特瑞姆爵士迫不及待地想再次坐上马鞍，长矛已经搁置，他的大战马在他身下跳跃。现在
to the court of King Anguish there had lately come a knight named Sir Palomides, famed for his knightly deeds, though still a pagan.
最近，一位名叫帕洛米德斯爵士的骑士来到了痛苦国王的宫廷，他因其骑士事迹而闻名，尽管他仍然是一个异教徒。
And he was well favored both of King Anguish and his queen. Sir Palomides came and made great court to La Belle Isaud, and proffered her many gifts, for he loved her passing well. Indeed,
他深受痛苦国王和王后的青睐。帕洛米德斯爵士前来向拉贝尔·伊苏德求爱，并送给他许多礼物，因为他很喜欢他的过世。的确，
for her sake he declared he would be christened and become a Christian knight, but La Belle Isaud had no care for him, and avoided him as well as she might.
为了他，他宣布自己将受洗并成为一名基督教骑士。但拉贝尔·伊苏德并不关心他，并且尽可能地避开他。
On a certain day, King Anguish made a great cry that a joust and tournament would be held, wherein only unmarried knights should join.
某一天，痛苦国王大声疾呼，要举行比武大会，只有未婚骑士才能参加。
And the prize would be a fair lady called the Lady of the Lawns, near cousin to the king. The heralds further said that he who should win her should marry her 3 days after.
奖品将是一位名叫朗德夫人的美丽女士，她是国王的近亲表妹。传令官还说，谁能赢得她，3天后就娶她。
And have all her lands with her. This cry was made in all Ireland and Wales, and in Logres and Alban, which are now called England and Scotland.
并拥有她所有的土地。这种呼声传遍了整个爱尔兰和威尔士，以及洛格雷斯和阿尔班，及现在的英格兰和苏格兰。
It befell the same day that La Belle Isoud came to Sir Tristram, and she seemed distressed of mind, and as if she had wept secretly. Sir Tramer, she said.
这件事发生在拉贝尔·伊苏德来到崔斯特瑞姆爵士身边的同一天，他看起来心情很沮丧，好像偷偷地哭泣过。特拉莫尔爵士，他说。
This tournament shall exalt Sir Palomides beyond all other knights, unless a better do come forward and overcome him. Fair lady, said Sir Tristram.
这场比赛将使帕洛米德斯爵士超越所有其他骑士，除非有更好的人挺身而出并战胜他。美丽的女士，崔斯特瑞姆爵士说。
Sir Palomides may well win the prize against any knight, except it be Sir Lancelot. But if you think I am fit to joust, I will e'en essay it. Yet he is a proved knight.
帕洛米德斯爵士很可能在对抗任何骑士时赢得奖品，除了兰斯洛特爵士。但如果你们认为我适合格斗，我就会写下来。但他是一位久经考验的骑士。
And I but a young one and but lately ill, and my first battle that I fought, it mishapped me to be sore wounded. Yet I will essay it, for I love not this Sir Palomides. Ah!
而我还只是个年轻人，最近才生病。在我参加的第一场战斗中，我不幸受了重伤，但我还是要写它，因为我不喜欢这个帕洛米德斯爵士。啊！
But I know thou wilt do well in the battle, and thou shalt have all my prayers for thy safety and success, said La Belle Isoud.
但我知道你会在战斗中表现出色，我会为你的安全和成功祈祷。拉贝尔·伊苏德说道。
On the first day of the just, Sir Palomides came with a black shield, and he was a knight big of his body and on a great horse. He overthrew many knights and put them to the worst.
在比武的第一天，帕洛米德斯爵士带着黑色盾牌而来，他是一位身材高大，骑着一匹大马的骑士。他推翻了许多骑士，并使他们陷入最糟糕的境地。
among them being many of the knights of the Round Table, as Sir Gawain and his brother Sir Gaheris, Sir Agravain, Sir Kay, Sir Sagramore le Desirous, Sir Owen。
其中包括许多圆桌骑士，如高文爵士和他的兄弟加赫里斯爵士、阿格拉文爵士、凯爵士、萨格拉莫尔勒德西鲁斯爵士、欧文爵士。
Who had been the little page boy who had saved King Arthur's life in his hall at Caerleon and 3 other knights. All these he struck down, and the others were adread of him.
他是在卡利恩的大厅里救了亚瑟王性命的小侍童，还有另外3名骑士。这一切他都击倒了，其他人都畏惧他。
The people had great marvel, and acclaimed him with much worship as the victor of the first day. The next day he came and smote down King Morgant, the pagan king of Scotland.
人们惊叹不已，并以极大的敬意欢呼他为第1天的胜利者。第2天，他赶来并击倒了苏格兰异教徒国王摩根国王。
As also the Duke of Cambenet. Then, as he rode up and down the lists proudly flourishing his lance, dressing his shield and waiting for the other knights to offer themselves to him.
还有康贝内公爵。然后，当他自豪地挥舞着他的长矛，穿戴着他的盾牌，并等待其他骑士向他现身时，他在名单上来来回回。
He was aware of a knight all in white armor, with visor closed, riding quickly through the gate as if he came from the seashore. The stranger knight came with swiftness.
他看见一名身穿白色铠甲、面颊紧闭的骑士，快步骑马穿过大门，仿佛是从海边过来的。陌生的骑士迅速赶来。
Lifting his lance in token of challenge. Whereat Sir Palomides rode to the other end of the lists, dressed his lance, and together they put their horses in motion.
举起长矛以示挑战。帕洛米德斯爵士骑马来到队伍的另一端，装好长矛，然后他们一起策动马匹。
Like 2 bulls the knights thundered against each other in the center of the lists. The white knight's lance hit the shield of Sir Palomides full in the center.
就像2头公牛一样，骑士们在名单的中央互相咆哮。白骑士的长枪正中帕洛米德斯爵士的盾牌中央。
And with the shock the pagan knight was lifted from his saddle, carried beyond his horse, and fell with a great thud to the ground, while his horse careered onward riderless.
异教骑士大吃一惊，从马鞍上被举起，越过了他的马，重重地摔在地上，而他的马却无人骑着，向前冲去。
Sir Gawain and his fellows marveled who this stranger knight might be. Then Sir Palomides, rising from the ground, caught his horse and, full of shame, would have slunk from the field.
高文爵士和他的同伴们对这位陌生的骑士是谁感到惊讶。然后帕洛米德斯爵士从地上站起来，抓住他的马，满怀羞耻地溜出了田野。
But the white knight rode after him and bade him turn, for, said the stranger, he would better prove him with the sword. Then, alighting, they lashed at each other with their swords.
但白骑士骑马追在他后面， 叫他转身，因为陌生人说他最好用剑来证明他。然后他们下了车，用剑互相攻击。
Now Sir Palomides was a powerful man, and his strokes were passing heavy, but Sir Tristram, for the stranger knight was he, felt so full of strength and joy after his long leisure.
现在帕洛米德斯爵士是一个强大的人，他的击打变得沉重，但特里斯特瑞姆爵士，因为他是一个陌生的骑士，在他漫长的闲暇之后，感到如此充满力量和喜悦。
That he played with Sir Palomides, and men wondered at the might of his blows, and his swiftness was a marvel to see. In a while, with a great buffet on the head of the pagan knight,
他与帕洛米德斯爵士一起打球，人们对他的打击力量感到惊讶，他的速度令人惊叹。过了一会儿，一跤骑士的头上被一顿丰盛的自助餐。
Sir Tristram felled him to the earth. Now yield thee, said the white knight sternly, and do my command, or I will slay thee of a surety. Sir Palomides was sore adread and promised.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士把他打倒在地。现在交出你，白骑士严厉地说，听从我的命令，否则我就杀了你。帕洛米德斯爵士非常害怕，于是答应了。
Swear me this, said the stranger, that upon pain of thy life thou leave my lady La Belle Isoud, and come not unto her ever again, and for a year and a day thou shalt bear no armor.
你向我发誓，陌生人说道，如果你冒着生命危险，你就离开我的拉贝尔，伊苏德夫人，不再到她身边，1年01天之内，你不得携带盔甲。
Promise me this, or here shalt thou die. I swear it, said Sir Palomides, but I am forever shamed. In his rage Sir Palomides cut off his armor and threw it from him and fled away on his horse.
答应我这个，否则你就死在这里。我发誓，帕洛米德斯爵士说，但我永远感到羞耻。帕洛米德斯爵士盛怒之下，割下他的盔甲并扔掉，然后骑马逃走。
Then the white knight also went away, and none knew who he was. The king sent after him to tell him he was the winner of the lady, whom he should wed, but the messengers could not find him.
然后白衣骑士也走了，没有人知道他是谁。国王派人追赶他，告诉他他赢得了那位女士的胜利，他应该娶她，但使者找不到他。
Men marveled much at this, that the victor knight should not come to claim the rich lady for his wife with the wide lands that went with her.
人们对此感到非常惊讶，胜利的骑士不应该来娶这位富有的女士为他的妻子，并拥有他所拥有的广阔土地。
When Sir Tristram returned to the private postern where La Belle Isoud had led him forth secretly, he found her standing breathless, and she was pale and red by turns.
当崔斯特瑞姆爵士回到拉贝尔，伊苏德偷偷带他出去的私人后院时，他发现他气喘吁吁地站着，脸色时而苍白，时而红润。
And could not speak at first. Thou hast not failed, she said, and clasped her hands. Nay, said Sir Tristram, laughing, he will never trouble you again. And, by Our Lady,
起初无法说话。你没有失败吧？他说着，握紧了双手。不，崔斯特瑞姆爵士笑着说道，他再也不会麻烦你了，并且以圣母之名。
I wish there had been 6 of him, for I never felt more full of fight and strength than I do this day. But have you not claimed the prize? Said La Belle Isoud.
我希望他有6个，因为我从来没有像今天这样感到更加充满战斗力和力量。但是你们还没有领取奖品吗？拉贝尔·伊苏德说。
And hid her face that was so deathly white. Nay, nor will I, said Sir Tristram, for I crave not to be married. I would be free and go forth into strange lands to seek adventures. He went from her.
并遮住了他那张惨白的脸。不，我也不会，崔斯特瑞姆爵士说，因为我不想结婚。我会获得自由，前往陌生的土地去寻求冒险。他离开了他。
With the tune of a hunting song upon his lips, and saw not how La Belle Isoud trembled against the wall and was near to swoon.
他嘴里唱着狩猎歌曲的曲调，没有看到拉贝尔·伊苏德靠在墙上发抖，几乎要昏倒了。
For La Belle Isoud herself was the lady of the lawns who should be given to the victor, though this was known to none but herself and the king and queen.
因为拉贝尔·伊苏德本人就是朗德夫人，她应该被授予胜利者，尽管除了她本人以及国王和王后之外，没有人知道这一点。
The king and queen and all the court marveled who should be the stranger knight, and why he had departed, and some suspected Sir Tristram.
国王、王后和整个宫廷都对这位陌生骑士是谁以及他为何离开感到惊讶。有些人怀疑崔斯特瑞姆爵士。
But none knew of this except La Belle Isoud and Gouvernail his squire, and none dared charge him therewith. La Belle Isoud kept her counsel, and strove to seem light-hearted.
但除了拉贝尔·伊苏德和他的侍从戈维纳莱之外，没有人知道这件事，也没有人敢以此指控他。拉贝尔·伊苏德坚持自己的建议，努力让自己显得轻松愉快。
It fell upon a day that Sir Tristram was disporting himself with other knights at a game of ball upon the green before the castle.
有一天，崔斯特瑞姆爵士正在城堡前的草坪上与其他骑士一起打球。
And had left his sword hung upon the post beside his seat in hall. The queen, with La Belle Isoud, passed through the hall to go to see the men at their sport.
他把他的剑挂在大厅座位旁边的柱子上。女王和拉贝尔·伊苏德穿过大厅去看运动员们进行的运动。
And on her way she espied Sir Tristram's sword, and the strange device of a serpent which was upon the handle. She said it was a marvelous piece of work, and never had she seen the like of it.
在路上，她看到了崔斯特瑞姆爵士的剑，以及剑柄上的奇怪的蛇图案。她说这是一件了不起的作品，她从未见过这样的作品。
Then, by Alhap, she drew the sword from the scabbard, and they both admired it a long time, looking at its keenness and brightness and the words of mystery engraved on it.
然后他不巧从剑鞘中拔出了剑，两人欣赏了好久，看着它的锐利和光亮，还有上面刻着的神秘文字。
Suddenly the queen gave a little cry as of terror, and she pointed to where, within a foot and a half of the point, there was a piece broken out of the edge. Then, very hastily,
突然，王后发出一声惊恐的叫声，她指着距离尖端1英尺半的地方，有一块从边缘断裂出来，然后非常匆忙。
The queen ran with the sword into her bower, and from her treasure chest she drew a casket, and from the casket she drew a tiny piece of doeskin, and from that she took a fragment of steel.
王后拿着剑跑进了她的凉亭，从她的宝箱里拿出了一个棺材，又从棺材里拿出了一小块鹿皮，然后又从里面取出了一块钢铁碎片。
While her daughter marveled what it all might mean, the queen took the piece of steel and placed it in the broken part of Sir Tristram's sword.
当她的女儿对这一切可能意味着什么感到惊讶时，女王拿起这块钢铁，并将其放入特里斯特瑞姆爵士剑的破损部分。
And it fitted so that the break could hardly be seen. Alas, said the queen, this is the piece of sword that the leech took from the brain of my brother, Sir Marhaus.
而且它安装得很合适，几乎看不到裂缝。哎，王后说，这是水蛭从我兄弟马豪斯爵士的大脑中取出的剑。
And this Sir Tramer is the traitorous knight that slew him. The heart of La Belle Iside stood still for fear of the ill that would befall Sir Tristram, for she knew her mother's rage.
而这个特拉莫尔爵士就是杀死他的叛徒骑士。拉贝尔、伊苏德的心静止不动，担心特里斯特瑞姆爵士会遭遇不幸，因为他知道母亲的愤怒。
The queen caught up the sword fiercely in her hand and rushed from the room. Midway through the hall there met her Sir Tristram himself with his squire Governale.
王后猛地抓起手中的剑，冲出了房间。在大厅的中间，她遇见了她的崔斯特瑞姆爵士本人和他的侍从戈维纳尔。
And the queen sped to him and would have run him through, but for Governale, who snatched the sword from her, though she wounded him in her wrath. Finding her rage thus put to naught,
王后飞奔到他身边，要不是戈维纳来，他从他手中夺走了剑，但他在愤怒中打伤了他。发现他的愤怒就这样化为泡影。
she ran to King Anguish and threw herself on her knees before him, crying out, "Oh, my lord and husband, here have ye in your house that traitor knight that slew my brother and your champion."
他跑到痛苦国王身边，跪倒在他面前，哭喊道：“哦，我的主人和丈夫，你们家中就有那个杀害我兄弟和你的勇士的叛徒骑士。”
That noble knight, Sir Marhaus. It is Sir Tramer, as he falsely calleth himself, but the piece of steel that was taken from my brother's brain fits a notch in his sword. Alas!
那位高贵的骑士 马豪斯爵士。这是特拉莫尔爵士，他假称自己，但是从我兄弟的大脑中取出的那块钢是和他剑上的一个缺口。哎
cried King Anguish. Then am I right heavy, for he is as full noble a knight as ever I knew, and I charge ye, have not to do with him, but let me deal in this matter.
痛苦国王喊道：那么我是对的，因为他是我所认识的一位完全高贵的骑士。我嘱咐你们不要与他有任何关系，让我来处理这件事。
The king went to Sir Tristram and found him fully armed, as if ready to fight for his life, for he knew that now the truth had been discovered. Nay, Sir Tramer, said the king gravely.
国王去找崔斯特瑞姆爵士，发现他全副武装，似乎准备好为自己的生命而战，因为他知道现在真相已经被发现。不，特拉莫尔爵士，国王严肃地说。
It will not avail thee to fight me, but this will I do for the love and honor I bear thee. Inasmuch as ye are within my court, it would be no worship for me to have thee taken and slain.
你与我战斗是没有用的，但我会为了对你的爱和荣誉而这样做。既然你们在我的宫廷内，那么抓捕并杀害你们对我来说并不是一种崇拜。
And therefore will I let thee freely depart if thou wilt tell me this. Who is thy father, and what is thy name? And didst thou truly and rightly slay Sir Marhaus? Tristram is my name.
因此，如果你告诉我你的父亲是谁，你叫什么名字，我就让你自由离开。你真的正确地杀死了马豪斯爵士吗？崔斯特瑞姆是我的名字。
Replied the young knight, and I am son of King Towlock of Lyons. For the truage of Cornwall I fought for the sake of my uncle King Mark, and the battle with Sir Marhaus was the first I had.
年轻的骑士回答道：我是里昂国王塔洛赫的儿子。为了康沃尔郡的战斗，我为了我的叔叔马克国王而战，与马豪斯爵士的战斗是我的第一场战斗。
For I was made knight for that alone. Sir Marhaus went from me alive into his ship, though he left his sword and shield behind him.
因为我就是因为这个才被封为骑士的。马豪斯爵士活着离开了我，进入了他的船，但他留下了剑和盾牌。
I may not say that ye have done aught but what a good knight should do, replied the king, but I may not maintain you in this country unless I would displease my wife and her kin. Sir,
我不能说你们做了什么，而是一个好骑士应该做的事情，国王回答道。但我不会让你们留在这个国家，除非我会让我的妻子和她的亲戚不高兴。先生
said Sir Tristram, I thank you for your goodness, and for the kind cheer which I have had here of yourself and your queen and La Belle Iside.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士说道，我感谢您的善良，也感谢您和您的王后以及拉贝尔、伊苏德对我的热情欢呼。
I will depart straightway when I have bidden your daughter farewell, for I owe my life to her gentle hands, and I promise this.
告别你的女儿后，我会立即离开，因为我的生命归功于她温柔的双手，我保证。
that I will be your daughter's servant and knight in right or wrong, to shield her and fight for her, and do all that a knight may do in her behalf, as long as I live.
无论对错，我都会成为你女儿的仆人和骑士，保护她，为她而战。只要我还活着，我就会为她做一切骑士能做的事。
Then took he his leave of La Belle Isaud, and he told her all how he had come to that land. He thanked her heartily for all her gentleness to him and for her healing of his wound.
然后他告别了拉贝尔伊苏德，并告诉他他是如何来到那片土地的。他衷心感谢他对他的温柔，感谢他治愈了他的伤口。
At first she stood silent, changing red and white of face, and with downcast eyes, her fingers straining about each other. When he swore that he would be her knight,
起初他一言不发地站着，脸色忽红忽白，目光低垂，手指紧握。当他发誓要成为他的骑士时，
to fight for her whenever she should send for him, and bade her goodbye, she took the hand which he held forth, but would not look at him. Tristram wondered why her fair hand was so cold.
每当他派人去找他并告别时，他都会握住他伸出的手，但不会看他。崔斯特瑞姆想知道为什么他白皙的手这么冷。
Goodbye, and God be with ye always, La Belle Isaud replied in a faint voice, and then turned and went from him. Tristram thought she was angered with him for the slaying of her uncle.
再见，愿上帝永远与你们同在。拉贝尔·伊苏德用微弱的声音回答道，然后转身离开了他。崔斯特瑞姆认为他因为他杀害了他的叔叔而对他感到愤怒。
So in a little while he rode forth with Gouvernail down to the seashore, and looked back not once. There he entered by a ship, and with good wind he arrived at Tintagel in Cornwall.
过了一会儿，他就和戈维纳莱一起骑马前往海边，头也不回。他乘船进入那里，乘着好风到达康沃尔郡的廷塔杰尔。
And King Mark and all his barons were glad that Tristram was whole again. Then Sir Tristram went to his father King Towlock, and there was made great cheer for him.
马克国王和他的所有男爵都很高兴崔斯特瑞姆又恢复了健康。然后崔斯特瑞姆爵士去找他的父亲塔洛赫国王，人们为他欢呼雀跃。
And wide lands were given him. Nevertheless, he could not rest long in one place, but went into Logres and Alban and Wales, seeking adventures.
并赐给他广阔的土地。然而，他不能在一处休息太久，而是前往洛格雷斯、阿尔班和威尔士，寻求冒险。
And his fame for prowess was almost as great as the fame of Sir Lancelot. Wherever he went, he took his harp.
他的英勇名声几乎与兰斯洛特爵士的名声一样大。无论他走到哪里，他都带着他的竖琴。
And in hall and bower his favorite songs were those that praised the beauty of La Belle Isaud, her gentle ways, and her soft white hands.
在大厅和凉亭里，他最喜欢的歌曲是那些赞美美丽的伊苏德的美丽，她温柔的举止和她柔软白皙的双手的歌曲。
After a year and a day he returned to the court of King Mark and lived there, and all the knights and ladies admired him, and the praise of his courtesy was in the mouths of all.
1年01天后，他回到了马克王的宫廷，住在那里。所有的骑士和贵妇都对他敬佩不已，对他的礼貌的称赞传遍了所有人的口中。
Noble and simple, high and low. Then King Mark his uncle began to hate him for the love that all bore him.
高贵与朴素，高与低。然后他的叔叔马克国王开始恨他，因为所有人都爱他。
And since he had never married and had no son to whom his kingdom should go after his death, he saw that Sir Tristram would have it, for he was his next kin, and then, with lions and Tintagel.
由于他从未结过婚，死后也没有儿子可以继承他的王国，所以他认为特里斯特拉姆爵士会拥有他，因为他是他的近亲，然后与里昂斯和廷塔杰尔一起。
The fame and power of Tristram would increase abundantly. So the king began to cast about in his mind for a way whereby he might do some hurt to Sir Tristram, or even destroy him.
崔斯特瑞姆的名声和权力将会大大增加。于是国王开始思考如何伤害崔斯特瑞姆爵士，甚至毁灭他。
He called the young knight to him one day and said, "Dear nephew, I have been thinking a long while of taking unto myself a wife."
有一天，他把年轻的骑士叫来，说道：“亲爱的侄子，我想娶一个妻子已经很久了。”
And I hear much of the beauty and goodness of the king's daughter of Ireland, whom men call La Belle Isoud. Now I would that you go to the king and bear my message to him.
我经常听说爱尔兰国王的女儿美丽又善良，人们称她为美丽的伊苏德。现在我希望你去见国王，并把我的信息带给他。
Sir Tristram was troubled in mind at these words. Since he had left La Belle Isoud, he had had no ease of spirit, for now he knew that he loved her.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士听了这句话，心里很苦恼。自从离开拉贝尔伊苏德之后，他的心情就一直没有轻松过，因为现在他知道他爱他。
Though she had been angered with him for his slaying her uncle, and he knew that the queen and other kinsfolk of Sir Marhaus would surely slay him if they could.
尽管他因为他杀死了他的叔叔而对他感到愤怒，而且他知道女王和马豪斯爵士的其他亲戚如果可以的话，肯定会杀死他。
Yet had he hoped in a while to have gone to King Anguish and found some way to win Isoud for his wife. Yer feared to go, then sneered King Mark, noting the silence of Sir Tristram.
但他曾一度希望去找痛苦国王，并找到某种方法为他的妻子赢得伊苏德。那么，你们害怕去吗？注意到特里斯特瑞姆爵士的沉默，马克国王冷笑道
Then I will e'en send some other knight that is bolder. At that Sir Tristram flushed hotly and said, I fear not to go there or anywhere, and I will bear thy message, sir. It is well, said the king.
那么我会派出其他更大胆的骑士。听到这句话，崔斯特瑞姆爵士涨红了脸，说道：“我不敢去那里或任何地方， 我会传达你的信息，先生。很好，国王说。
I will send thee with a fine ship and a rich company of knights, and I will get my scrivener to write my message. Now King Mark said all this by reason of his craft and treachery.
我会派给你一艘漂亮的船，还有一群富有的骑士。我会让我的书记员写下我的信息。现在，马克国王因他的诡计和背叛而说出了这一切。
He had heard how Sir Tristram had been full of the praises of La Belle Isoud, while yet, as he had learned, Sir Tristram had not promised himself in love to her.
他听说崔斯特瑞姆爵士对美丽伊苏德赞不绝口，然而，据他所知，崔斯特瑞姆爵士并没有承诺爱他。
By his crafty speech, King Mark had hoped to make Sir Tristram promise to go to Ireland to obtain her, not for himself, but for King Mark. So, therefore, if the king married La Belle Isoud,
马克国王希望通过狡猾的演讲，让崔斯特瑞姆爵士答应前往爱尔兰寻找他，不是为了他自己，而是为了马克国王。因此，如果国王娶了 La Belle Isoud，
this would cause some grief and hurt to Sir Tristram. But King Mark cared not overmuch whether he wedded La Belle Isoud or not.
这会给崔斯特瑞姆爵士带来一些悲伤和伤害，但马克国王并不太关心他是否与拉贝尔·伊苏德结婚。
He believed that Sir Tristram would of a surety be slain by the kin of Sir Marhaus in Ireland, and if so, King Mark's plot would succeed to the full. Sir Tristram, sad and troubled, went apart.
他相信崔斯特瑞姆爵士肯定会被爱尔兰马豪斯爵士的亲属杀死，如果是这样，马克国王的阴谋就会彻底成功。崔斯特瑞姆爵士悲伤又烦恼，走开了。
And rode into a forest, for now he knew that he had done himself an ill turn. The lady he loved and whom he wanted to wife for himself he had now promised to woo for another.
他骑马走进了一片森林，现在他知道自己做了亏心事。他所爱的，他想娶为自己妻子的女士，现在已许诺要向另一个女士求婚。
As he rode moodily through the forest drive, a knight came swiftly riding on a great horse, its flanks flecked with the foam of its speed. Fair knight, said the stranger.
当他情绪低落地骑马穿过森林小道时，一位骑士骑着一匹大马迅速而来，马的侧腹布满了速度的泡沫。公平的骑士，陌生人说道。
Will ye of your courtesy tell me where I may quickly come at a knight called Sir Tristram of Lyons? I am he, said Tristram. What would ye? I thank heaven that hath led me to you, Sir Knight.
请您礼貌地告诉我，我可以在哪里快速找到一位名叫里昂斯蒂特里斯特瑞姆爵士的骑士？我就是他，崔斯特瑞姆说。你会怎么做？我感谢上天将我引向你，骑士先生。
Said the other, Here is a message from my master, King Anguish of Ireland, who is in dire peril of honor and life, and craves aid of you for the love that hath been atween you. Sir Tristram.
另一个说， 这是我的主人爱尔兰国王安吉时发来的信息，他正面临着荣誉和生命的巨大危险，并且出于你们之间的爱而渴望你们的帮助。崔斯特瑞姆爵士。
Much marveling, took the parchment and read, These to you, Sir Tristram of Lyons, most noble knight, from his lover and friend King Anguish of Ireland.
非常惊讶，他拿起羊皮纸，读道：“这些是给你的，里昂斯的特里斯特拉姆爵士，最高贵的骑士，来自他的爱人和朋友爱尔兰国王安吉时。”
In sore trouble and straits at Camelot. Know ye, Sir Tristram, that I have been summoned to King Arthur's court on pain of forfeiture of his lordship's royal grace.
在卡米洛特陷入困境和困境。崔斯特瑞姆爵士，你知道吗？我被传唤到亚瑟王的宫廷，否则我将失去他的王室恩宠。
To answer a charge whereof I knew not till I came here.
回答一项在我来到这里之前我一无所知的指控。
Which is that by treason and felony I caused to be slain at my court in Ireland a cousin of Sir Bleobaris de Ganis and Sir Blamer de Ganis.
那就是我因叛国罪和重罪，在爱尔兰法庭上杀害了布莱奥巴里斯德加尼斯爵士和布拉莫德加尼斯爵士的表弟。
And of this evil deed these knights do most falsely accuse me. And there is none other remedy than for me to answer them in knightly fashion, my armed body against theirs.
这些骑士们对我的这一恶行进行了最错误的指控，除了以骑士的方式回应他们，用我武装的身体对抗他们之外，没有其他的补救办法。
But inasmuch as I am old, and my wasted arm could not avail me, and in that they are of such renown and prowess that none of my knights may hope to overcome them, I pray ye, Sir Tristram.
但由于我年事已高，我那只废掉的手臂对我毫无帮助，而且他们声名显赫，实力非凡，我的骑士们没有一个能指望战胜他们。我恳求你们，崔斯特瑞姆爵士。
Of your ancient love for me, to come to my aid and fight for me as my champion in this most cruel charge. But if you will not, and if you choose to remember rather that I thrust you from my court.
感谢您对我古老的爱，在这场最残酷的冲锋中为我提供援助，并作为我的捍卫者而战。但如果你们不愿意，并且如果你们选择记住我把你们赶出了我的宫廷，
and would not protect you against those that meant you ill, then forgive my request, and leave me to my fate and my dishonor.
并且不会保护你免受那些对你不利的人的伤害，那么请原谅我的请求，让我接受我的命运和耻辱。
The heart of Sir Tristram lifted within him for love of the good old king, and turning, he said, For what day is the trial by combat which your master speaketh of?
崔斯特瑞姆爵士因对善良的老国王的爱而心潮澎湃，他转过身来说道：“你的主人所说的战斗审判是哪一天？”
For midday on the day before next Sabbath, said the knight. Go ye at once to your master, said Sir Tristram, and say to him that I will not fail him, but will make all speed. Sir,
下个安息日前一天中午，骑士说：“你们立即去找你们的主人。”崔斯特瑞姆爵士说道：“告诉他，我不会让他失望，我会全力以赴。”先生。
I thank you from my heart, said the knight, and bowed. Then wheeling his horse, he dashed swiftly away. At Camelot, on the day and hour appointed, the lists were set.
我发自内心的感谢你，骑士说道，然后鞠了个躬。说完，他调转马头，快步而去。在卡米洛特，在指定的日期和时间，名单已经确定。
And knights and nobles and the common people waited to see the trial by battle which should prove the innocence or guilt of King Anguish. King Arthur was not at Camelot.
骑士、贵族和平民都在等待着决战的审判，以证明安吉什国王的清白或有罪。亚瑟王不在卡米洛特。
Nor was Sir Lancelot, for both were at Joyous Gard, the castle of Sir Lancelot, which King Arthur had given to him by the sea in the northern marches. In their places,
兰斯洛特爵士也没有，因为两人都在快乐加尔，兰斯洛特爵士的城堡。亚瑟王在北部边境的海边送给了他，在他们的地方。
King Cater of Cornwall and King Uriens of Reged were judges at the trial. Ere noon was marked by the gnomon of the dial set up before the judges.
康沃尔国王、卡多尔国王和雷基德国王尤里安国王担任审判法官，在法官面前设置的鬼针标记正午之前。
Sir Tristram and his squire Governale rode up the lists, and were met by King Anguish and his knights.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士和他的侍从戈维纳尔登上了名单，并受到了安吉什国王和他的骑士们的迎接。
When Sir Tristram saw the King of Ireland, he got swiftly from his horse and ran towards him, and would have held his stirrup, but the king leapt lightly from his horse.
当特里斯特瑞姆爵士看到爱尔兰国王时，他迅速下马并向他跑去，并抓住了他的马镫。但国王轻轻地从马上跳下。
And with bright looks each embraced and kissed the other. My good lord, cried Tristram, gramercy of your goodness which ye showed me in your marches.
两人都神情灿烂地互相拥抱、亲吻。我的好主人，崔斯特瑞姆喊道，您在行军中向我展示了您的仁慈。
And of your nobleness in calling me unto your aid, for it is great honor to me that ye ask this, and I will do all for you to the utmost of my strength. Ah, worshipful knight, said the king.
感谢你们高尚的呼唤，我来帮助你们，因为你们提出这样的要求，对我来说是莫大的荣幸。我将尽我最大的力量为你们做一切。啊，可敬的骑士，国王说。
Ye are courteous and noble beyond all others to come to my aid when I am in such dire need. Who is he that is appointed to fight with you, or your champion? Asked Sir Tristram.
你们比其他人都更有礼貌和高尚。当我最需要帮助时，你们竟然来帮助我。被任命与你或你的冠军一起战斗的人是谁？崔斯特瑞姆爵士问道。
He is of Sir Lancelot's blood, replied the king, and I wot that he will be hard to overcome, for all those of King Ban's kin are passing good fighters beyond all others.
他是兰斯洛特爵士的血统，国王回答道，我知道他将很难被战胜，因为班国王的所有亲属都是超越其他人的优秀战士。
It is Sir Blamor de Ganys, a great warrior. Sir, said Sir Tristram, for the great goodness that ye showed to me in Ireland, and for your daughter's sake, La Belle Isoud.
这是布拉莫德加尼斯爵士，一位伟大的战士。先生，崔斯特瑞姆爵士说道，感谢您在爱尔兰对我表现出的伟大善意，也感谢您女儿拉贝尔伊苏德的缘故。
I will take the battle in hand for you, but you must first swear that you never caused or consented to the death of the knight of which you are charged.
我将为你打好手中的仗，但你们必须首先发誓，你们从未造成或同意你们被指控的骑士的死亡。
And if I avail in your battle, I will crave a boon of you which you shall grant me. I swear to heaven, replied the king, that I did neither cause nor consent to the death of the knight.
如果我在你的战斗中有所帮助，我会渴望得到你的恩惠，你会赐予我。我向天发誓，国王回答道，我既没有导致，也没有同意骑士的死亡。
And as to the boon that ye shall ask, I grant it you already. Then King Anguish departed to the judges, and cried unto them the name of his champion.
至于你们所要求的恩惠，我已经答应你们了。然后，安奎什国王走向法官，向他们呼喊他的勇士的名字。
And all the knights of the Round Table that were there, and the common people, were all agog to see Sir Tristram. The fame of his fight with Sir Marhaus,
在场的所有圆桌骑士和平民百姓都迫不及待地想见到崔斯特瑞姆爵士。他与马豪斯爵士的战斗而闻名。
and his renown as a harpist and a lover of hunting were well known unto all, but never yet had he come to the court of King Arthur.
他作为竖琴手和狩猎爱好者的名声是众所周知的，但他还从未来到过亚瑟王的宫廷。
Sir Blamor and Sir Tristram went to each end of the lists and dressed their harness and their shields. Sir Bleobaris, that was brother to Sir Blamor, went to him and said, Brother.
布莱默爵士和崔斯特瑞姆爵士前往名单的两端，穿戴好他们的碗具和盾牌。布莱默爵士的兄弟布莱奥巴里斯爵士走到他跟前说：“兄弟。”
Now remember of what kin ye be, and what manner of man is our Lord, Sir Lancelot, and see that ye suffer not shame. For never would Sir Lancelot bear it, and he would sooner suffer death.
现在请记住你们是什么人，我们的主兰斯洛特爵士是一个什么样的人，并确保你们不会受到羞辱。因为兰斯洛特爵士绝对无法忍受，他宁愿死。
Have no doubt of me, said Sir Blamor, I shall never shame Sir Lancelot nor any of our high blood. Nevertheless, this Sir Tristram is a passing good fighter, and if by hap he strike me down.
不要怀疑我，布莱默爵士说， 我永远不会让兰斯洛特爵士或我们任何高贵的血统蒙羞。尽管如此，这位崔斯特瑞姆爵士还是一位出色的战士。如果他不幸击倒了我，
Then he shall slay me, and so end my shame. God speed you well, said Sir Bleobaris, but he may not be so great a warrior as Fame saith, for fame grows false as she goes further.
然后他就会杀了我，结束我的耻辱。愿上帝保佑你，布莱奥巴里斯爵士说道。但他可能并不像名声所说的那样是一位伟大的战士，因为随着他走得更远，名声也变得虚假。
When the knights were ready, the herald of the court of Arthur stood with his trumpet and recited the cause of the quarrel and the names of the knights about to do battle. Then,
当骑士们准备就绪后，亚瑟宫廷的传令官拿着喇叭站了起来，讲述了争吵的原因以及即将交战的骑士们的名字。然后
lifting his tabard, he bade both knights make ready, and when his tabard fell to the ground, the knights lowered their lances and the rest set spurs to their horses.
他举起战袍，命令两位骑士做好准备。当他的战袍掉在地上时，骑士们放下了他们的长矛，给马匹设置了马刺。
And thundered down the lists. With a clang and a crash they met midway, and then men marveled as they saw how suddenly Sir Blamer's horse reared in mid-career, turned right round.
并轰然倒下名单，伴随着一声叮当声和撞击声，他们在中途相遇，然后人们惊叹不已，因为他们看到布莱默爵士的马在职业生涯中期如何突然站起来，向右转。
And upsetting its rider over its back, fell to the ground. Sir Blamer, however, was unhurt, and quickly rising to his feet, he drew out his sword, crying to Sir Tristram,
并打翻了骑手的背，摔倒在地。然而，布莱默爵士并没有受伤，他迅速站起来，拔出了剑，向特里斯特瑞姆爵士喊道。
As that knight turned his horse and came towards him, alight thee, Sir Tristram, for though this mare's son of mine hath failed me, I trust my good sword shall not fail me.
当那个骑士调转马头朝他走来时，请降下你，崔斯特瑞姆爵士。虽然我的这匹母马的儿子让我失望了，但我相信我的好剑不会让我失望。
With that Sir Tristram alighted and dressed him to battle, and there they lashed at each other with mighty strokes on both sides, cutting and hacking, feinting and guarding.
说完，崔斯特瑞姆爵士下了车，给他穿上了战斗服，他们就在那里互相猛烈地攻击，双方互相砍击、砍，佯攻和防守。
So that as time went on and still they fought fiercely, the kings and knights marveled that they were so great-winded and strong. Soon men saw that Sir Blamer was headstrong.
时间一天天过去，双方仍打得很激烈，国王和骑士们都惊叹他们的气势如此强大。很快人们就发现布莱默爵士任性。
And mad with rage, while Sir Tristram beat not so many false blows, but each was sure, though slower. Yet Sir Blamor would not rest, but like a wild man would ever dash against his enemy.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士并没有打出那么多虚假的打击，但每一次都是确定的，尽管速度较慢。然而布莱默爵士并没有休息，而是像一个野人一样冲向敌人。
Where they fought, the trampled sand was stained with red from their wounds. Suddenly men saw Sir Blamor make a heavy stroke which Sir Tristram avoided, and ere the other could recover.
他们战斗的地方，被践踏的沙子被他们的伤口染成红色。突然，人们看到布莱默爵士重重一击，崔斯特瑞姆爵士避开了，在另一个人恢复过来之前。
Sir Tristram's sword descended on his helm with so great a stroke that Sir Blamor fell upon his side.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士的剑落在他的头盔上，打击力如此之大，以至于布莱默爵士倒在了他的身边。
Sir Tristram leaped upon him and placed the point of his sword between the bars of Sir Blamor's visor, bidding him yield. When Sir Blamor got his breath, he panted forth, "Nay, nay."
崔斯特瑞姆爵士跳到他身上，将剑尖插在布莱默爵士的护甲之间，命令他投降。布莱默爵士喘过气来时，他气喘吁吁地说：“不，不。”
Sir Tristram, I will not say the word, but I require thee, Sir Tristram de Lyons, as thou art a noble knight, and the mightiest that ever I found, that thou wilt slay me out of hand.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士，我不会说这个词，但我要求你，崔斯特瑞姆德里昂斯爵士，你是一位高贵的骑士，也是我所见过的最强大的骑士，你会立即杀死我。
For now I would not live to be made lord of these lands of Britain. Liefer I would die than live a life of shame, and therefore slay me. Slay me. Sir Tristram started back.
现在，我活不到成为不列颠这片土地的主人的时候了。说实话，我宁愿死也不愿过着耻辱的生活，所以杀了我吧，杀了我！崔斯特瑞姆爵士回头。
Remembering of what noble blood was this brave knight, knowing that he must either make Sir Blamor say the loath words, I yield, or else slay him, he went to where the judges sat.
记住这位勇敢的骑士的高贵血统，他知道自己必须要么让布莱默爵士说出我屈服这句恶语，要么杀掉他。于是他走到法官坐的地方
and kneeled before them and told them what Sir Blamor had said. Fair lords, Sir Tristram ended, it were shame and pity that this noble knight should be slain.
跪在他们面前，告诉他们布莱默爵士所说的话。公平的领主们，崔斯特瑞姆爵士结束道：“这位高贵的骑士被杀，真是耻辱和遗憾。”
For ye well hear that he will not say the words of shame, and if King Anguish, whose true knight and champion I am, will suffer me, I will neither shame nor slay so stout-hearted a knight.
因为你们很清楚，他不会说羞辱的话。如果痛苦国王，我是他真正的骑士和勇士，愿意容忍我，我既不会羞辱，也不会杀死如此勇敢的骑士。
By heaven, said King Anguish, I will be ruled for your sake, Sir Tristram, as you are the most knight of prowess that ever I saw in my long life.
天啊！痛苦国王说道，我会为了你而受统治，崔斯特瑞姆爵士，因为你是我漫长一生中见过的最英勇的骑士。
Therefore I pray these kings and judges that they take the matter into their own hands. The judges called Sir Bleobaris to them and required his counsel. My lords, he said.
因此，我祈祷这些国王和法官能够亲自处理此事。法官们把布莱奥巴里斯爵士叫来，寻求他的建议。陛下，他说。
Though that my brother be beaten of body by this valiant knight, he hath not beaten his heart, and so I thank God he hath not been shamed in this fight. And rather than he be shamed,
虽然我的兄弟被这位英勇的骑士打得体无完肤，但他的心并没有被打垮，所以我感谢上帝，他在这场战斗中没有感到羞耻。与其让他感到羞耻
said Sir Bleobaris, white and stern, I require that you command Sir Tristram to slay him out of hand. That shall not be, said the judges.
布莱奥巴里斯爵士脸色苍白，表情严肃。我要求你命令崔斯特瑞姆爵士立即杀死他。法官们说，不应该这样。
For neither King Anguish nor Sir Tristram desire to shame your valiant brother. We do not, said both the king and Sir Tristram. Therewith, by the advice of the judges.
痛苦国王和崔斯特瑞姆爵士都不想羞辱你勇敢的兄弟。我们不这样做，国王和崔斯特瑞姆爵士都说道。因此，根据评委的建议，
Sir Tristram and Sir Bleobaris took up Sir Blamor, and the two brothers made peace with King Anguish and kissed each other, and swore friendship with him forever.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士和布莱奥巴里斯爵士接手了布莱默爵士，两兄弟与安奎什国王讲和，互相亲吻，并发誓与他永远保持友谊。
Then Sir Blamor and Sir Tristram kissed, and the two brothers, their hands clasping those of Sir Tristram, swore that there should forever be peace and love between them.
然后布莱默爵士和崔斯特瑞姆爵士接吻了，两兄弟紧握着崔斯特瑞姆爵士的双手，发誓他们之间应该永远和平与友爱。
And this did Sir Tristram swear also. Inasmuch as, of his nobleness and generosity, Sir Tristram would not take Sir Blamor's life because he refused to yield him.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士也发誓，由于特里斯特瑞姆爵士的高贵和慷慨，他不会因为布莱默爵士拒绝屈服而夺走他的生命。
Sir Lancelot and all his kinsmen loved Sir Tristram, and were ever his friends and spoke well and knightly of him.
兰斯洛特爵士和他所有的亲戚都喜爱崔斯特瑞姆爵士，并且一直是他的朋友，并且对他赞不绝口，充满骑士精神。
Then King Anguish and Sir Tristram took their leave and sailed into Ireland with great joy, and when they had arrived there, the king let make a great cry throughout his dominions.
然后，安吉什国王和崔斯特瑞姆爵士就离开了， 满怀喜悦地航行到了爱尔兰。当他们到达那里时，国王在他的领土上大声喊叫。
Of the manner in which Sir Tristram had fought for him, and how for that deed he accounted him the noblest knight among his friends.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士为他而战的方式，以及他如何将他视为朋友中最高贵的骑士。
And that all should treat him with friendship and no deceit. When, also, the queen and the kin of Sir Marhaus heard how Sir Tristram had borne himself in the trial by combat.
所有人都应该友好地对待他，而不是欺骗。当女王和马豪斯爵士的亲属听说崔斯特瑞姆爵士在战斗审判中如何表现时，
They agreed that now they should not seek to slay him, since his great help in this matter had wiped out his ill-doing in the slaying of Sir Marhaus.
他们同意，现在不应该试图杀死他，因为他在这件事上的巨大帮助已经消除了他杀害马豪斯爵士的恶行。
So the queen and the knights of the court and the common people made much of Sir Tristram wheresoever he went, but the joy that La Belle Isaud had in her heart no tongue may tell.
因此，无论崔斯特瑞姆爵士走到哪里，王后、宫廷骑士和平民百姓都对他十分器重。但拉贝尔、伊苏德内心的喜悦是无法用言语来表达的。
When Sir Tristram was led to her, and they met after so long an absence from each other, men saw the lovely face light up with so sweet and high a look that they marveled at her beauty.
当崔斯特瑞姆爵士被领到他身边，他们久别重逢后，人们看到这张可爱的脸庞焕发着甜蜜和高贵的神情，他们惊叹于她的美丽。
Yet they saw how straitly Sir Tristram held himself, and made not much of his meeting with her, and did not seek her company.
然而他们看到崔斯特瑞姆爵士的态度是多么的拘谨，对与他的会面并不重视，也没有寻求他的陪伴。
Then on a day King Anguish asked Sir Tristram what was the boon he craved. But whatever it be, said the king, it is yours without fail. Sir Tristram's face went hard and white.
有一天，痛苦国王问崔斯特瑞姆爵士他渴望什么恩赐，但不管他是什么，国王说他一定是你的。崔斯特瑞姆爵士的脸色变得又硬又白。
And after a little while he said, It is this, my lord. I bear a request from my uncle, King Mark, and it is that you give him your daughter La Belle Isaud for his wife.
过了一会儿，他说：“就是这个，大人。我收到了我的叔叔马克国王的一个请求，那就是你把你的女儿拉贝尔·伊苏德嫁给他为妻。”
And you let me take her unto him, for so I have promised him. Alas, said the king, and looked full heavily into the eyes of Sir Tristram.
你们让我带他去见他，因为我已经答应过他。哎，国王说道，并深深地看着崔斯特瑞姆爵士的眼睛。
I had liefer than all the land that I have that you should wed her yourself. Sir Tristram turned away and made this reply, I have given my promise.
我比我拥有的所有土地都更相信你应该亲自娶她。崔斯特瑞姆爵士转过身来， 做出了这样的回答，我已经做出了我的承诺。
And I were ashamed forever in the world if I did aught else. I require you to hold to your promise, and to let your daughter depart with me to be wedded to my uncle, King Mark.
如果我做了别的事，我就会永远感到羞耻。我要求你信守诺言，让你的女儿和我一起离开，嫁给我的叔叔马克国王。
As I have promised, so will I do, said the king. But I let you know 'tis with a heavy heart. Nor would the king say more, knowing that he might make bad worse.
国王说，既然我已经答应了，我就会做到。但我让你知道，我的心情很沉重。国王也不再多说，因为他知道自己可能会让情况变得更糟。
But the surprise and grief of La Belle Isoud, when she knew that Sir Tristram was to take her to be wife not unto himself, but to a stranger, what tongue may tell, and what words may say?
但是，当拉贝尔·伊苏德知道崔斯特瑞姆爵士要娶她为一个陌生人，而不是他自己的妻子时，他感到惊讶和悲伤。谁能用舌头和言语来表达呢？
Nightly, on the days when she was being prepared to depart, she wept full sorely in the arms of her mother or of Bragwine, her faithful gentlewoman.
每晚，在她准备离开的日子里，她都会在母亲或忠实的淑女布拉格温的怀里痛哭起来。
But in hall or abroad she was ever calm and cold, though pale. The queen, her mother, feared much of this marriage.
但无论是在大厅还是在国外，她虽然脸色苍白，却总是平静而冷漠。女王，她的母亲，对这桩婚姻非常害怕。
And so sent a swift message to a great witch who dwelled in a dark, wet valley in the midst of the purple hills, and for much gold a potent philtre was prepared. Then, on the day when...
于是，他迅速向居住在紫山中部阴暗潮湿山谷中的一位大女巫发送了一条信息，并准备了大量的黄金和强效的春药。然后到了那天，
With much weeping and many sad farewells, La Belle Isoud with her gentlewomen and many noble ladies and knights were to go into the ship. The queen called Bragwine aside.
带着许多哭泣和许多悲伤的告别，拉贝尔·伊苏德和她的贵妇们以及许多贵族女士和骑士将进入船。女王把布拉格温叫到一边，
And giving her a little golden flasket, said to her, Take this with thee, Bragwine, for I misdoubt this marriage overmuch, and I charge thee do this.
然后给了她一个小金瓶，对她说：“带上这个，布拉格温，因为我对这桩婚姻过于怀疑，我命令你这样做。”
On the day that King Mark shall wed my daughter, do thou mix this drink in their wine in equal parts, and then I undertake that each shall love the other alone all the days of their lives.
在马克国王与我的女儿结婚的那一天，请您将这种饮料等量的混合在他们的酒中，然后我保证每个人都将一生只爱对方。
Anon Sir Tristram and La Belle Isoud took ship and got to sea. During the voyage Sir Tristram kept himself much with the other knights and rarely sat with Isoud.
不久， 崔斯特瑞姆爵士和拉贝尔·伊苏德乘船出海。在航行期间，崔斯特瑞姆爵士经常与其他骑士待在一起，很少与伊苏德坐在一起。
For in his heart was much grief, and he hated the fair wind that drove the ship more quickly to the time when he must give up La Belle Isoude to his uncle.
因为他心里非常悲伤，他讨厌顺风，因为顺风把船开得更快，以至于他必须把拉贝尔·伊苏德交给他的叔叔。
He knew now that he loved none other woman in the world but her, and never would so long as he should live. Bragwaine the maid, seeing the pensive looks of her mistress,
他现在知道，除了他，他在世界上不爱其他女人，而且只要他还活着，他就永远不会爱。女仆布拉格温看到女主人沉思的表情，
and knowing the wretchedness of her heart, determined to give her mistress what she most desired. By the aid of Gouvernail, the squire of Sir Tristram,
知道他内心的悲惨，决定给他情妇他最想要的东西。在崔斯特瑞姆爵士的侍从戈维纳莱的帮助下，
they poured the philtre into the wine of Isoude and Sir Tristram as they were about to sit at dinner. They thought that the philtre being so potent,
当他们正要坐下来吃晚饭时，他们把春药倒进了伊苏德和崔斯特瑞姆爵士的酒里。他们认为春药如此有效，
it would cause Sir Tristram to do as King Anguish wished that he would do, and take La Belle Isoude into his own home at Lyons and wed her himself.
这会让崔斯特瑞姆爵士按照痛苦国王的意愿行事，将拉贝尔·伊苏德带进自己位于里昂的家中，并亲自与他结婚。
Sir Tristram and La Belle Isoude sat at dinner and drank the wine. In a little while Sir Tristram looked at the wine that was in his silver cup and smelled at it.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士和拉贝尔·伊苏德坐在一起吃晚饭，喝了酒。过了一会儿，崔斯特瑞姆爵士看着银杯里的酒，闻了闻。
Sure, this is the best wine that ever I drank, said he, and smiled at her. It is truly a most sweet and noble drink, said Isoude, and her heart was glad to see him smile.
当然，这是我喝过的最好的酒，他说，并对他微笑。这确实是一种最甜蜜、最高贵的饮料，伊苏德说，看到他微笑，他的心很高兴。
Who hitherto had kept his face so stern. Sir Tristram called his squire. Gouvernail, said he, what wine is this thou hast given us this day? Let us have another flask of the same.
迄今为止，他的脸色一直保持着如此严肃的态度。崔斯特瑞姆爵士打电话给他的侍从，总督，他说，你今天给我们喝的是什么酒？让我们再喝一瓶同样的。
Gouvernail was ever ill at a deception, and began to stammer. My lord, he said, I fear me there is none other. Ah, said his master, and where got you that? The gentlewoman of my lady Isoude, said he.
戈维纳莱总是对欺骗感到不舒服，并且开始结巴。大人，他说，恐怕没有其他人了。啊，他的主人说， 你从哪儿弄来的？伊苏德夫人的贵妇，她说。
Brought it and bade me mix it in your lordship's wine. What? Cried Sir Tristram, rising angrily. What means this? What trickery is this? Oh, my lord, forgive me, cried Gouvernail.
把它带来，并吩咐我将它混入阁下的酒中。什么？崔斯特瑞姆爵士愤怒地站起来喊道：“这是什么意思？这是什么诡计？”哦，大人，请原谅我，戈维纳莱喊道。
But we saw the sorrow of both your hearts, and we gave you the philtre that was meant for my lady and King Mark, and my lord. You will break my lady's heart, and your own if you suffer this.
但是我们看到了你们内心的悲伤，我们给了你们为我的夫人和马克国王准备的春药，而且，我的大人，如果你们遭受这样的痛苦，您将会伤透我夫人和您自己的心。
But Sir Tristram would hear no further, and fiercely sent his squire from his presence. Ah, my lord, said La Belle Isoud.
但是崔斯特瑞姆爵士不再听下去，并猛烈地将他的侍从从他面前赶走。啊，大人，拉贝尔，伊苏德说道。
Have those two poor souls done more evil than we are doing by hiding our hearts from each other? I would have you know that no ease shall you have all the days of your life.
这两个可怜的灵魂是否比我们互相隐藏自己的心所做的更邪恶？我想让你知道，你一生中的日子都不会轻松。
For I know that you love me, and as to that, there is no living man in all this world that I love as I love you. If you think it unmaidenly in me to say that, then my own wretched heart forgives me.
因为我知道你爱我，至于这一点，在这个世界上没有一个活着的人能像我爱你那样爱我。如果你们认为我这样说是不成熟的，那么我自己可怜的心就会原谅我。
The gentle sorrow in her voice caused Sir Tristram's heart to swell with rage, because he had promised to take her to wed King Mark. Lady, he said, and his face was full pitiful and pale.
他声音中温柔的悲伤让崔斯特瑞姆爵士的心充满了愤怒，因为他答应带她嫁给马克国王。女士，他说道，脸上满是可怜和苍白。
Heaven knows that ye say right, and that never more shall I have ease after this. But no more should I have ease, but rather more shame and remorse, if I should do what my heart bids me do.
天知道你们说的是对的，从此以后我再也不会安心了。但如果我按照内心的要求去做，我就不再能感到轻松，反而会感到更加羞愧和悔恨。
I gave my promise to mine uncle, madman that I was, and I must perform it and suffer. But I could slay myself to think that you will suffer also. She saw the rage and sorrow in his eyes.
我向我的叔叔许下诺言，我是个疯子，我必须履行它，并承受痛苦。但如果我想到你也会受苦，我可能会自杀。他看到了他眼中的愤怒和悲伤。
And her heart was full of pity. Do thyself no harm, O noble knight and friend, said Isoud, for thou art right and I wrong.
他的心里充满了怜悯。 不要伤害自己，高贵的骑士和朋友。伊苏德说，因为你是对的，而我是错的。
But I would have you promise to be my knight and champion in things both ill and good, while you shall have life. Lady, he replied, I will be all the days of my life your knight.
但我希望你答应成为我的骑士，成为我的骑士，无论好事与坏事的捍卫者，而你还有生命。女士，他回答道，我一生都会成为您的骑士。
In weal and in woe, to come to your aid and battle for your dear name, when you shall send for me. Sir Tristram gave her a ring, and she gave him another, and quickly they parted.
无论福祸，当你派人来找我时，我都会来帮助你，为你亲爱的名字而战。崔斯特瑞姆爵士给了他一枚戒指，他又给了他一枚，很快他们就分开了。
Lest they should repent them of their duty. That evening they got to shore, and landed at the foot of Tintagel.
免得他们后悔自己的职责。那天晚上，他们上了岸，在廷塔杰尔山脚下登陆。
And Sir Tristram led up La Belle Isoud, and gave her into the hands of King Mark, whose looks, for all that he tried to appear satisfied.
崔斯特瑞姆爵士把拉贝尔、伊苏德领了出来，把他交给了马克国王，尽管他竭力表现出满意的样子。
Were sour as he dwelt on the noble figure of Sir Tristram. Men noticed how pale and stern the young knight seemed, and that he said few words. In a little while,
当他想到崔斯特瑞姆爵士的高贵形象时，他感到很不高兴。人们注意到这位年轻骑士脸色苍白，表情严肃，而且话不多。不一会儿
after the wedding of his uncle to La Belle Isoud, Sir Tristram said farewell to all the court, for, said he would go fight the pagans who were ravening in the north, and so departed.
在他的叔叔与拉贝尔、伊苏德结婚后，特里斯特拉姆爵士向整个宫廷告别，因为他说他将去与北方掠夺的异教徒作战，然后就离开了。
With Gouvernail his squire. Afterwards, seeing the pale queen seated in hall beside King Mark, and remembering the heaviness of Sir Tristram,
和他的侍从戈维纳莱在一起。随后，看到苍白的王后坐在大厅里马克国王身边，想起崔斯特瑞姆爵士的沉重。
some guessed how full of woe was their parting, but for love and sorrow of Sir Tristram they said not of what they thought.
有些人猜测他们的离别是多么悲伤，但出于对崔斯特瑞姆爵士的爱和悲伤，他们没有说出自己的想法。
Sixth, the deeds of Esir Geraint King Arthur was spending Whitsuntide at Caerleon upon Usk, and one day he hunted the stag in the forests that lay thereby.
6. 杰兰特爵士的事迹。亚瑟王在阿斯克河畔卡利恩度过圣灵降临节。有一天，他在森林里猎杀了一头雄鹿。
As he had given permission for his queen to go and see the hunting, she set out with one handmaiden, and rode in the misty dawning down to the river and across the ford.
当他允许王后去看狩猎时，他带着一名侍女出发了，在薄雾中骑马来到河边，穿过浅滩。
They climbed up the other bank, following the track of the men and horses which had formed the king's hunting party, until they stood on the edge of the dark forest.
他们沿着国王狩猎队的人马足迹爬上对岸，直到站在黑暗森林的边缘。
Where the young leaves were fresh and sweetly green. The sun burst forth and sucked up the mists along the meadow flats beside the river below them.
那里的嫩叶新鲜而翠绿，太阳突然升起，吸走了下方河边草地上的薄雾。
And the water flashed and the birds sang. Here will we stay, said the queen, who felt happy with the sunlight upon her and the smell of the forest blowing out from the trees.
水花闪烁，鸟歌唱，我们就留在这里。王后说，她对照在她身上的阳光和从树上飘出的森林气味感到很高兴。
And though we shall not see the killing, we shall hear the horns when they sound, and we shall hear the dogs when they are let loose and begin to cry so eagerly.
虽然我们看不到杀戮，但当号角响起时，我们会听到它们；当狗被释放时，我们会听到它们开始急切地哭泣。
Suddenly they heard a rushing sound and the thud of hoofs behind them, and, turning, they saw a young man upon a hunter foal of mighty size. The rider was a fair-haired handsome youth.
突然，他们听到身后传来一阵急促的声音和马蹄声，转过身来，他们看到一个年轻人骑在一匹巨大的猎人小马驹上，骑手是一位金发英俊的青年。
Of princely mien, yet withal kindly of look and smile. A riding robe and surcoat of satin were upon him, low-cut shoes of soft leather were on his feet.
有着王子般的风度，却又带着和善的眼神和微笑。他穿着马袍和缎子外套，脚上穿着软皮低帮鞋。
And in his girdle was a golden-hilted sword. A fillet of gold bound his curly hair, and a collar of gold, with a blue enamel swastika pendant, hung about his neck.
他的腰带上挂着一把金柄剑，他的卷发系着一条金发，脖子上挂着一条金项圈，上面有蓝色珐琅万字吊坠。
He checked his horse as he neared the queen, and it came towards her with step stately, swift, and proud, and the rider bowed full low to Guinevere. Heaven prosper thee, Sir Geraint, she said.
当他靠近王后时，他勒住了马，马迈着庄严、敏捷而骄傲的步伐向他走来，骑手向格温温深深鞠了一躬。愿你繁荣昌盛，杰兰特爵士，他说。
And its welcome be unto thee. Heaven accord you long life and happiness, O queen, replied Geraint. Why didst thou not go with my lord to hunt? Asked the queen. Because I knew not when he went.
欢迎您，女王啊，上天赐予您长寿和幸福，杰兰特回答道。你为什么不和我的主人一起去打猎呢？女王问道。因为我不知道他什么时候走。
Said Geraint. But men told me in hall that you had gone out alone, and I came to crave permission to accompany and guard you. Gramercy, said the queen, thy protection is very agreeable to me.
杰兰特说，但是大厅里的人告诉我，你独自出去了，我来请求允许陪伴和守护你。格拉梅西，女王说道，你的保护令我非常满意。
As they stood talking, they heard the clatter of steel armor, and looking between the trees, they beheld a proud knight upon a war horse of great size.
当他们站着说话时，他们听到了钢铁盔甲的碰撞声。他们望向树林之间，看到了一位骄傲的骑士骑着一匹巨大的战马。
Wearing a heavy chainmail jesseraunt, with coif and visored helm, and his horse was also clothed in harness of chainmail. Following him was a lady upon a beautiful white horse.
他身穿重型锁子甲，戴着头巾和头盔，他的马也套着锁子甲。跟随他的是一位骑着美丽白马的女士。
which went with stately and proud steps along the forest way. The lady was clothed in a great robe of gold brocade, and her headcloth of fine cambric.
迈着庄严而自豪的步伐，沿着林间小道前行。这位女士穿着一件金色锦缎的大袍，头巾是细麻布的。
Was turned so that her face was hidden. Behind them rode a little dark man, hairy and fierce of face, dressed as a page, and he sat on a great horse, strong and spirited.
被转过身来，隐藏了他的脸。他们身后骑着一个身材矮小、皮肤黝黑的男人，毛茸茸的，脸色凶狠，打扮得像个侍童。他骑在一匹大马上，强壮而充满活力。
Yet the dwarf held it well in hand. Hung to his saddle-bow was the knight's shield, but the device was hidden by a cloth, and 2 lances were fixed to the girdle of the dwarf.
但矮人却把它牢牢地握在手里。骑士的盾牌挂在他的马鞍弓上，但该装置被一块布遮住了，2只长矛固定在矮人的腰带上。
In his right fist the page carried a whip, long and heavy and knotted. Sir Geraint, said Guinevere, knowest thou the name of that tall knight? I know him not, lady, said Geraint.
侍童的右拳里握着一根鞭子，又长又重，还打着结。杰兰特爵士，格温温说，你知道那个高个子骑士的名字吗？我不认识他，女士，杰兰特说。
And his helm conceals his face, and his shield is also hidden. But I will go and ask the page, that you may learn his name. And Sir Geraint rode up to the dwarfish page. Who is yonder knight?
他的头盔遮住了他的脸，他的盾牌也隐藏起来了。但我会去询问侍者，以便你知道他的名字。杰兰特爵士骑马来到矮人侍者面前。那边的骑士是谁？
Said Sir Geraint. I will not tell thee, replied the dwarf and scowled. Then I will ask him himself, said Sir Geraint. That thou wilt not, by my head, said the dwarf angrily.
杰兰特爵士说，我不会告诉你。矮人皱起眉头回答道，那我就亲自去问他。杰兰特爵士说，看在我的份上， 你不会的，矮人愤怒地说。
For thou art not of honor enough to speak to my lord. Geraint turned his horse's head to go towards the knight.
因为你没有足够的荣誉来与我的主人说话。杰兰特调转马头朝骑士走去。
Whereupon the dwarf spurred forward and overtook him and lashed towards him with the long and knotted whip. The lash struck the mouth of Sir Geraint, and blood flowed.
于是矮人猛地向前冲去，追上了他，并用那根长长的打结的鞭子抽打着他。鞭子打在杰兰特爵士的嘴上，鲜血流淌。
And dropped upon the silken scarf that he wore. Instantly Sir Geraint turned, with sword half drawn, and the dwarf cowed and pulled back.
落在他戴着的丝巾上。杰兰特爵士立即转过身来，剑已半出，矮人吓得向后退了一步。
But Sir Geraint thought it would be no vengeance to carve the dwarf's head from his shoulders, and to be attacked unarmed by the mail-clad knight.
但杰兰特爵士认为，将矮人的头从肩膀上砍下来，并让身披铠甲的骑士徒手攻击，这并不算复仇。
He thrust his sword back with a clang into its scabbard, and rode towards the queen. Thou hast acted wisely and nobly, Sir Geraint, said the queen.
他把剑叮的一声插回剑鞘，骑马朝王后走去。你的行为明智而高尚，杰兰特爵士，王后说道。
And I sorrow for the insult the craven knave hath placed upon thee. Lady, I fear he was but copying his master, said Geraint, whose eyes flashed with anger.
我为胆小鬼对你的侮辱感到悲伤。女士，我担心他只是在模仿他的主人，杰兰特说道，他的眼睛里闪烁着愤怒的光芒。
But if your ladyship will permit me, I will follow this knight, and at last he will come to some town where I may get arms either as a loan or from a friend.
但是，如果您的女士允许我的话，我会跟随这位骑士，最后他会来到某个城镇，在那里我可以通过贷款或从朋友那里获得武器。
And then will I avenge the insult which this stranger knight hath given to you, my queen and lady. Go, said Guinevere, but I beg of thee.
然后我将为这位陌生骑士对您所受的侮辱报仇，我的王后和女士。走吧，格温威尔说，但我求你了。
Do not encounter with the knight until thou hast good arms, for he is a man almost as big as Sir Lancelot du Lake. And I shall be anxious concerning thee until thou dost return.
在你拥有良好的武器之前，不要与骑士相遇，因为他是一个几乎和兰斯洛特·杜莱克爵士一样高大的人。我会为你担心，直到你回来。
Or send tidings. If I be alive, said Sir Geraint, you shall hear tidings of me by tomorrow at evensong. Thus he departed.
或发送消息。如果我还活着，杰兰特爵士说，明天晚岛时你就会听到我的消息。他就这样离开了。
All that day Sir Geraint followed the knight, and the lady and the page, keeping them in sight, though at a distance. Through the forest they went first.
杰兰特爵士一整天都跟着骑士、女士和侍从，虽然距离很远，但他们一直在视线范围内。他们先穿过森林。
And thereafter the road ran along a ridge of high ground, with the great downs and combs falling and heaving below their feet, the sun flashing back from lakes and streams.
此后，道路沿着高地的山脊延伸，脚下有巨大的丘陵和山丘，阳光从湖泊和溪流中反射回来。
The bees humming at the flowers in the grass, and the larks rising with thrilling song in the warm, sweet air of the spring. Sir Geraint loved it all, but he kept his eyes ever on the night.
蜜蜂在草地上的花朵上嗡嗡作响，百灵鸟在春天温暖甜美的空气中唱着激动人心的歌声。杰兰特爵士喜欢这一切，但他的目光始终集中在骑士身上。
Who flashed as he moved far before him. At length he saw the towers of a high castle, and beneath it the red roofs of a little town nestling at the foot of the grey walls.
当他移动到他面前很远的时候，他闪现出光芒。最后，他看到了一座高高的城堡的塔楼，在城堡的下面，一座小镇的红色屋顶坐落在灰色的城墙脚下。
They rode into the town, and as the haughty knight passed through it, the people in the booths and cabins, and those beside the way saluted him.
他们骑马进城，当这位傲慢的骑士经过时，亭子里、小屋里的人和路边的人都向他行礼。
He did not acknowledge any of their greetings, but looked before him proudly, as he had done when he rode through the solitary paths of the wilderness.
他没有回应他们的任何问候，而是自豪地看着前方，就像他骑马穿过荒野的偏僻小路时所做的那样。
Sir Geraint looked about him as he rode behind, to see if there was any armorer or knightly person whom he knew, but there was none.
杰兰特爵士骑在后面，环顾四周，看看是否有他认识的军械师或骑士，但什么也没有。
When he saw the knight and the lady and the dwarf enter the castle, and was sure that they would sojourn there, he rode about the little town, and found it full of knights and squires.
当他看到骑士、女士和矮人进入城堡，并确信他们会在那里逗留时，他骑马绕着小镇转了一圈，发现里面到处都是骑士和侍从。
With armorers and others cleaning arms, sharpening swords, and repairing harness. But no one did he know of whom to beg a suit of armor and a lance.
军械师和其他人清洁武器、磨剑和修理马具，但他不知道向谁要一套盔甲和一只长矛。
Then he took his way to a little stream beneath the wall of the town, and on the other side he saw a manor house, old and ruinous, standing amidst tall weeds.
然后他走到城墙下的一条小溪边，在另一边，他看到一座庄园，古老而破败，矗立在高高的杂草丛中。
And thinking he might get lodging there for that night, he forded the river and went towards the manor. He saw that the hall door yawned open, and that a marble bridge led up to it.
他想到今晚可以在那里住宿，于是涉过河，朝庄园走去。他看到大厅的门打开了，一座大理石桥通向门前。
Over a wide ditch full of stagnant water and thick with green weeds and rushes. On the bridge sat an old and reverend man in clothes that once had been rich, but now were thin and tattered.
越过一条宽阔的沟渠，沟渠里充满了死水，长满了绿色的杂草和灯芯草。桥上坐着一位老者，衣着曾经很富贵，现在却又瘦又破。
And Geraint thought it was not possible that so poor a place could help him in what he desired. He looked steadfastly at the old man. "Young sir," said the latter, "why art thou so thoughtful?"
杰兰特认为，如此贫穷的地方不可能帮助他实现他想要的目标。他目光坚定地看着老者。年轻的先生，后者说道，你为什么这么体贴呢？
"I was thinking, fair sir," said Geraint, "whether thou couldst give me lodging here for this night." "Of a surety," said the old man, rising. "It is poor we are."
我在想，公平的先生，杰兰特说，您能否让我今晚住在这里？当然，老人站起身来说道，我们很穷。
But such as can be given shall be of our best. He led Sir Geraint into the hall, which was bleak and desolate, and the hearthstone in the center was thick with last year's leaves.
但我们所能提供的将是最好的。他领着杰兰特爵士走进大厅，大厅里荒凉而荒凉，中央的炉石上沾满了去年的落叶。
As if it had been long since fire had flickered upon it. On the wall there hung rusty weapons and helms, and through the cracks there crept the ivy from the outer wall.
仿佛已经很久没有火在它上面闪烁了。墙上挂着生锈的武器和头盔，常春藤从外墙上的缝隙中爬了出来。
The horse was tethered in the hall by the old man. Then he led Sir Geraint to a door upon the dais, and ushered him into the bower, and there he saw an old decrepit woman.
马被老人拴在大厅里，然后他领着杰兰特爵士来到讲台上的一扇门，把他领进凉亭。在那里，他看到了一位衰老的老妇人。
Sweet of look, though thin and peaked. She rose from the cushion on which she sat, greeting him kindly, and he saw that the satin garments upon her were also old and tattered.
虽然又瘦又尖，但看起来很甜美。她从坐垫上站起来，亲切地向他打招呼。他看到她身上的锦衣也又旧又破。
Yet Sir Geraint thought she must have been a lovely woman in her happy youth. Beside her was a maiden, upon whom was a vest and robe poor and thin.
然而杰兰特爵士认为，她在快乐的青春时期一定是一位可爱的女人。她身边有一个少女，身上穿着破烂单薄的背心和长袍。
And the veil of her headcloth was old though clean. Yet truly, thought Geraint, he had never seen a lovelier maiden.
她的头巾虽干净，但很旧。然而说实话，杰兰特想，他从未见过比她更可爱的少女。
nor one with more sweetness and grace in her smile or gentleness in her voice. And the heart of him stirred with pity to see her so pale and wan, as if she fared but poorly. Welcome, fair sir.
他的笑容更加甜美、优雅，声音也更加温柔。看到他脸色苍白、憔悴不堪，仿佛他过得并不好，他心中涌起怜悯之情。欢迎，公平的先生。
Said the old dame, "This is my daughter Enid, who will gladly prepare food for you." When food had been prepared, they sat down.
老太太说：“这是我的女儿伊妮德，她会很乐意为你准备食物。”饭菜准备好后，大家坐下来。
And Geraint was placed between the white-haired man and his wife, and the maidens served them. Afterwards, as they drank weak mead from cups of earthenware, they spoke together.
杰兰特被安排在白发男子和他的妻子之间，由少女伺候他们。随后，他们一边喝陶杯里的淡蜂蜜酒，一边交谈。
And Geraint asked whose was the manor in which they Saturday mine, said the old man, for I built it. And the castle up there and the town were also mine. Alas, said Geraint.
杰兰特问他们坐在谁的庄园里。我的，老人说，因为它是我建造的。那里的城堡和城镇也是我的。唉。杰兰特说
How is it you and yours have lost them? For my sins and my greed, said the old man sadly, and bitterly have I repented me of my wrong. I am Erlinol.
你和你的家人怎么失去了他们？因为我的罪恶和贪婪，老人悲伤地说，我为自己的错误深感悔恨。我是伊内维尔伯爵。
But I have lost the lands that made my earldom. For I have a nephew, whom his father, on his deathbed, gave into my keeping with all his lands. And I added his possessions to my own.
但我已经失去了我的伯爵领地，因为我有一个侄子。他的父亲在临终前将他连同他的全部土地交给了我保管，我把他的财产加到我自己的财产上。
And when the boy was a man, he demanded them of me, and I would not give them up. So he made war upon me, and took everything from me except this ruined hall and one per farm.
当这个男孩长大后，他向我索要这些，我不会放弃。于是他向我发动了战争，夺走了我的一切，除了这座破败的大厅和一个贫穷的农场。
Since you are sorry for the greed that hath ruined you, replied Geraint, I will do what I may to regain your possessions, if God gives me life. But first I would ask.
既然你为毁了你的贪婪感到抱歉，杰兰特回答道，如果上帝赐予我生命，我将尽我所能夺回你的财产。但首先我要问，
Why went that knight and the lady and the dwarf just now into the town, and why is there so much furbishing of arms there?
为什么那个骑士、那位女士和矮人刚才进城了？为什么那里有这么多武器？
The preparations are for the jousting that is to be held tomorrow's morn in the level meadow beside the ford, responded the old earl. And the prize is to be a falcon of pure gold.
准备工作是为了明天早上在浅滩旁边的平坦草地上举行的比武，老伯爵回答道。奖品是一只纯金猎鹰。
The knight thou sawest has won the falcon 2 years running, and if he wins it this time he will have it for his own, and will win the title of the Knight of the Golden Falcon.
你所看到的骑士已经连续2年赢得了猎鹰，如果这次他赢得了它，他将拥有它，并获得金隼骑士的称号。
And to gain it from him all those knights in the town will essay. And with each will go the lady that he loveth best, and if a man takes not his lady with him, he may not enter the lists. Sir,
为了从他那里得到它，镇上所有的骑士都会尝试。每个人都会选择他最爱的女士，如果一个男人不带他的女士一起去，他就不能进入名单。先生
said Sir Geraint, I would willingly have to do with that knight, for he hath, by the hands of his dwarf page, most evilly insulted the queen of my dear lord, King Arthur, but I have no armor.
杰兰特爵士说，我愿意和那个骑士打交道，因为他通过他的矮人侍从之手，最邪恶地侮辱了我亲爱的勋爵亚瑟王的王后，但我没有盔甲。
As for that, said the old man, I have arms here that will fit thee, but if thou hast no maiden with thee, thou canst not do battle. If, sir, replied Sir Geraint, you and this maiden, your daughter.
至于这个，老人说，我这里有适合你的手臂，但如果你身边没有少女，你就不能参加战斗。先生，杰兰特爵士答道，如果您和这位少女，您的女儿
will permit me to challenge for her, I will engage, if I escape alive from the tournament, to be the maiden's knight while I shall live. What say you, daughter? Said the old earl. Indeed, sir.
如果我能从比赛中活着逃脱，我将在有生之年成为少女的骑士。你说什么，女儿？老伯爵说道。确实，先生。
Replied the maiden, gently flushing, I am in your hands. And if this fair knight will have it so, he may challenge for me. This said Enid to hide her true thoughts.
少女满脸通红地回答道，我在你手里。如果这位公平的